born with cherry blossoms in my hair. My name is Akiko. Daughter of Lord Katsuro. Samurai. Warrior. Father. To the world he is a blade. To me he is a storm. Every morning, I wake before the sun kisses the mountains. My feet touch the floor with reverence. My breath becomes a prayer. Before the world demands anything of me, I reclaim silence. I do not choose my clothing. I do not choose my meals. I do not choose my fate. But I have learned to master the spaces in between. The pauses. The looks. The things not said. The boys train with swords in the courtyard below. Their grunts echo like war drums. I watch from behind the paper screen, still invisible. They sweat. They bleed. When I was 10, I picked up a bokken and laughed. Father saw me, and the laughter died. He said, "Your hands are for teacups, not blood." But what of my heart, Father? What of my fire? At mid-morning, I walk the gardens with Lady Hana. We speak of cherry blossoms, marriages, the weather. I nod. I smile. But beneath it, I dream of forests, of wind, of running so far no one can find me. And sometimes, I dream of him. The first time I saw him, he was sharpening his blade by the shrine. Torn robes. Old scars. No master. A Ronin. Father says they are shame-made flesh. But shame has never looked so human. He bowed, not as a servant, but as a man. And in that small moment, something ancient passed between us. Not love. Not yet. but recognition. At night, I write letters I will never send. To him. To the girl I am not allowed to be. To the gods who no longer answer. My mother's fan rests by my bed. Delicate. Beautiful. Breakable. Just like she was. Dinner is served on silence. Father sits at the head of the table, his eyes heavy with disappointment he never voices. The servants glide like ghosts. I do not speak unless spoken to. I chew the rice and swallow the sorrow. But tonight, I sneak out. Soft steps. No sound. I meet him in the temple garden. And for the first time, someone looks at me like I am not property. He speaks of the northern provinces, of honor lost and found. I speak of duty in cages. He touches my hand and I don't pull away. Just for tonight, I am not Akiko the daughter. I am Akiko, the woman. The next morning, the ink on my pillow is still wet. Father has read the letter I never meant to send. The house is quieter than usual. The kind of quiet that comes before storms. He does not shout. He does not strike. He simply tells me, "You will marry General Ito in spring. There will be no further disgrace." That night, I do not write. I pack a blade beneath my robes. Mother once told me, "The world will not be kind to a woman who chooses her own path." She was right. But kindness was never what I wanted. I leave before sunrise. I do not cry. I do not look back. Now I live by my own code. I travel village to village, healing, helping, watching. Some call me a ghost. Others call me a warrior. But I call myself free. I am no one's daughter now. I am no man's shadow. I do not ask for permission. I take my place in history. This was my life. A single day. If you felt something from this story, hit that like button. Subscribe to Knowledge is Power to see future videos.
Alexander was born in the year 356 before the Common Era, in the city of Pella, Macedonia, into a world of blood and ambition. His father, King Philip II, was a ruthless strategist who dreamed of conquering Greece. His mother, Olympias, was fierce and deeply religious. She told her son he was descended from Achilles and fathered by Zeus. As a child, Alexander tamed a wild horse named Bucephalus, the only one brave enough to ride it. His father said, "Macedonia is too small for you." At 13, he was sent to study under Aristotle. He absorbed knowledge of philosophy, warfare, medicine, and the epic tales of Homer. Alexander slept with a copy of the Iliad under his pillow. Achilles became his role model, a warrior who sought glory above all. By 16, Alexander was left to rule Macedonia as regent while Philip campaigned elsewhere. He crushed a Thracian revolt and founded a city in his name. At 18, he fought beside his father at the Battle of Chaeronea. He led the left wing and shattered the sacred band of Thebes. In 336 BC, Philip was assassinated at a royal wedding. Alexander seized the throne immediately, eliminating rivals before they could act. The Greek city-states saw an opportunity to break free. Alexander marched south and razed Thebes to the ground, killing thousands and enslaving the rest. With Greece secured, he declared war on Persia. It was a bold move. The Persians had the largest empire on earth. In 334 BC, he crossed the Hellespont into Asia. He visited the supposed site of Troy and paid tribute to Achilles at his tomb. At the Battle of the Granicus River, he led a charge across the water against Persian forces. His men urged caution, but he wanted victory through boldness. The Persians fell back in chaos, and Alexander claimed his first major victory. He spared captured Greek mercenaries, but executed their Persian officers. He moved through Asia Minor, liberating Greek cities and gaining allies. His army grew stronger with every town he took. At Gordium, he faced the legendary Gordian knot. Rather than solve it, he cut it in half with his sword, fulfilling the prophecy in his own way. Meanwhile, Darius III prepared a massive army to crush him. The two armies met near Issus, where the terrain favored Alexander's smaller force. Alexander's cavalry slammed into the Persian center. Darius fled the battlefield, leaving his mother, wife, and children behind. Instead of abusing his victory, Alexander treated the captured women with honor. Word spread that this young king was unlike any other. He turned south toward Egypt, conquering coastal cities along the way. Tyre resisted, so Alexander built a causeway to reach it. The siege of Tyre lasted 7 months. When the city finally fell, he slaughtered 8,000 men and sold 30,000 into slavery. Arriving in Egypt, he was welcomed as a liberator. He founded the city of Alexandria, destined to become a center of learning and trade. At the Oracle of Siwa, deep in the desert, priests declared him the son of Zeus Ammon. The prophecy confirmed his divine right to rule.
Alexander still had much more to accomplish. He marched to meet Darius again, this time at Gaugamela. The Persians outnumbered him 5-1.
With brilliant tactics, he broke through the Persian lines and went straight for Darius. Once again, the Persian king fled. Alexander marched into Babylon and was crowned King of Kings. The treasures of the empire were his. He moved through Susa and into Persepolis, the ceremonial capital. There, in a drunken frenzy, he set the palace ablaze. Some said it was revenge for Persia's burning of Athens a century earlier. Others said it was madness. Alexander now ruled the largest empire in history, but he wasn't finished. He wanted to push east, to the edges of the known world. In Bactria, he fought brutal guerrilla campaigns in freezing mountains. He took a local wife, Roxana, to help secure his hold. But trouble brewed among his men. They were weary, cold, and homesick, and didn't like seeing Alexander adopt Persian customs. He began dressing like a Persian king and demanded to be worshipped as a god. Many saw this as betrayal. Some plotted against him. His closest friend Clytus criticized him drunkenly, and Alexander killed him in rage. Haunted by the murder, Alexander fell into deep despair. He isolated himself more and more. He marched into India, facing King Porus and his war elephants at the Battle of the Hydaspes. It was one of his bloodiest battles. The river swelled from heavy rains, and the elephants caused chaos. But Alexander's tactics won the day. Porus was captured, but impressed him so much that Alexander let him keep his kingdom. It was a rare moment of respect. His men, exhausted and fearful, refused to go any farther east. After 8 years of campaigning, they demanded to return home. Alexander reluctantly agreed. The journey back through the Gedrosian desert was catastrophic. Heat and thirst killed thousands. His army limped back to Babylon, broken but victorious.
Alexander began planning new conquests: Arabia, North Africa, even Rome. He dreamed of a single world empire.
Like most of us in our short lives, he did not get to finish all he set out for. He fell ill after a banquet. 10 days later, he was dead. He was only 32. The cause of death remains one of history's great mysteries. He left no legitimate heir. His generals, the Diadochi, divided his empire and descended into war. Yet his legacy endured. Over 20 cities bore his name, the greatest of them Alexandria. Greek became the language of science, philosophy, and trade from Egypt to India. This era became known as the Hellenistic Age. In some places he was remembered as a god, in others a tyrant. But in every corner of the known world, people remembered his name, Alexander the Great. He conquered more than just land. He conquered time. Hit that like button if you enjoyed the video. Subscribe to see more. Share to support the channel. Thank you for stopping by. Knowing things is power. You wake up not in a bed, but beneath a rough canopy of animal hides and woven grass, with the chill of the morning air biting through your fur cloak. The world smells like fire, smoke, earth, and the sharp scent of wet stone, and your senses are sharper because they have to be. There is no concept of hours, only the rising sun and your empty stomach. You grab a sharpened piece of flint, not for show, but survival, because today you must hunt or go hungry. The ground is cold and unforgiving, but you are used to it, and your feet are hard, your hands calloused, and your skin stained with the work of living. Language exists, but it is not made of long conversations, and it is quick gestures, guttural sounds, and looks that say more than words ever could. Your tribe is small, maybe 20 people if you're lucky, and every face is as familiar as your own hand. You know who is strong, who is clever, who you must protect, and who protects you, because survival is not a solo game. Fire is everything, and it is warmth, safety, cooking, and the boundary between man and monster. At night, the dark is complete and terrifying, and you huddle with others, not just for warmth, but because anything could be out there. The sky above is massive and unbroken, and it is filled with stars you do not name, but you know them like a map etched in your memory. Your gods are not written or carved, and they are the storm, the sun, the animal you could not kill, and the child that lived when they should have died. You hunt with spears tipped in stone, but it is not just the weapon, and it is the understanding of wind, scent, sound, and movement that makes you a predator. Your prey is fast, wary, and deadly, and one mistake, and you are the one bleeding out under the trees. You eat what you can kill or gather, and roots, berries, fish, insects, and anything with calories is sacred. There is no shame in eating bugs, liver, or raw meat, and shame has not been invented yet. You do not think in terms of nations or borders, and you move with the land, and when it no longer feeds you, you leave it behind. You know the signs of rain by the smell of the dirt, the call of birds, and the way your own skin tingles. Your clothes are stitched from hides using needles made of bone and thread made from gut. You sleep in shifts because someone always has to be awake in case something with claws finds your fire. Pain is not a mystery, and when something breaks, you deal with it, and if it kills you, that is life. If you are injured, the healer chews herbs and places them on your wound while others pray to something older than words. You do not know medicine, but you know what plants to eat when your stomach burns or when a fever grips your body. Death is not feared but expected, and when someone dies, you mourn them with silence and the passing of their tools to another hand. You might not live past 30, but every day you do live feels earned. Love is not flowers or dates, and it is sharing food, shelter, warmth, and choosing someone to face the fire and the storm with. Partnerships are formed through ritual and survival, and a glance across the fire, shared tasks, or the decision to raise a child together. Children are rare, precious, and raised by all, and every adult is a parent in some way, and every child is everyone's future. You tell stories by firelight, not to entertain, but to remember, and you speak of the hunt, the storm, the ancestor who saw the sky fall and lived. Your art is simple but powerful, and it is handprints on cave walls, carvings in stone, and the first attempts at capturing the spirit of a beast in charcoal. There are no mirrors, but you know yourself in how others look at you, and how you feel after each hunt or healing. You do not dream of riches, fame, or status, and you dream of a hunt that ends well and a night without fear. Conflict happens, but wars as we know them do not, and you fight for food, territory, or vengeance, and then it is done. There is no written history, but the elders carry knowledge in their bones, and their voice is law. You learn by doing, and every lesson is carved into your hands, feet, and scars. Your language evolves slowly, and it is built on need, rhythm, sound, and shared memory, and it is alive in every breath of the tribe. You live in tune with the earth because there is no other way, and every animal, every tree, and every river means life or death. You have never seen a city, a road, or a wheel, but you know how to read the clouds, track a deer for 2 days, and find shelter in a storm. Your world is dangerous, raw, and merciless, but it is also pure, immediate, and deeply connected. To be born 100,000 years ago is to live with no distractions and only the moment, the tribe, the land, and the fight to see another sunrise. If you survive long enough to become old, your story will be told by the fire, so those who come after know what it took to make them possible. Like, subscribe, and share if you made it through the Stone Age. Full documentaries and wild history await you on the channel. This is Knowing Things is Power.
Space, vast, silent, a canvas of darkness sprinkled with glittering stars. It appears serene, peaceful, but this tranquility hides a universe of unimaginable violence. Cosmic battles rage, unseen and unheard by us. Black holes collide, stars explode, and galaxies tear themselves apart. These are the stories of the universe's grandest battles, where the stakes are existence itself. Imagine two objects so dense their gravity traps even light itself. These are black holes, the universe's ultimate devourers. When they collide, it's a cataclysm unlike any other. Space and time warp and distort. Immense energy, equivalent to countless exploding stars, is unleashed in an instant. Ripples in the fabric of space-time, called gravitational waves, spread out from the collision like ripples on a pond. These waves, detectable by our instruments, are the echoes of these cosmic clashes, whispering tales of destruction and rebirth. These collisions are not just destructive events, they are also acts of creation. When black holes merge, they form a larger, more massive black hole. This process sculpts the universe, influencing the evolution of galaxies and the birth of stars. Stars, the building blocks of galaxies, live for billions of years. But even these cosmic giants have their end. When two stars collide, the result is a dazzling explosion, a supernova. For a brief moment, the combined light of these stars outshines an entire galaxy. The core of the merged star becomes a crucible, forging heavy elements like gold and platinum. These elements, scattered across the universe by the supernova, become the seeds for new stars, planets, and even life itself. Sometimes the collision is even more powerful. Hypernovas, colossal explosions hundreds of times brighter than supernovae, can occur when extremely massive stars collide. These events release unimaginable amounts of energy and create some of the heaviest elements in the universe. Black holes are cosmic predators, their immense gravity drawing in everything that comes too close. Planets caught in a black hole's gravitational grasp are doomed. As a planet spirals closer, the black hole's gravity stretches and pulls it, a process called spaghettification. The planet is torn apart, its remnants forming a swirling disk of hot gas and dust around the black hole, known as an accretion disk. This accretion disk, heated to millions of degrees, emits intense X-rays as matter falls into the black hole. This X-ray glow is a telltale sign of a black hole's feeding frenzy, a beacon of cosmic destruction visible across the vastness of space. Section 5. Stellar sacrifice black holes feast on stars. Stars, even the most massive ones, are not immune to a black hole's pull. When a star strays too close, the black hole's gravity begins to distort it, stretching it like dough. This process, called tidal disruption, rips the star apart in a spectacular display of cosmic violence. Streams of stellar material are flung outwards, while the rest spirals inwards towards the black hole. As the stellar material falls into the black hole, it creates powerful jets of energy and matter that blast out from the black hole's poles at nearly the speed of light. These jets, visible across vast cosmic distances, are a testament to the black hole's insatiable appetite and the immense power unleashed when a star meets its end in the grip of darkness. Section 6. Our galaxy's fate? A chilling possibility. The Milky Way, our home galaxy, harbours a supermassive black hole at its centre, a gravitational giant millions of times more massive than our Sun. While it currently lies dormant, its presence is a stark reminder of the immense forces at play in the universe. What would happen if our solar system were to drift too close to this cosmic predator? The consequences would be catastrophic. Planets would be flung out of their orbits, stars would be ripped apart, and the very fabric of our galaxy would be irrevocably altered. It's a chilling thought, a reminder of the fragility of our existence in the face of the universe's awesome power. Section 7. From Destruction, Life, the Cosmic Cycle. These cosmic events, as destructive as they seem, are essential for our existence. The heavy elements forged in the hearts of dying stars, the remnants of planets devoured by black holes, all contribute to the cosmic cycle of death and rebirth. Without these violent events, the universe would be a very different place, devoid of the complexity and beauty we see around us. The atoms in our bodies, the iron in our blood, the calcium in our bones, were all created in these cosmic furnaces. We are, in a very real sense, children of the stars, born from the ashes of these ancient cosmic battles. Section 8. The Universe, a grand battlefield of creation. The universe is not a static, unchanging place. It is a dynamic, evolving entity shaped by forces of unimaginable power. Cosmic collisions, far from being rare occurrences, are fundamental to this evolution. They are the engines of creation, driving the formation of galaxies, stars, and planets. These events, though sometimes destructive, are ultimately responsible for the beauty and complexity we see in the cosmos. They remind us that the universe is a place of constant change, where destruction and creation are inextricably linked. Section 9. Our place in the cosmic arena. As we gaze up at the night sky, we are witnessing the aftermath of these cosmic battles. The constellations we see, the planets in our solar system, even our own existence, are all products of these grand events. We are part of this cosmic story, a story written in the language of exploding stars, colliding black holes, and the echoes of gravitational waves. These events, both terrifying and beautiful, remind us of our place in the universe. They humble us, inspire us, and drive us to understand the cosmos and our place within it. The universe is a vast and mysterious place, full of wonder and danger, and we are fortunate to be witnesses to its grand drama. Please like, subscribe, and leave a feedback comment. Thank you all for stopping by the channel today.
This is a true story. They laughed when he first joined. A baboon in uniform. But Corporal Jack was no joke. He served in the South African Army during the Boer War. Not as a mascot, as a soldier. He marched in formation, saluted officers, and when gunfire broke out, he built his own shelter to survive. No one taught him. He just knew. Jack operated railway signals. He spotted enemies before humans did, and he never missed a shift. One day in battle, he was shot in the leg. He didn't cry out. He didn't run. He stood his ground. They gave him a pension, a real one. They promoted him to corporal. And when he died, they honored him as of their own. A monkey, yes, but a soldier first. Loyal, brave, respected. Corporal Jack, a name worth remembering. Because sometimes the most human soul isn't human at all. Knowledge is power. Hit that like button if you enjoyed the video. Subscribe to see future videos. Thank you for stopping by.
In a world where global powers rise and fall, one nation continues to cast a shadow across land, sea, air, space, and beyond. The United States of America commands the single most powerful military force the world has ever seen. In 2024, America's defense budget reached $997 billion. That's more than the combined military spending of China, Russia, India, Saudi Arabia, the UK, Germany, France, Japan, and South Korea combined. Nearly 40% of the entire planet's military budget belongs to the United States. This isn't just national defense, it's global dominance. Across the globe, the U.S. operates more than 750 military bases in over 80 countries. From Germany to Japan, from Guam to Djibouti, American boots, aircraft, and missile systems are already in place. These aren't symbolic outposts. These are real command centers, launch pads, hangars, war-ready installations capable of rapid response, surveillance, or full-scale conflict at a moment's notice. At sea, the U.S. Navy is unmatched. 11 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers serve as floating fortresses, each carrying up to 80 aircraft. No other nation has more than 2. Alongside them sail 9 amphibious assault ships, 92 guided missile destroyers, and a submarine fleet that can disappear beneath the ocean's surface and reappear anywhere in the world. In the skies, America rules with over 13,000 military aircraft. That includes over 1,800 fighter jets and more than 700 aerial tankers, giving U.S. forces the power to strike, refuel, and continue missions long after others would need to retreat. The F-22 Raptor and F-35 Lightning II don't just dominate the air, they render enemy radar systems nearly useless. On land, the scale is equally overwhelming: 4,640 tanks, over 1,800 pieces of towed artillery, hundreds of rocket launcher systems, and more than 390,000 ground vehicles that range from armored troop carriers to advanced mobile command stations. Behind this machinery stands an army of over 1.3 million active duty personnel. Add another 800,000 in reserves. That's over 2 million trained warriors at the ready. Each soldier, sailor, airman, and marine is backed by the most sophisticated logistics network ever created. with weapons, gear, drones, satellites, fuel, and rations moving with machine-like precision across continents. And this isn't just about tanks and jets. The U.S. is investing heavily in future warfare, in space, cyberspace, and artificial intelligence. The newly activated U.S. Space Force monitors threats in orbit. Billions are being poured into space-based missile defense, satellite jamming technology, and next-generation communication networks. Cyber Command, operating in digital shadows, defends against intrusions and launches its own attacks, with tools as devastating as any missile. In comparison, China spends around $296 billion on its military. Russia? Just over $100 billion. And their global presence? A fraction of the reach America commands. Let's talk bullets. The U.S. produces and maintains over 2 billion rounds of small arms ammunition annually. Over 90,000 jet engines are in active service or reserve. Tens of thousands of drones patrol the skies. Surveillance drones, combat drones, reconnaissance systems, each with lethal efficiency. Then there's nuclear. The U.S. has around 5,244 nuclear warheads. Submarines, bombers, and intercontinental ballistic missiles stand ready with second strike capability. A deterrent so powerful, it has defined global politics for generations. And when war breaks out, the U.S. can respond with overwhelming force in under 72 hours, anywhere on Earth. Aircraft carriers deploy. Submarines vanish. Drones launch. Cyber teams activate. A global response unfolds like clockwork. This isn't just military strength. It's engineered supremacy, a layered defense, a global strike force, a machine built for any war, anywhere, anytime. And it's not slowing down. With new generations of hypersonic missiles, AI-driven battle systems, and robotic armor already in development, America's war machine is evolving. From deep ocean trenches to orbital space, from deserts to city streets, the reach is total. The message is clear. No nation can match it. No alliance can outspend it. And no threat can be ignored by it. This is the true scale of American military power. A force without equal. A reach without borders. A future defined by dominance. If this opened your eyes, subscribe to our channel for more epic breakdowns of the powers shaping our world. And hit the bell, because what comes next, you won't want to miss.
Carthage rose from the sea like a jewel, founded by Phoenician settlers from Tyre around 814 years before Christ. Its harbors shimmered with bronze sails and cargoes from every corner of the Mediterranean. The city was a marvel of engineering, protected by 23 miles of walls and a circular harbor that could hide hundreds of warships. At its center stood a military dockyard accessible only through a secret channel. Commerce fueled its power, trading silver, gold, ivory, glass, and purple dye across Africa, Iberia, and the Levant. It was a maritime empire born not from conquest, but cunning and control of the sea. Carthage's ruling elite formed a merchant oligarchy, with councils and judges rather than kings. Its Senate of elders made decisions behind closed doors, where wealth spoke louder than war cries. Its religion was mysterious and ancient, devoted to Baal Hammon and the goddess Tanit. Rituals of fire and sacrifice were offered in great temples and tofits, hidden from foreign eyes. Naval strength defined Carthage, with fast triremes manned by mercenaries and seafarers from Numidia, Iberia, and beyond. Its fleet was the most advanced in the ancient world, guarded like sacred treasure. Rome, once a minor rival across the sea, watched Carthage grow with unease. In 264, the First Punic War erupted over control of Sicily, sparking one of history's longest and bloodiest conflicts. Carthage dominated at sea, but underestimated Roman resilience. Rome built an entire navy from scratch, training crews on land before daring to face the Punic fleet. They introduced the corvus, a boarding bridge that transformed sea battles into infantry brawls. This innovation turned the tide, and Rome claimed Sicily after 23 years of brutal fighting. Carthage paid dearly, both in silver and lost prestige. Its western provinces rebelled, and mercenary armies once loyal turned on their masters in the chaos that followed. But the Barcid family rose to reclaim Carthage's strength, pushing into Iberia to establish a new empire. General Hamilcar Barca laid the foundations, but his son Hannibal would make history tremble. In 218, Hannibal crossed the Alps with 90,000 troops, 12,000 cavalry, and 37 war elephants. He lost half his men in snow and battle, but emerged into Italy like a storm from the mountains. He crushed Rome's armies at Trebia and Lake Trasimene using terrain and deception. At Cannae, he executed a double envelopment, surrounding and destroying a Roman force twice his size. 70,000 Romans died in one day, including senators and consuls. Rome was paralyzed with fear, yet Hannibal did not march on the city itself. Carthage withheld reinforcements, hoping Hannibal's presence alone would win the war. Instead, Rome adopted Fabian tactics, avoiding battle and wearing Hannibal down through attrition. Rome struck back by invading Iberia, defeating Hannibal's brothers and seizing the silver-rich territories. The young Scipio Africanus emerged as a brilliant strategist, admired even by his enemies. In 204, Scipio invaded Africa, forcing Carthage to recall Hannibal after 16 years abroad. The two legends met at the Battle of Zama in 202, where Roman discipline and tactics broke the Punic line. Carthage surrendered, stripped of its fleet, empire, and independence in foreign policy. It survived as a weakened state, still wealthy, but now under Rome's shadow. Yet Carthage thrived in trade, quickly rebuilding its economy and influence. This frightened Roman senators who believed Carthage could rise again if left unchecked. Cato the Elder ended every speech with Carthago delenda est, Carthage must be destroyed. Rome waited for a reason, and in 149 it found one in a dispute with a nearby African tribe. The Third Punic War began with impossible demands. Rome ordered Carthage to disarm completely and abandon its city to rebuild inland. The Carthaginians chose death over exile. They armed every citizen, melted gold for weapons, and built catapults from burned wood. The siege lasted 3 years, during which starvation, disease, and slaughter claimed tens of thousands. Carthage fought block by block, floor by floor, in what became an apocalyptic end. Roman legions finally broke through the walls in 146. They burned the city for 17 days and enslaved the survivors. The temples were looted, the libraries lost, and the culture buried beneath ash. Rome claimed to have salted the earth, ensuring no city would rise there again. Over 7 centuries of power were erased in a single act of annihilation. Carthage, once the rival of empires, became dust beneath Roman boots. But the memory endured. Hannibal's tactics became military doctrine, studied by generals from Napoleon to Eisenhower. Roman historians who celebrated Carthage's fall also preserved its greatness. They could not erase what had burned so brightly. The ruins of Carthage remain in modern Tunisia, overlooking the sea where its fleet once ruled. Columns rise from the dust, silent but unbroken. Carthage fell not from weakness, but from strength that threatened a rising empire. It was destroyed not for what it had done, but for what it could do again. Legends are not buried with stones. They live in fear, in fire, in names whispered across time. Carthage was not a city. It was a force of will. Dig deep enough and you will still hear it breathe. Hit that like button if you enjoyed the video. Subscribe to see future videos. Share if you would like to support the channel.
The Book of Enoch, the forbidden text that reveals ancient secrets. The Book of Enoch is one of the most mysterious and controversial ancient writings ever discovered. Though it was once considered sacred by early Jews and Christians, it was later banned and declared non-canonical by most religious institutions. Yet the Book of Enoch remains a powerful window into a forgotten era, one where angels walked the earth, giants ruled the land, and secrets of the heavens were recorded in great detail. Believed to be written between 300 BCE and 100 BCE, the Book of Enoch is attributed to Enoch, the great-grandfather of Noah. In the Bible, Enoch is described as a man who walked with God and was taken to heaven without dying. This ancient text expands on his story dramatically. The Book of Enoch was considered scripture by many Jewish groups and early Christian sects. It was even quoted in the New Testament in the Book of Jude. However, by the 4th century, it was removed from most versions of the Bible. Only the Ethiopian Orthodox Church preserved it as part of its official biblical canon. For centuries, it was lost to the Western world. That changed in 1773 when Scottish explorer James Bruce returned from Ethiopia with 3 copies of the Book of Enoch in the ancient Ge'ez language. Since then, the book has fascinated theologians, historians, and conspiracy theorists alike. One of the most shocking parts of the Book of Enoch is its account of the Watchers, fallen angels who descended to earth and took human women as wives. This act, forbidden by heaven, resulted in the birth of the Nephilim, giant beings of immense strength and wickedness. These Nephilim corrupted humanity and brought chaos to the earth. The Watchers, led by angels named Semyaza and Azazel, also taught forbidden knowledge to humans. They revealed secrets of the stars, the moon, and the calendar. They introduced the use of metals, cosmetics, weaponry, and even sorcery. The Book of Enoch suggests that this forbidden knowledge accelerated humanity's downfall. God, angered by the corruption, sent the archangels Michael, Raphael, Gabriel, and Uriel to punish the Watchers and cleanse the earth. The Nephilim were destroyed in a great flood, one that parallels the story of Noah in the Bible. The Watchers were bound and cast into the depths, awaiting their final judgment. The Book of Enoch doesn't stop there. It also provides vivid descriptions of heaven and the cosmos. Enoch is shown the workings of the universe, how the sun and moon travel through the sky, how stars are governed by divine forces, and how time itself is measured by heavenly cycles. Much of this aligns surprisingly well with ancient astronomical systems, though interpreted through a mystical lens. Enoch also describes his journey through multiple heavens, layers of reality where different orders of angels dwell and where judgment and glory are administered. Some of these descriptions echo later Christian and Islamic ideas of heaven and hell, but in unique and fascinating ways. Another major theme in the book is the coming of a great judgment. Enoch speaks of a future day when the righteous will be rewarded, and the wicked, including both humans and fallen angels, will face eternal punishment. It even describes a Son of Man figure chosen by God who will sit on a throne of glory and judge all creation. This has led some scholars to draw parallels to Christian beliefs about Jesus, although the Book of Enoch predates the New Testament. So why was this book banned? The Book of Enoch challenges traditional religious narratives. It presents angels in ways that don't appear in the Bible. It introduces apocalyptic visions, celestial journeys, and supernatural beings that blur the lines between mythology and theology. It also places enormous importance on cosmic justice and divine secrets, topics that were deemed too controversial or heretical by later religious authorities. Yet today, the Book of Enoch is more accessible than ever. Translations are widely available, and researchers continue to debate its meaning, origin, and impact on Judeo-Christian thought. Some believe it holds lost truths. Others see it as a brilliant work of religious imagination. But one thing is certain. The Book of Enoch offers a captivating look into the beliefs of ancient people who saw the universe as a place filled with mystery, danger, and divine purpose. Knowledge is power. Like if you learned something, subscribe to see new content and share to support the channel. They called themselves Spartans, the perfect warriors. But beneath their sandals, buried in silence and blood, were the Helots, slaves in all but name. They were the invisible hands that fed Sparta, tilled its lands, bore its burdens. And when they rose, they nearly shattered the myth of Spartan invincibility. For centuries, the Helots outnumbered Spartans by as many as 7-1. But Sparta, ever fearful, ruled with fear. Each year, Spartan youth were sent on the Krypteia, a state-sanctioned killing spree to hunt and assassinate any Helot deemed too bold, too proud, or too strong. But fear cannot silence suffering forever. Around 464 BC, the earth beneath Sparta shook violently. An earthquake leveled homes, temples, and barracks. And in the chaos, the Helots saw a crack in their chains. They rose. In Messenia, thousands of Helots seized weapons, fortified Mount Ithome, and defied the gods of war themselves. Spartan warriors marched on them, elite hoplites armored head to toe. But the rebels knew the terrain. They were farmers and hunters, hardened by toil, driven by rage. And among them stood one figure the records barely whisper of. A man named Karagos. Karagos was no ordinary Helot. A former servant in a noble household, he'd once shared secret glances with the daughter of a Spartan commander, a woman named Thalia. Her beauty was whispered about across Laconia. but her heart beat for justice and her love for Koragos. When the revolt broke out, legend says she vanished from Sparta. Some claim she joined him. From the shadows of the mountain, rebel scouts moved like ghosts. Spartan reinforcements were ambushed, supply lines burned. Koragos knew their tactics. He had once polished their weapons and armors, now he cracked it open with stolen spears. Thaleia, it is said, nursed wounded fighters after the battles. Some called her the Angel of Ithome. Others swore they saw her ride with the rebels, white cloak flowing behind her like Athena reborn. But Sparta would not bend. They called upon allies, Corinth, Athens, even their rivals. For 10 long years, the Helots held Mount Ithome. 10 years of blood, fire, and defiance. Eventually, terms were offered. The Helots, or what remained, were allowed to leave, free men under bitter skies. Koragos? Some say he fell in the final siege, never found. Others whisper that he and Thaleia escaped in disguise, sailing to freedom and vanishing from history. Her golden pin, carved with the symbol of a broken chain, was later found on the slopes of Ithome. And so, the Helot revolt faded into dust, not written by victors, not taught in schools. But beneath the ruins of Sparta, the stones still remember. And if you listen close, you'll hear the whispers of slaves who dared to rise. Knowledge is power. Thank you for making it to the end of the video. Like if you learned something, subscribe to see new content and share to support the channel.
Acknowledging this dark chapter, we can better appreciate the resilience and strength of those who endured it and work towards a more inclusive and accurate representation of history. Then came the transatlantic trade, one of the largest forced migrations in human history. Between the 1500s and 1800s, more than 12 million Africans were taken, crammed into ships, many never surviving the voyage. Those who did faced life in chains. America, Brazil, the Caribbean. Slavery became an industry. The origins of this tragic chapter in human history can be traced back to the early European explorers who first set foot on the African continent. They were initially interested in the rich resources and the potential for trade. However, as European colonies in the Americas began to grow, so did the demand for labor. The indigenous populations were decimated by disease and conflict, and the colonizers turned their eyes to Africa. Captured Africans were marched to the coast, often over hundreds of miles, shackled and chained. They were held in forts and dungeons, waiting for the ships that would take them across the Atlantic. The conditions in these holding areas were brutal, with many dying before even boarding the ships. Once on board, the captives were packed tightly into the ship's hold, with little room to move or breathe. The journey across the Atlantic, known as the Middle Passage, could take several weeks. The conditions were horrific. Disease, malnutrition, and abuse were rampant. Many did not survive the journey, their bodies thrown overboard. For those who did survive, the nightmare was far from over. Upon arrival in the Americas, they were sold at auction, treated as property rather than human beings. Families were torn apart, and individuals were subjected to grueling labor on plantations, in mines, and in households. The brutality of their existence was unimaginable, with punishments for disobedience or attempts to escape often being severe and inhumane. The transatlantic slave trade had a profound impact on the African continent as well. Entire communities were disrupted, and the social fabric was torn apart. The loss of so many people had long-lasting effects on the development and stability of African societies. The economic benefits for European countries were immense. The wealth generated from the slave trade and the labor of enslaved people fueled the growth of European economies. Ports in cities like Liverpool, Bristol, and Nantes thrived, and industries such as sugar, tobacco, and cotton became cornerstones of European wealth. Personal stories of enslaved individuals like Oluda Ikiano and Harriet Jacobs provide a harrowing glimpse into the human cost of the trade. Their narratives reveal the unimaginable suffering endured and the resilience of the human spirit in the face of such adversity. Despite the abolition of the slave trade in the 19th century, the legacy of this dark period in history continues to be felt today. The descendants of those who were enslaved still grapple with the repercussions of their ancestors' forced migration and the systemic inequalities that have persisted over generations. Understanding the transatlantic slave trade is crucial in acknowledging the resilience and strength of those who endured such unimaginable hardships, and in recognizing the ongoing struggle for justice and equality. Slavery didn't just build farms, it built fortunes for Europe, for the Americas, even for industries that claimed no part in it. The cotton grown by enslaved hands fed the mills of England. The sugar sweetened the coffee of the world. Slavery was an economy. But the impact of slavery went far beyond the fields and plantations. It was a complex web that connected continents and fueled the growth of global trade. The raw materials produced by enslaved labor were shipped across oceans, creating wealth for merchants, shipbuilders and financiers. The ports of Liverpool, Bristol and Nantes thrived on the back of this trade, becoming bustling hubs of economic activity. In the Americas, the profits from slavery funded the construction of grand estates, universities and public buildings. The wealth generated by the exploitation of enslaved people was reinvested into the economy, spurring industrialization and innovation. The railroads that crisscrossed the United States, the factories that dotted the landscape, and the banks that financed new ventures all had ties to the institution of slavery. Even industries that seemed far removed from the brutality of the plantations were complicit. The insurance companies that underwrote slave ships like Lloyd's of London, the textile mills that processed cotton such as those in Manchester, and the distilleries that produced rum from sugar like those in the Caribbean, all profited from the labour of enslaved people. The reach of slavery extended into every corner of the economy, creating a legacy of wealth and inequality that persists to this day. The human cost of this economic system was immense. Millions of men, women and children were torn from their homes, subjected to unimaginable cruelty, and forced to labour under brutal conditions. Their suffering and resistance are a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and a reminder of the profound injustices that underpinned the global economy. Slavery was not just a chapter in history, it was a driving force behind the development of the modern world. Its legacy is woven into the fabric of our societies, and its impact continues to be felt in the economic disparities and social injustices that persist today. But people fought back. Some revolted, like the Haitian slaves who overthrew their French masters and founded the first free Black Republic. Others, like Nat Turner, led revolts in the United States. Abolitionist movements, with figures like Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman, played crucial roles. In Jamaica, Maroon communities formed independent settlements. Every chain broken began with one act of defiance. Change came slowly, through war, politics and sacrifice. The UK banned the slave trade in 1807, led by figures like William Wilberforce. In America, the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863 and the 13th Amendment in 1865, championed by Abraham Lincoln, abolished slavery. Globally, these changes inspired movements across continents, but laws didn't erase the pain. They only began to close the wound. After slavery ended, came sharecropping, segregation, colonialism, and the silent weight of injustice. Slavery's end did not mean freedom for all, it meant the fight had changed shape. Former slaves and their descendants faced systemic barriers, economic exploitation and social marginalization. The legacy of slavery continued to impact their lives, creating cycles of poverty and inequality that persist to this day. Today, slavery still exists. Over 40 million people in forced labour, trafficking or exploitation. From factories to conflict zones, chains have evolved, but not disappeared. In Southeast Asia, children are forced to work in garment factories. In Europe, women are trafficked for sexual exploitation. Organisations worldwide are fighting back, raising awareness and rescuing victims. The battle continues, but hope remains. This is not a video about guilt, it's a reminder that freedom is never free. And silence can be deadly. We can't change the past, but we can learn from it. Educate yourself. Support anti-slavery organizations. Together, we can build a better future. Throughout history, slavery has been intertwined with various cultures and religions. In ancient civilizations like Greece and Rome, slavery was a common practice and was often justified by the prevailing social and economic norms of the time. In many religious texts, including the Bible and the Quran, references to slavery can be found. These texts have been interpreted in various ways, sometimes used to justify slavery and at other times to advocate for more humane treatment of slaves. In Hinduism, the caste system created a form of social hierarchy that, while not the same as slavery, imposed severe restrictions on lower castes, often resulting in conditions similar to servitude. However, over time, interpretations have evolved. Many modern religious leaders and scholars condemn slavery, emphasizing the values of equality, freedom, and human dignity. Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, and other major religions now largely promote the abolition of slavery and the protection of human rights. Understanding these cultural and religious perspectives helps us see the complexities of slavery's history and underscores the importance of evolving our moral and ethical standards. By learning from the past, we can better navigate the present and future, ensuring that the values of freedom and equality are upheld for all. To truly understand the impact of slavery, we must look beyond the statistics and historical events to the personal stories of those who endured its horrors. Let's listen to some of these voices from the past. One such story is that of Olaudah Equiano, an African man who was kidnapped and sold into slavery as a child. In his autobiography, he recounts the harrowing journey across the Atlantic, the brutal conditions on the slave ships, and the inhumane treatment he faced on the plantations. Yet, despite the unimaginable suffering, Equiano's resilience and determination shine through as he eventually gains his freedom and becomes a prominent abolitionist. Another poignant narrative is that of Harriet Jacobs, an African-American woman who escaped from slavery and wrote under the pseudonym Linda Brent. Her memoir, Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, reveals the unique struggles faced by enslaved women, including sexual exploitation and the constant threat of being separated from their children. Jacobs's story is one of both despair and hope as she fights for her freedom and the safety of her family. Frederick Douglass, born into slavery in Maryland, became one of the most influential voices in the abolitionist movement. In his autobiography, Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, an American Slave, he details his journey from a life of bondage to becoming a free man and a powerful orator. Douglass's eloquence and passion continue to inspire generations in the fight for justice and equality. These personal accounts remind us that behind every statistic was a human being with dreams, fears, and aspirations. By honoring their stories, we not only acknowledge their suffering, but also celebrate their courage and resilience. Let their voices echo through time, reminding us of the importance of empathy, justice, and the enduring human spirit. Thank you for joining us on this journey through history. Let's continue to learn, grow, and work towards a world where freedom and dignity are the rights of all. As we reflect on the personal stories of enslaved individuals, it's crucial to recognize the ongoing efforts to combat modern-day slavery. Around the world, numerous organizations, laws, and grassroots movements are dedicated to eradicating this abhorrent practice. International laws play a pivotal role in the fight against slavery. The United Nations Protocol to Prevent, Suppress and Punish Trafficking in Persons, especially women and children, is a key instrument that aims to protect victims and prosecute traffickers. Similarly, the International Labour Organization's Forced Labour Convention sets standards to eliminate forced labour globally. Organizations like Anti-Slavery International, the world's oldest human rights organization, continue to lead the charge. They work tirelessly to support victims, raise awareness, and advocate for stronger laws and enforcement. Their campaigns have led to significant changes, but the battle is far from over. Grassroots movements are equally vital in this fight. Local communities often band together to protect vulnerable populations and demand justice. For example, in India, the organization Bachpan Bachao Andolan has rescued thousands of children from bonded labor and trafficking, providing them with education and a chance at a better future. Technology is also becoming a powerful tool in combating slavery. Innovative apps and platforms now enable citizens to report suspected trafficking and provide authorities with crucial information. These digital solutions are bridging gaps and bringing us closer to a world free from slavery. While significant progress has been made, there is still much work to be done. It's up to each of us to stay informed, support anti-slavery initiatives, and advocate for the rights of all individuals. By working together, we can create a future where slavery is nothing more than a dark chapter in history. Thank you for joining us on this journey through history. Let's continue to learn, grow, and work towards a world where freedom and dignity are the rights of all. Gap-1.02s. While we've explored the historical and human impacts of slavery, it's important to understand its enduring economic legacy. The repercussions of centuries of forced labor are still felt in modern economies around the world. Slavery laid the foundations for many of today's wealthiest nations. The massive profits generated by slave labor, particularly in agriculture and industry, fueled economic growth and development. This wealth was often concentrated in the hands of a few, creating deep economic divides that persist to this day. In the United States, for example, the legacy of slavery is deeply intertwined with racial economic disparities. African Americans who were subjected to slavery for centuries continue to face significant economic challenges. The racial wealth gap remains stark, with African American households holding a fraction of the wealth of white households. This disparity is not limited to the United States. Former colonial powers that benefited from the slave trade, such as the United Kingdom, France and Spain, also experience economic inequalities rooted in their histories of exploitation. The wealth accumulated from slavery allowed these nations to build powerful economies, while the regions and peoples they exploited were left impoverished and underdeveloped. Reparations and economic justice are critical conversations in addressing these historical wrongs. Some nations and institutions have begun to acknowledge their roles in slavery and are exploring ways to make amends. This includes financial reparations, educational programs, and initiatives aimed at closing the economic gaps created by centuries of exploitation. The economic impact of slavery is a complex and multifaceted issue, but understanding it is crucial for creating a more equitable future. By recognizing the long-lasting effects of this dark chapter in history, we can work towards policies and practices that promote economic justice and equality for all. As we continue to learn from the past, let's commit to building a future where the economic benefits of freedom and opportunity are shared by everyone. Gap-1.02as. Slavery's impact extends far beyond the economic and social realms. It has deeply influenced culture, art and literature across the globe. From the haunting spirituals sung by enslaved people to the powerful narratives in literature, the legacy of slavery is woven into the fabric of our cultural history. In the realm of art, countless works have been inspired by the experiences of enslaved individuals. Artists like Jacob Lawrence and Kara Walker have used their talents to depict the brutal realities of slavery, as well as the resilience and strength of those who endured it. Their works serve as powerful reminders of the past and provoke important conversations about race and history. Literature, too, has been profoundly shaped by the legacy of slavery. Classic works such as Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin and Solomon Northup's 12 Years a Slave provided early, vivid accounts of the horrors of slavery. Contemporary authors like Toni Morrison and Colson Whitehead continue to explore these themes, offering new perspectives and ensuring that the stories of the enslaved are not forgotten. Popular culture has also been influenced by the history of slavery. Films like 12 Years a Slave and Django Unchained have brought the brutal realities of slavery to mainstream audiences, sparking discussions and raising awareness. Music genres such as blues, jazz and hip-hop have roots in the African American experience, with many songs reflecting the pain, struggle and triumph associated with the legacy of slavery. Moreover, cultural traditions and practices preserved by enslaved Africans have enriched societies around the world. From cuisine to dance, these contributions have become integral parts of various cultural identities, showcasing the resilience and creativity of those who were enslaved. Understanding the cultural impact of slavery helps us appreciate the depth and complexity of its legacy. It's a testament to the human spirit's ability to create, endure, and transform even in the face of unimaginable hardship. As we reflect on these cultural contributions, let's honor the memory of those who suffered and celebrate the rich cultural heritage they have left behind. Through art, literature, and popular culture, we continue to learn, grow, and build a more inclusive and understanding world. Like if you learned something, subscribe to see new content, share to support the channel. Knowledge is power.
Think you're smart? Let's make you smarter. These facts, mental tricks, and brain-boosting insights will upgrade how you think. One idea at a time. Your brain uses about 20% of your body's energy. That's more than any other single organ. Even when you're sleeping, it's still pulling power, sorting memories, repairing neurons, and preparing you for tomorrow. So when you're mentally drained after a long day, that's not in your head. That's real exhaustion. If you want to learn something fast, try teaching it to someone else. This is called the Feynman technique. It forces you to simplify, explain clearly, and discover what you don't actually understand. Teaching is learning in disguise. Multitasking is a myth. What your brain really does is switch back and forth between tasks rapidly, which burns energy and increases mistakes. That's why texting during a conversation or working with 5 tabs open feels so draining. Want to do better? Focus on one thing at a time. Chewing gum while studying, then chewing the same gum during a test can actually improve recall. It's called context-dependent memory. Your brain connects smells, tastes, and surroundings to what you're trying to remember. Smart students choose smart. Most of a book's value is packed into just 25% of its content. Great readers know this and skip filler. That's how CEOs and top thinkers blaze through dozens of books without reading every page. You're not skipping, you're targeting. Believe it or not, your attention span is now shorter than a goldfish's, but you can train it back. Focusing on one task for 20 minutes without distraction starts to rewire your brain. Just like muscles, use it or lose it. Sleep isn't just rest, it's brain maintenance. During deep sleep, your brain flushes out waste proteins and clears out mental clutter. Skip sleep, and you don't just feel tired. You think slower, remember less, and stress more. Coffee right when you wake up isn't the best move. Your body already spikes cortisol naturally in the morning. If you wait 90 minutes, then drink coffee, it hits harder and lasts longer. Let your biology do the first shift, then send in the caffeine. Studying in short chunks works better than long marathons. That's the idea behind the Pomodoro technique, minus 25 minutes of focused work, then a short break. It matches your brain's natural rhythm and boosts retention. Blue is more than a color. It boosts creativity. That's why brainstorming rooms, tech branding, and writing apps often use calming blue tones. Your brain responds to color cues, and blue says, let's think. Typing is fast, but writing by hand makes it stick. Writing forces your brain to slow down and process. It creates stronger memory links. That's why handwritten notes still beat laptops for studying. When you're stuck on a problem, the smartest move is to stop. Literally, stop. Take a walk, take a shower, go to sleep. Your subconscious mind will work the problem quietly and often hand you the answer when you're not even looking for it. You have over 6,000 thoughts a day. But it only takes catching and reframing one negative thought to shift your entire mood. This is how mental resilience starts. Not with control, but with awareness. Want to crave learning? Make it easy and rewarding. Set a tiny goal, like learning one fact per day, and reward yourself with something small. Your brain will release dopamine and wire in the habit. If you read just 15 minutes a day, you'll finish over 1 million words in a year. That's the same as reading 25 to 30 full-length books without even trying. Little bits add up fast when they're consistent. Motivation fades, but systems stick. Set up your space to make good decisions automatic. Lay out the book, close the distracting tabs, silence your phone. You don't need willpower if your environment makes smart the default. Your brain isn't fixed. it's always changing. This is neuroplasticity. Whether you're 5 or 95, every new experience, challenge, or memory creates new neural paths. You are literally shaping your brain daily. Procrastination isn't laziness, it's fear. Fear of failing, not being perfect, or not knowing where to start. Understanding the fear makes it easier to act anyway. Progress is the antidote. Meditation changes your brain's structure. 10 minutes a day increases gray matter and improves emotional control. It doesn't have to be spiritual. It's mental strength training. Failure rewires your brain faster than success. That's why mistakes feel painful. They're carving new paths. Smart people fail often, reflect deeply, and grow faster because of it. Deep work. Long stretches of focused, uninterrupted effort is a superpower. Most people never do it. But one solid 90-minute deep session can do more than 8 hours of distracted busy work. Notifications are the enemy of focus. Every ping trains your brain to crave interruptions. Turn them off, and you'll not only get more done, you'll feel less anxious too. Listening is underrated. When you listen deeply, you absorb more, connect better, and actually become more intelligent. Talking repeats what you already know. Listening adds something new. Curiosity is a superpower. The more questions you ask, the more answers you get. It's not about knowing everything. It's about being fascinated by what you don't know yet. Children ask hundreds of questions a day. Adults ask almost none. Somewhere along the way, we confuse confidence with silence. But the curious mind stays young. You can build new brain cells even into old age. Learning a new language, instrument, or skill after 60 still sparks neurogenesis. Intelligence has no expiration date. Creativity is pattern recognition. It's taking two unrelated things and seeing how they connect. The more diverse your experience is, the more dots you can connect in unexpected ways. Ask why, not just what. What gives you facts? Why builds understanding? Understanding lasts longer, works harder, and lets you apply knowledge anywhere. Books are time machines. When you read, you're hearing the thoughts of people long gone, living lives you'll never live. That's how we stretch wisdom across generations. A little bit of stress sharpens your mind. It focuses your attention, quickens your reflexes, and primes you to perform. But too much, too long, that's when it breaks you. Your brain works best in sprints, not marathons. Work in bursts, then rest. Burnout isn't a badge, it's a block. The internet removed all excuses. You can learn anything, anytime, from anywhere. The only gatekeeper now is your effort. Learning is exercise for the brain. If you don't challenge it, it weakens. But if you stretch it daily, it grows sharper, faster, and more adaptable. Wisdom isn't just knowledge. It's knowledge plus pain plus time. It's what you get when experience and insight meet. The moment you think you know everything, you stop learning. That's when growth dies. Stay open, stay curious, stay learning. Your brain is the most powerful tool on earth, but only if you sharpen it. If even one of these facts helped you think a little deeper today, then mission accomplished. Because knowing things isn't just power, it's a superpower.
If you're watching this video, then you've probably always been curious about how the world around you works. Maybe you were the kid who took apart clock radios, or tore up the backyard to find fossils, or who spent every waking moment reading about everything they could get their hands on. I know I was. But somewhere along the way, we stopped being taught that the world around us is magical, and instead learned that it's cold, hard, dead. Sure, we have some vague ideas about how the world works. But do we really understand it? Do we know why anything happens? Do we know why we're here? I make videos about space, physics, and engineering because I believe that understanding how the universe works is incredibly important. But I also think that it is possible to present complex subjects like this in a clear and understandable way. The goal of my channel is to teach people the fundamentals of how the universe works, so that everyone who wants to can have a basic understanding of the world around them. But it's not just about teaching or learning. It's also about feeling awe and wonder. Looking up into space and seeing the stars, I feel a sense of peace, knowing that no matter what's going on down here, there's always something bigger going on out there. Of course, that's not entirely true. The universe might just be all there is, but maybe that's why I love it so much. We often hear that the universe is expanding, dying, running out of energy, but we rarely hear that it's also growing. Yes, stars will eventually die, but new ones will take their place. As the universe expands, it will keep making new places for life to happen. And even if life doesn't happen again, then it's okay, because the universe is doing exactly what it was designed to do. And that's a beautiful thing. So let me take you on a tour through the entire universe, starting with the stuff that you see all around you. Take a deep breath. Can you smell the ocean or fresh-cut grass or the asphalt from the nearby road? Can you hear the wind or birds or your refrigerator? Can you feel the warmth of the sun on your face or the ground beneath your feet? Now close your eyes and try to picture all of those things disappearing. If you can't, then you're experiencing most of the things that make up our universe. Everything around us is constantly sending out messages through our senses, and while those messages might be hard to imagine without, once you can, then you'll realize that most of the universe is sending out signals through radiation and waves. When you see a flower, you're actually looking at the light that it emitted over a year ago. And when you hear music, you're listening to vibrations from a speaker that happened milliseconds ago. All of the things that we normally assume to be real are actually a brief snapshot in time. Most of our universe is invisible because it isn't sending out any electromagnetic radiation. It doesn't interact with light in any way. So the only way that we can see it is through the effects it has on things that do interact with light. For example, we can tell that there is an object blocking our view of the stars behind it. Because the object is casting a shadow, we can measure how fast that shadow moves, and we can tell that it has a mass because the ground around it is bending. These are all forms of indirect observation. They show us that there's something there, but we can't actually see it. And that leads us to the strange realization that everything we see is made of parts that we unsee. Each of the atoms that makes up your phone, you and the chair you're sitting on, are over 99% empty space, and while they're technically elementary, meaning that they're the simplest kind of particle that we know of, they're still made up of smaller things. There are elementary particles that we call fermions, that include electrons. Everything that we can see and touch is made up of fermions, and those fermions are held together by 4 fundamental forces. We're probably most familiar with electromagnetism. It is what causes magnets to attract each other, and it is also the reason that you can charge your phone. It's actually the combination of 2 forces, electricity and magnetism, which themselves are caused by the movement of charged particles, and since opposite charges attract, electromagnetism is one of the long-range forces. Another is gravity. It is the force that keeps you glued to the ground, and it is also the reason that planets orbit the stars. Like electromagnetism, gravity is also a long-range force, but it's very weak compared to the other forces. Gravity only becomes noticeable when there's a lot of mass around, so you can ignore it when dealing with small things like electrons and protons. But it's impossible to ignore when you're dealing with the entire Earth. The other 2 forces are the strong and weak nuclear forces. Both are extremely short range, and they're involved in holding the nucleus of an atom together. The strong force binds protons and neutrons together, and the weak force is what allows certain types of radioactive decay to occur. These four forces permeate all of space, and they govern how particles behave. And despite being the simplest particles that we know of, those elementary particles are still incredibly complex. Let's take the electron as an example. Electrons can carry electric charge, but they can also spin, and in quantum mechanics, a spinning charged particle generates a magnetic field. Even though an electron is the simplest type of fermion that we know of, it has multiple properties, and those properties allow it to interact with other particles in different ways. In fact, those interactions are what gives rise to all of the complexity that we see in the universe, and yet we know that this level of complexity is only an illusion. Behind it all, we know that there are just four forces and a handful of particles. They might be simple, but the relationships between them are complex, and it's in the relationships where the magic happens. So how does all of this relate to you? Well, you're probably mostly standing on the ground right now, which means that you're experiencing the effects of gravity. The reason that you're not falling through the ground is because the ground is made of atoms, which are mostly empty space, and those empty spaces are kept apart by the strong nuclear force. The reason that you can hold something in your hand is because you're re-pushing against it with your muscles, which are made of proteins that are made of amino acids. Each of those amino acids are made of molecules which are made of atoms, which are made of elementary particles held together by four fundamental forces. This is a pretty overwhelming thought, but it's actually fairly simple. There's a lot of detail, sure, but they're all just variations on the same theme. And it gets even simpler. You're not just made of the same stuff that the ground is made of. You are literally the ground. The water that you drink was once part of a plant, which was once part of an animal, which was once part of the ground. Now, if you want to get a bit more philosophical, then you'll realize that you're literally made of stardust. The atoms that make up your body were forged in the cores of stars that lived billions of years ago. Stars produce energy by smashing lighter elements together to make heavier ones, and when they run out of fuel, they die and release those elements into space, seeding the universe with the raw materials necessary for life. The same process that created you also created everything else around you. 2. You are literally made of recycled material. So if we want to understand how the universe works, then we have to start with those elementary particles. Unfortunately, that's a huge undertaking. But fortunately, you don't need to know everything about them to understand how the world around you works. You just need to know how they interact with each other. And those interactions are governed by those four fundamental forces. And I have a video about those forces coming soon. It's a wild ride through math and physics. But trust me, it's worth it because it's the foundation for everything else. So if you enjoyed this video, then please subscribe and check out some of my other videos. If you'd like to learn more about the universe, then I guarantee you'll love my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
The next great war will not begin with a warning. It won't start with boots on the ground or jets screaming overhead. It will begin in silence. A perfectly calm sky, pierced not by aircraft, but by hundreds of tiny synchronized dots rising from ships, bunkers, and towers. They look like insects at first, until you realize they're machines. Autonomous, cold, already choosing their targets. In 2021, the Kargu-2 drone was deployed in Libya, and it made history. Without waiting for human input, it hunted down and attacked a retreating soldier. It was the first time a weapon made the decision to kill entirely on its own. No trigger was pulled, no permission given. Just a machine, a target, and an algorithm doing what it was built to do: end a life. That single moment rewrote the rules of war. Across the globe, military leaders and defense companies took note. What followed was not a pause for ethical discussion. It was a race. A rush to develop faster drones, smarter weapons, and battlefield networks that could operate without human interference. No soldier hesitates like a machine that doesn't care. Swarms are now the future. Hundreds of autonomous drones flying in coordinated packs, adapting in real time. China has demonstrated AI-controlled aerial swarms navigating terrain and changing formation mid-flight. The United States has tested air-launched mini-drones deployed from fighters. Turkey's Kargu and Alpegu swarms are already combat-capable. Once launched, they think together, like a hive. If one is destroyed, the others instantly adjust. No chain of command, just decision and action. Now imagine standing beneath that swarm as it descends. The sky flickers with blinking lights, each one identifying heat signatures, marking movements, and communicating with its neighbors. Anti-air systems can't keep up. The swarm breaks apart, circles wide, and surrounds its prey. You could shoot down 20 and still be overwhelmed by 200 more. There's no commander to kill, no HQ to strike. The intelligence is everywhere, in every unit. On the ground, the evolution is even more visceral. Robot quadrupeds, what once looked like science fair projects, now patrol test zones with mounted rifles. In the US, Ghost Robotics has demonstrated armed dog-like machines that climb stairs, stabilize under fire, and aim with deadly precision. China's models can follow soldiers into the field, scan terrain for ambushes, and potentially kill on sight if programmed to do so. These aren't future concepts. They are here now, waiting for mass deployment. Picture a city block at night. Sirens are silent. A mechanical form walks alone, scanning windows, identifying threats, relaying data to no one. Because it doesn't need anyone. When the moment comes, it doesn't scream or hesitate. It fires. Then it moves on. This is not a drone strike from miles away. This is execution on foot, in neighborhoods, against targets chosen by sensors, not conscience. Even borders are no longer patrolled by men. In South Korea, semi-autonomous gun towers watch the DMZ. They can detect, track, and, if authorized, fire on human targets without direct contact. Some claim human approval is always required. Others whisper that the line between authorization and automation is thinner than we think. Up above, lasers are changing the air war entirely. The U.S. Navy's Helios system has already been installed aboard warships. A directed energy weapon capable of vaporizing drones and missiles with pinpoint accuracy. It doesn't explode, it doesn't make noise. A silent beam of light hits a target, and it's gone. Israel's Iron Beam can shoot down short-range rockets with the same technology. China is developing laser platforms to disable satellites, making war in space a quiet, blinding affair. At sea, the shift is just as dramatic. The U.S. Sea Hunter is an AI-powered submarine tracking ship that requires no crew. It can trail an enemy sub for months without a single human on board. Unmanned underwater drones now can ocean floors, laying mines or surveilling ships. War at sea is no longer a matter of fleets. It's a matter of silence. Whoever detects first wins. Cyber warfare, no longer conducted by lone hackers, but by AIs that move faster than thought. These systems scan global traffic, find security gaps, and deploy custom-made malware in seconds. Some AIs are even trained to mimic a target's behavior, allowing them to impersonate generals, politicians, or soldiers via email or video with near-perfect accuracy. Reality itself becomes a weapon. Cyber warfare is on the rise. Billions are spent on prevention and deployment. By the time truth caught up, lives had already been lost. Fake messages on deployment can be costly. What happens when troops don't trust their commanders? What happens when they're right not to? AI doesn't just execute, it strategizes. The U.S. Department of Defense has tested systems like Project Convergence, where AI tools plan entire missions, analyze terrain, assign roles, and monitor live combat. In these war games, AI outperforms human commanders by reacting faster, calculating more outcomes, and refusing to hesitate. And when the choice is between saving one platoon or winning the battle, the algorithm doesn't blink. Ethical lines are fading fast. The more efficient a system becomes, the less room it has for morality. Human rules of war, proportionality, discrimination, compassion, don't compute. If the AI concludes that a hospital is a valid target because it contains a transmitter, it won't ask for clarification. It will strike, and it won't feel regret. In some military simulations, AI has already chosen to sacrifice its own side to win faster. No emotional pause, no delay, just optimization. Once that thinking dominates a battlefield, the human element isn't just unnecessary, it becomes a liability. And what happens when two AI superpowers go to war? There will be no draft, no speeches, no escalation. One AI detects an aggressive move, a satellite going dark, a radar glitch, a pattern in cyber traffic. Within minutes, drones are airborne, lasers are firing, systems are collapsing. No side wants it, no one authorizes it, but the war has already begun. Imagine waking up to a world that's already gone dark. The internet is down. GPS doesn't work. A drone swarm flies silently overhead. Autonomous tanks move through cities. No enemy soldiers in sight, only machines, executing the war they were programmed for. No announcement, no flags, just impact. You try to run, you try to call someone, but satellites are gone, the communications jammed. The cities are shadows, and the machines, they are still moving, methodical, calculated, heartless. The war isn't over. It never really started. It was simply activated. This is real danger of autonomous war. Not the weapons, not the battles, only a variable, to be measured, moved, or removed. We've trained the machines to fight, but we've never trained them to stop. Knowledge is power. Thank you so much for making it to the end of the video. If you liked it, hit that like button. If you would like to see more, please subscribe to see future videos.
They appear in every corner of the world, from China to Scandinavia, from the jungles of Mesoamerica to the sands of ancient Mesopotamia. Cultures that never met, separated by oceans and centuries, all told tales of massive reptilian beasts. Sometimes with wings, sometimes with fire, sometimes as gods, sometimes as monsters. The dragon is the only mythical creature that exists universally across human civilization. And that fact alone makes it more than just a myth. It makes it a global memory. The earliest records of dragons come from Mesopotamia, over 5,000 years ago. In Babylonian myth, Tiamat was a primordial chaos serpent, a monstrous dragon goddess of salt water, whose body was split in half to create the heavens and the earth. These weren't fairy tales. They were sacred origin stories, told by some of the world's first literate societies. In Egypt, long serpents protected the underworld, while in ancient India, the Naga were powerful serpent beings, half human, half divine, who lived in underground kingdoms and influenced weather and fertility. Even in early Hebrew texts, the sea beast Leviathan is a dragon of terrifying scale and strength. To the ancient world, dragons weren't fictional. They were cosmic forces. Across the ocean in China, dragons took on a very different shape. Long-bodied and snake-like, the Chinese dragon was not a destroyer, but a bringer of rain, a symbol of imperial power and wisdom. It had no wings but could fly. It breathed no fire but commanded the skies. Emperors claimed descent from dragons. Even today, the dragon remains a symbol of strength and fortune in Chinese culture. In Japan, Korea, and Southeast Asia, similar dragons appeared. Celestial, revered, sometimes even worshipped. These dragons were not enemies, they were ancestors. In the West, the story took a darker turn. Norse mythology told of Jormungandr, the world serpent so large it encircled the entire earth, destined to poison the skies during the end of days. In Germanic tales, there was Fafnir, a man-turned-dragon, consumed by greed and slain by a hero. By the Middle Ages, dragons in Europe were evil incarnate. They hoarded gold, destroyed villages, and were almost always killed by a righteous knight. The most famous of these was Saint George, the dragon slayer whose story became propaganda for Christian heroism against pagan chaos. In nearly every Western story, the dragon is something to be conquered. It represents chaos, darkness, or the devil himself. But there's something strange about all of this. If dragons were only myths, why did so many ancient cultures invent the same creature? Why were their features, wings, scales, breath of fire, serpentine bodies, so consistent? Some historians suggest ancient people unearthed massive bones from long-extinct animals. Dinosaur fossils, mammoth skulls, and even whale bones may have sparked imaginations and inspired legends. To a farmer in 2000 BC with no concept of extinction, finding a fossilized femur the size of a tree would have been confirmation that monsters once walked the earth. Others believe dragons may have roots in real animals. Crocodiles, pythons, and Komodo dragons are all plausible inspirations. The ability to breathe fire, while seemingly impossible, has strange parallels in nature. Bombardier beetles, for instance, can eject boiling chemical jets from their bodies as a defense mechanism. A real-life biochemical explosion. Nature may not make true fire breathers, but it doesn't miss the mark by much. Still, the most compelling theory might be psychological. The idea that humans are hardwired to fear serpents and predators is well documented. Evolution taught us to avoid sharp teeth, sudden movement, and the hiss of snakes in tall grass. Perhaps the dragon is not a memory of a real animal, but a symbol stitched into our DNA. A fearsome combination of every threat we once faced in the wild. Sharp claws, wings to swoop from above, scales that deflect weapons, fire that consumes. The ultimate predator, born in the mind, not in the world. Today, dragons are everywhere. From Tolkien's Smaug to Daenerys' Drogon, from anime to video games, we still summon these beasts in our stories. But now they're more than monsters. They are complex characters, sometimes allies, sometimes gods, sometimes misunderstood. We've taken our oldest fear and turned it into one of our most powerful symbols. Strength, freedom, power, mystery. The dragon remains, even when the world that created it is long gone. And maybe that's the real magic. Whether or not dragons ever lived, they have outlived everything else. Kingdoms fell, languages vanished, civilizations collapsed. But the dragon still breathes. In our books, in our dreams, and in the fire we feel when we face the unknown. Knowledge is power. Thank you for making it to the end of the video. Hit that like button if you enjoyed it. Subscribe for future videos.
The Wild West wasn't built with rules. It was carved out of chaos, grit, and the promise of something better, even if it killed you. It began with a gun in one hand and a dream in the other. Millions moved west, chasing gold, land, or freedom. What they found was a land untamed, where the law came second to survival, and every sunrise might be your last. Outlaws roamed like wolves, armed, hunted, and unafraid. Jesse James wasn't born evil. He was made by war. As a teenager, he fought in brutal guerrilla units during the Civil War. Afterward, he led a gang that robbed banks, trains, and anything else that moved. But Jesse didn't run. He wrote letters to newspapers justifying every heist. The people didn't see a criminal. They saw a modern Robin Hood. He was betrayed by his own gang, shot in the back of the head while adjusting a picture on the wall, by a man who wanted the reward money more than his loyalty. Billy the Kid was lightning in a human body. He danced between jail cells and gunfights, charming some and terrifying others. He spoke fluent Spanish, sang to children, and smiled before drawing on grown men. He once broke out of a two-story courthouse by killing both his guards and riding off on a stolen horse. His luck ran out in the dark. Sheriff Pat Garrett waited in the shadows and put a bullet through him before he even knew what hit him. He was 21, one kill for every year he lived. But legends weren't just born with bullets. Bass Reeves was a name history nearly buried. Born into slavery, he escaped, lived among native tribes, and taught himself to track like a ghost. He became the first black U.S. Marshal west of the Mississippi. He couldn't read, but he memorized over 3,000 warrants, and he brought them in alive or dead. They say he once arrested his own son for murder. Because out here, justice didn't care about blood. The women of the West were harder than the land they walked. Calamity Jane rode through fire and madness, drank with generals, and fought off Indian attacks with a rifle in one hand and a cigarette in the other. She never married Wild Bill Hickok, but she never stopped loving him. She asked to be buried beside him. She was. Stagecoach Mary broke noses and rules. She delivered mail through blizzards and bandit country. She drank whiskey, chewed cigars, and carried a shotgun under her skirts. When one man called her slow, she knocked out his teeth. The town cheered. Even Belle Starr, the bandit queen, rode with Jesse James and ruled a gang of her own. She wore velvet gowns to court and pistols to dinner. She was murdered on a dirt road, and to this day no one knows who pulled the trigger. And then there was love. The Wild West was brutal, but love still bloomed in saloons, train cars, and tents on the edge of nowhere. Gunfighters wrote poetry. Cowboys whispered dreams under starlit skies. One outlaw, Harry Alonzo Longabore, better known as the Sundance Kid, fell so deeply in love with a schoolteacher, he took her across the world to escape the law. They fled to South America. They died in a shootout in Bolivia. Together. Love didn't soften the West. It made the pain worth surviving. Towns like Deadwood, Tombstone, and Dodge City weren't just backdrops. They were pressure cookers. Lawmen like Wyatt Earp, Bat Masterson, and Wild Bill Hickok walked the tightrope between order and anarchy. The OK Corral shootout lasted just 30 seconds, but it turned into legend. 3 men killed, dozens of lives changed. That's the West. Blink, and your whole world changes. The California gold rush brought 300,000 people stampeding westward in search of fortune. Most left with nothing. Some died with gold in their pockets and a knife in their back. And yet, people kept coming. The Transcontinental Railroad stitched the continent together like a wound being sewn shut. But it was built on the backs of immigrants, Chinese workers, Irish laborers, freed slaves. Whole mountains were blasted apart. Towns appeared overnight. Where the train went, civilization followed. And with it, the end of the true Wild West. By 1890, the US Census declared the frontier closed. But the truth is, it never died. The West didn't vanish. It evolved. The grit, the rebellion, the romance, it still runs in American blood. In every underdog, every fighter, every wild heart that refuses to be tamed. The Wild West isn't gone. It's just waiting for the right kind of soul to ride again. If this stirred something in you, like the spirit of the frontier calling across time, smash that like button. Subscribe for more true legends, forgotten heroes, and raw, untamed history that Hollywood could never tell you.
China's story begins over 5,000 years ago along the Yellow River. The Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties laid the roots of civilization with bronze tools, ancestor worship, and written characters. They believed rulers held a divine right called the Mandate of Heaven. It could be revoked through corruption or failure. The Zhou dynasty saw the birth of Confucianism and Taoism. These philosophies still influence Chinese society today. The Qin dynasty rose through violence and unity. Emperor Qin Shi Huang conquered rival states, burned books, and buried scholars alive. He forced millions to build roads, canals, and the First Great Wall. His tomb still holds the silent army of terracotta warriors. The Han dynasty brought stability, expansion, and glory. Silk flowed west to Rome, paper was invented, and Confucianism became law. Yet rebellion and famine eventually ended the Han's golden age. China shattered into chaos once again. The Three Kingdoms period followed and became legendary in Chinese folklore. It was a time of endless war and heroic generals. The Tang dynasty became a cultural superpower. Poetry and cosmopolitanism thrived as China reached new heights. China's capital, Chang'an, became one of the largest and most advanced cities on Earth. Foreign traders and scholars came from across Asia and the Middle East. The Song dynasty followed with inventions like gunpowder and printing presses. They created the first government-issued paper money in history. Their navy was advanced and powerful, but political weakness invited invasion. In the 1200s, the Mongols stormed across the steppes. Genghis Khan's grandson, Kublai Khan, conquered China and founded the Yuan dynasty. Trade expanded across Asia and Europe, but Mongol rule brought heavy taxes and deep resentment. The Ming dynasty rose in rebellion and restored Chinese rule. They rebuilt the Great Wall and sent Admiral Zheng He's fleets across the oceans. His ships reached India, Arabia, and East Africa. They were larger than any European fleet at the time. Then they turned inward out of fear of foreign influence. Isolation and corruption weakened the state from within. The Qing dynasty emerged from Manchuria and conquered Beijing. They expanded China to its greatest size, including Tibet, Xinjiang, Mongolia, and Taiwan. The empire ruled over many ethnic groups. Han Chinese, Manchus, Mongols, Tibetans, and Muslims all lived under Qing control. By the 1800s, the empire stagnated. The West forced China open through war and opium. The Opium Wars with Britain shattered Chinese sovereignty. Western powers carved spheres of influence and took Hong Kong. Millions became addicted to British opium. The Chinese emperor's pleas were ignored. The Qing tried to reform but failed. The Boxer Rebellion was crushed by foreign armies. In 1911, revolution ended 2,000 years of imperial rule. The Republic of China was declared under Sun Yat-sen. But democracy collapsed into warlord chaos. Out of this storm emerged the nationalists and the communists. Japan invaded China in the 1930s. The Nanjing Massacre left hundreds of thousands dead. Civilians were slaughtered and women were raped. Entire districts were destroyed. Nationalists and communists briefly united to fight Japan, but once the war ended, civil war resumed. In 1949, Mao Zedong's communists seized Beijing. Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists fled to Taiwan. Two Chinas were born. Both claimed to be the real government. Mao launched the Great Leap Forward to modernize agriculture and industry. Instead, it caused the deadliest famine in human history. Up to 45 million people starved to death. Some villages turned to cannibalism in desperation. To tighten control, Mao unleashed the Cultural Revolution. Red Guards destroyed temples and turned children against teachers and parents. Universities closed for years. Ancient knowledge was lost or rewritten. Mao died in 1976, and Deng Xiaoping took power. He opened the economy while keeping the Communist Party in control. Factories boomed and poverty dropped. China's coastal cities became engines of growth. But political freedom never arrived. The party's grip remained firm. In 1989, students filled Tiananmen Square demanding democracy. For days, they protested peacefully beneath a statue of the goddess of democracy. Then the tanks came. Soldiers opened fire on the crowds. The true death toll is unknown. One man stood before a tank and became a symbol around the world. Inside China, the massacre is erased. Searching Tiananmen or Tank Man is blocked. China's digital firewall bans Google, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. The state monitors every post and every phone. Millions use government-run apps that track movement and conversations. Social credit scores affect travel and employment. Meanwhile, Taiwan flourished into a thriving democracy. It holds elections, issues passports, and controls its own military. China still claims Taiwan as a breakaway province. It vows to retake the island by force if necessary. In the South China Sea, China built military bases on artificial islands. It claimed almost the entire region using the 9-dash line. International courts ruled the claim invalid. China refused to back down. Its ships confront Vietnamese and Filipino vessels regularly. Tensions with the United States continue to rise. In Xinjiang, over 1 million Uyghur Muslims have been detained. Reports describe forced labor, brainwashing, and sterilization. Mosques have been demolished. Children are separated from families and sent to state-run boarding schools. The government calls it counterterrorism. Critics call it cultural genocide. Tibet remains under tight control. The Dalai Lama lives in exile and protests are brutally crushed. Religious practices are tightly monitored. Foreign journalists are rarely allowed in. In Hong Kong, protests erupted in 2019 against a new extradition law. China responded with mass arrests and national security crackdowns. Pro-democracy activists have been silenced or exiled. Newspapers have been shut down or censored. The one country, two systems promise is gone. Hong Kong's freedoms are fading fast. Despite controversy, China is rising fast. It leads in AI infrastructure and global influence. The Belt and Road Initiative builds railways, ports, and highways around the world. Some fear it traps nations in debt and dependency. At home, China faces growing pressure. Youth unemployment is rising and censorship tightens. Nationalism is high, but so is unrest. The future remains uncertain. Will China become the world's dominant superpower, or will its internal contradictions bring it down? China's past is vast and violent. Its future could reshape the entire world. Like if you learned something, subscribe to see more. Share to support the channel.
In the year 1095, the cry of war shook the foundations of Europe. At the Council of Clermont, Pope Urban II summoned the faithful, urging them to take up the cross and reclaim the Holy Land. His voice thundered with divine fire. He promised remission of sins, eternal glory, and the chance to walk where Christ had walked. Across kingdoms and empires, lords, knights, and peasants alike answered the call. One of them was Elias of Rouen, a bastard knight with no inheritance, only a sword and ambition. He rode not for salvation, but for a name worth remembering. The crusade began not with banners, but with chaos. Peasant mobs marched first, ill-prepared and poorly led. They were slaughtered en masse by Turkish raiders before ever reaching Asia Minor. The real army followed, led by nobles like Raymond of Toulouse, Bohemond of Taranto, Godfrey of Bouillon, and others who mistrusted one another more than the enemy. In Byzantium, tensions flared. Emperor Alexios demanded oaths of loyalty before granting aid. Bohemond, ever the schemer, swore allegiance with a smile he didn't mean. In the shadows of Constantinople, Elias met Seraphine, a high-born Byzantine woman who defied protocol to tend to wounded crusaders. Their first meeting was brief, but her intelligence and fire haunted him long after they rode east. The march across Anatolia was hell. Heat scorched the land. Water was scarce. Turkish horsemen struck from the hills and vanished like ghosts. In Dorylaeum, the Crusaders were ambushed by Kilij Arslan's forces. The vanguard was nearly destroyed. Elias fought alongside Bohemond's men in the heart of the chaos, blood-soaked and battered, saving a wounded child who clung to his leg amidst the screams. Reinforcements arrived just in time. Victory came at a cost. Hundreds lay dead beneath the sun. Their armor melted to their bones. Infighting poisoned the crusade from within. Bohemond seized supplies meant for the whole army, forcing others to beg or steal. Raymond of Toulouse accused him of betrayal. A council was called, but no justice followed. Meanwhile, Elias discovered a secret. Baldwin of Boulogne, Godfrey's own brother, had abandoned his men and taken control of Edessa, carving out a personal kingdom. His betrayal would ripple across the crusade, a warning that the Holy War had become a game of thrones. The march to Antioch was marked by frost and starvation. When the Crusaders arrived, the city stood tall, defiant behind its towering walls. The siege began. Days turned into months. Food ran out. Men boiled leather for soup. One knight, mad from hunger, murdered his friend for a crust of bread. Within the camp, Isabel, Elias's sharp-witted sister disguised as a squire, uncovered a plot to sell secrets to the enemy. The traitor was a Flemish noble who had promised Antioch to the Fatimids in exchange for gold. Elias confronted him under torchlight, blade drawn. The traitor laughed, said, "You think this war is holy?" before Elias cut him down. His body burned in a pit, a warning to all. Hope faded. A priest claimed to find the Holy Lance beneath a church floor, guided by a vision from God. Bohemond saw an opportunity. He rallied the men with righteous fury, though some whispered he had planted the relic himself. With renewed zeal, the Crusaders stormed Antioch through a secret gate, bribed open by a local guard. The city fell in blood and fire. Streets ran red. Inside the chaos, Elias found Seraphine tending to both friend and foe. She had come alone against her father's wishes to serve those too broken to fight. Her courage seared itself into Elias's heart, a light in the darkness. But the siege was not over. Days later, Kerboga's vast army arrived. Now the Crusaders were the besieged, trapped inside the ruined city. Food ran dry again. Disease took more than the sword. Men abandoned hope. Bohemond refused to honor his oath to return Antioch to Byzantium. He declared himself prince of the city. Raymond opposed him, and the army split into factions. In secret, Bohemond offered Elias command of a battalion if he swore loyalty. Elias declined. His loyalty was to the mission, not a man. That night, someone set fire to the armory. Dozens burned. The traitor was never found. Inside a makeshift hospital, Layla, a captured Saracen healer, worked tirelessly to save the wounded. Isabel, recovering from a spear wound, grew close to her. Their bond formed in whispered words and stolen glances, in the quiet defiance of a war that wanted them enemies. When Layla was accused of poisoning the sick, a mob dragged her to the square. Isabel intervened, casting off her disguise and naming herself a noble of Rouen. Her authority held just long enough for Layla to escape, but not before Elias struck down one of the ringleaders. Their unity frayed. The Crusaders faced destruction from within, and yet they rallied. With the Holy Lance at the front and madness in their eyes, the Crusaders charged Kerboga's army. Against all odds, they broke the siege. The Muslim forces fractured and fled. Antioch was theirs, not by pity, but by sheer brutality. The road to Jerusalem stretched long and broken. Along the way, the Crusaders retook towns they had once bypassed, including Ma'ara, where they butchered prisoners and, according to some, ate the flesh of their enemies in desperation. Elias did not partake. He wept for what they had become. Outside the city of Arca, another ambush waited. Muslim cavalry shattered the Crusader scouts. 100 men was lost. Bohemond refused to send aid, hoping to weaken Raymond's forces. Elias led a daring midnight raid into the enemy camp, rescuing survivors and striking a blow that turned the tide. The attack left him bloodied and near death, but in his fever he dreamed of Seraphine's face and awoke screaming, more determined than ever. By the time they reached Jerusalem in 1099, there was nothing left of the men who had begun the journey. The Crusaders built siege towers from dismantled ships dragged overland. Under a burning sun, they launched their final assault. Arrows darkened the skies. Boiling oil fell from the walls. Elias climbed with sword in hand, crying out not for God, but for the memory of every friend buried along the way. They broke through. The city fell. What followed was not war, it was annihilation. Muslims, Jews, even Eastern Christians were slaughtered. The air stank of death. Seraphine, who had snuck into the city with a group of nurses, found Elias collapsed in the temple courtyard, surrounded by corpses. He looked up and whispered, "We won," as if unsure it was true. Elsewhere, Isabel and Layla had fled the crusade entirely. They returned to Aleppo in secret, living as ghosts in a world that had no place for their story. But they endured, proof that love could survive even when empires crumbled. Jerusalem was captured. The crusade declared a triumph. Godfrey of Bouillon refused to be called king, naming himself defender of the Holy Sepulchre. Bohemond ruled Antioch like a petty warlord. Raymond returned to Europe, bitter and broken. Elias stayed behind, guarding the city with hollow eyes. He had found what he came for, a name remembered, but at what cost? The First Crusade carved a path through history with steel and fire. It united the West, shattered the East, and left scars across continents. But among the ruins, stories endured. Stories of forbidden love, of betrayal, of honor and shame, of those who fought not just for Holy Land, but for something more. In the end, it wasn't God or glory that defined the crusade. It was the people caught in its storm. Thank you for watching the video. If you liked it, hit that like button, subscribe to see future content, and share to support the channel. Knowledge is power.
They were born in silence, raised in fortresses hidden within the mountains, trained not just to kill, but to vanish, to blend into the world like ghosts. The world called them assassins, but they were more. A brotherhood bound by shadows, loyalty sealed in blood, and eyes fixed on kings. They struck when no one expected. One blade, one whisper. Entire empires trembled. But among the steel and silence, there were forbidden desires. Love tangled in betrayal, and missions that shattered the soul. These are the Hashashin. Not myth. Not legend. Real. Deadly. Forgotten. The full documentary is uploading soon. Subscribe now to Knowledge is Power. And witness history like you've never seen it before.
Love him or hate him, few figures in history have ever been this polarizing. From real estate mogul to reality TV icon. From billionaire branding to the most unlikely presidency in modern history. Bankruptcies, business empires, courtrooms, crowds, chaos. This is the raw, unfiltered story of Donald J. Trump. The triumphs, the controversies, the legacy still unfolding. The full cinematic documentary is coming soon. To Knowing Things is Power. Subscribe now and don't miss history in the making. This chapter was once part of the Bible. It was called the Book of Enoch. And then it vanished. It spoke of fallen angels, Nephilim giants, and secrets from heaven. The church banned it, said it was too dangerous. Today, it's locked in archives, hidden from the public. But some say it reveals the truth about creation itself. Like and subscribe if you're ready to learn what they erased. The full video documentary is on our channel, Knowledge is Power.
A day in the life of Audie Murphy, January 26, 1945. He's 20 years old. Wounded, exhausted, freezing. He orders his men to fall back, then climbs onto a burning tank destroyer, alone. Enemy soldiers flood the field. 200 of them, maybe more. Machine gun in hand, flames at his back. He holds the line for over an hour. Then he leads the counterattack. Still bleeding, still fighting. By nightfall, the field is silent. And Audie Murphy is a legend. Like if you enjoyed it, sub to see more. Share to let the world know about his epic life. They said it was for God. But what they found was betrayal, blood, and broken glory. Love was lost. Friends were buried. And victory came at a cost no one saw coming. This wasn't just a crusade. It was a storm of ambition, revenge, and faith turned savage. Want the full story? Watch the full movie now on our channel. Search The First Crusade, Blood, Faith, and Betrayal. Because history isn't just dates, it's lives. Like and subscribe to support the channel.
They came from every empire, every faith, every side of a bloody story. Jerusalem, the city of God, soaked in centuries of war and hope. This is not a movie. This is the true history behind the Crusades. The rise of kings, the fall of kingdoms, the alliances, betrayals, holy wars, all of it. Our next cinematic documentary, Kingdom of Heaven. Coming soon to Knowing Things is Power. Subscribe now and don't miss the truth behind the legend.
These are the deadliest dictators in history and the staggering numbers they left behind. Mao Zedong, 45 million dead. Famine, labor camps, silence. Joseph Stalin, 20 million dead. Purges, gulags, fear from within. Adolf Hitler, 17 million dead. Holocaust, war, genocide. Power unchecked becomes death measured in millions. Please like and subscribe for more content.
He started with nothing and nearly ruled the world. Genghis Khan, the most feared warlord in history, led an army that killed over 40 million people. Entire civilizations vanished, cities leveled, cultures erased. He conquered more land than Alexander the Great, Napoleon, and Hitler combined. By the time he died, the Mongol Empire stretched from the Pacific Ocean to Eastern Europe. Genghis Khan didn't just conquer land, he changed the course of history. One of the most astonishing aspects of Genghis Khan's legacy is not just his military conquests, but his impact on the human gene pool. Genghis Khan fathered so many children that nearly 10% of the population in the region can trace their lineage back to him. This genetic footprint is a testament to his far-reaching influence and the vast expanse of his empire. Like, share, and subscribe for more brutal history. Knowledge is power.
For 1,000 years, the walls of Constantinople stood unbreakable, built by emperors, defended by legends, feared by every army that dared approach. But in 1453, the impossible began. An empire on its last breath, an enemy with a new weapon, the cannon, and a siege that would shake the world. Loyal knights, deadly betrayals, secret lovers, and warriors who refused to fall. This wasn't just the end of a city. It was the final chapter of the Roman Empire. The fall of Constantinople, told like never before. Coming soon to the channel, Knowledge is Power. He refused to carry a weapon, but he didn't refuse the war. Desmond Doss believed in saving lives, not taking them. So he ran straight into the fire without a rifle. On the cliffs of Okinawa, the sky rained bullets. Men were falling fast, but Doss wouldn't stop. He dragged the wounded through blood-soaked mud, lowered them down the ridge one by one, 75 in total. Unbelievable feat. His hands blistered, his body bruised, but he prayed. One more, Lord, just one more. And back up he went. By the end of the day, the battlefield looked like hell. But Desmond Doss had become a legend. A man of peace in a world at war. And for that, he earned the Medal of Honor. Hit like if you enjoyed it. Follow for more true stories of Medal of Honor heroes. Episode 3 coming soon.
Stars don't just fade, they explode. When a massive star dies, it collapses inward. Then detonates in a supernova, brighter than entire galaxies. What's left? Sometimes a black hole, a place where time and light vanish. Every ending births something new, even in space. Thank you for stopping by. Drop a comment and share. Hit that thumbs up button to support the channel.
They did not fight for glory. They fought for belief, a belief so strong it demanded sacrifice, secrecy, and silence. Long before the world spoke of ninjas, there were the Hashashin, the original assassins of the Middle East. From deep within the Alborz mountains of Persia, in a fortress called Alamut, the old man of the mountain trained a legion of killers unlike anything the world had ever seen. Cloaked in mystery and sworn to death, they would become a nightmare whispered by kings, caliphs, and crusaders alike. At the heart of their legend was not just the blade, but the mind. The Hashashin were not butchers. They were surgeons of power. They would spend weeks, even years, studying a target. They would embed themselves as servants, scribes, merchants, even lovers. And then, when the moment struck, they would deliver their message with a single cut, often in public, always in silence. A message that no man, no matter how powerful, could hide from death. One of the earliest kills etched into history was the assassination of Nizam al-Mulk, the vizier of the mighty Seljuk Empire. He was cut down on the road by a man disguised as a wandering dervish. No shouts, no struggle, just steel and blood in the dust. But it would not end there. The Hashashin would strike again and again. Advisors, governors, warlords, even crusader commanders like Conrad of Montferrat, who fell in 1192 to a pair of young assassins posing as monks. He embraced them as holy men. He died with their daggers between his ribs. But among the shadows, there were hearts still beating. Layla al-Khorasani, raised within Alamut's inner sanctum, was both blade and bait, a deadly fusion of beauty and precision. She could poison a goblet in front of a man and make him thank her for the wine. She had killed a Mamluk commander in his own bed, then wept over his corpse as if mourning a lover. But she had never truly loved. Not until Khalid, the son of a Damascus noble, whose passion for poetry and politics drew her in like a flame. Her orders were clear: kill him. He was a sympathizer to the Crusaders, a traitor to the faith, a threat. But Layla hesitated. Their nights became long and tender. She told herself it was just a tactic until it wasn't. When word reached Alamut that she had failed to act, she was summoned back. But instead of punishment, she was given a new mission: kill Khalid and prove her loyalty. This time she obeyed. She entered his quarters one final time, whispered a poem he had written into his ear, and slid her blade beneath his ribs. But what the order had not counted on was what she found hidden in his chambers: a map, a plan. Evidence that Khalid was not betraying Alamut, but uncovering a plot against it. The real traitor was someone inside. Someone close to Hassani Saba himself. And so the game shifted. Layla disappeared from the ranks, but she did not go far. She hunted in secret, She found the betrayer, Farid al-Nasir, a high-ranking assassin who had been feeding information to the Seljuks for gold and favor. He had orchestrated Khalid's execution to cover his tracks. Layla killed him slowly, not for Alamut but for herself. For Khalid. For the truth that had been buried beneath the lies. Meanwhile, the world outside continued to burn. The Hashashin's most daring moment came when they infiltrated the court of Saladin himself, the great Muslim general who had united Egypt and Syria. Twice they tried to kill him. Once they left a dagger on his pillow with a note, "We are closer than your breath." Saladin increased his guard. He did not sleep the same for the rest of his life. Other women, too, rose within the ranks. Zara of Tyre, who famously seduced a Crusader bishop and assassinated him during Mass with a blade hidden in a holy relic. Or Saria, who posed as a concubine to a Byzantine general, only to slaughter him during a banquet. Her escape recorded in stunned Greek scrolls as a ghost that wore perfume. They were not just assassins. They were symbols. The Hashashin weren't an army. They were a message. A message that no man, no matter how powerful, could rule by fear alone. Because fear could bleed. Eventually, the Mongols came. Hulagu Khan brought fire and siege engines to the mountains. In 1256, Alamut fell, its libraries burned, its leaders executed. But the fire didn't end there. The Hashashin had planted seeds in every kingdom, every court, every creed. And even as their fortress turned to ash, their legacy took root. Layla was never seen again. Some say she died at Alamut's gates, blade in hand, eyes on the horizon. Others say she lived, passing her teachings on to a new generation, a hidden line of assassins in the deserts, the palaces, the shadows of every empire that rose and fell after. Today we use the word assassin casually. But the truth is buried deep in those mountains, in blood, in silence, in the echo of a dagger's whisper, before the ninja, before the spy, before the agent in a suit with a silenced gun. There were the Hashashin. And they were never just killers. They were believers. They were lovers. They were legends. If you enjoyed the video, please hit that like button. If you would like to see more, hit that subscribe button. Share to support the channel.
The Ice Age was like nature's way of saying, hope you like snow. Forever. Cavemen didn't have central heating, winter coats, or even socks. They had mammoth fur, fire, and the power of stubborn complaining. Their shelter was a cave, shared with bears, bats, and Greg. Greg snored and wouldn't help gather any firewood. Dinner was frozen mammoth. They ate it raw, half-cooked, or just licked it until it thawed. And Greg, he licked it like a caveman, but dreamed of salt and pepper like a 5-star chef. Entertainment. Drawing stick animals on walls and arguing over whose buffalo looked better. To stay warm, they huddled together. Not for love, for body heat. And because the smell scared off wolves, but somehow they made it. No phones, no Netflix, just grit, mammoth grease and bad hair. If that's not impressive, you try surviving a blizzard in a fur diaper. If this made you laugh, hit like, subscribe for more funny history, and share it before the next ice age hits.
In the final days of World War II, as the world burned and then began to rebuild, one man remained hidden in the shadows of the Philippine jungle, a soldier who refused to surrender because in his heart the war was not over. His name was Hiroo Onoda. A lieutenant in the Imperial Japanese Army, trained in intelligence and survival, he was ordered to hold his ground on Lubang Island, no matter how long it took. Retreat was not an option. Surrender was forbidden. Death was preferable to dishonor. When the war officially ended in 1945, millions celebrated peace. But Onoda never got the message. Leaflets were dropped. Loudspeakers called out. Newspapers were left behind. He thought it was all enemy propaganda. In his mind, the fight still raged on. For years, he evaded capture. Living in the dense jungle. Surviving on bananas, coconuts, and stolen rice. Making traps. Hiding in the mountains. Engaging in gunfire with locals. He became a ghost story, part myth, part menace, part miracle. Decades passed. The world changed. Japan rose from the ashes. The Cold War ignited. Man walked on the moon. And still, Hiroo Onoda remained in the jungle, believing he was still a soldier of war. It wasn't until 1974, nearly 30 years after Japan surrendered, that a young Japanese traveler named Norio Suzuki set out to find him, not to arrest him, not to capture him, but to listen to him, to honor his story, to bring him home. But even then, Onoda refused to surrender. Not without orders from his commanding officer. That officer had long since returned to civilian life. But the Japanese government tracked him down, now an elderly bookseller, and flew him to Lubang Island. Standing face to face with his former superior, Hiroo Onoda finally accepted the truth. The war had ended. He removed his uniform, polished his sword, and after 29 years in hiding, saluted the rising sun one final time. He returned to Japan as a national hero, celebrated by some, questioned by others, revered by all who heard his unbelievable story. Onoda's tale is not just about war. It's about duty, belief, honor, and the power of a human being to endure beyond reason. In a world that often forgets the past, Hiroo Onoda reminds us what it means to truly never give up, even when the whole world moves on without you. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this story if it moved you, because the world needs to remember legends like Hiroo Onoda.
Imagine discovering a computer from ancient Greece, or a working battery buried for 2,000 years. These aren't sci-fi stories. They're real artifacts, and they challenge everything we think we know about ancient technology. Discovered in 1938, these clay jars contain copper cylinders and iron rods. Add vinegar, and they generate electricity. Used for electroplating? Ritual? No one knows. But it's a working battery from the 1st century BCE. Found in a shipwreck, this 2,000-year-old device predicts eclipses, moon phases, even Olympic dates. Its complexity matches 18th century clocks, yet it was built before the fall of Rome. At 12,000 feet above sea level lies Pumapunku, stonework so precise it would challenge modern tools. No chisel marks, no clear origin, just puzzle-piece megaliths that fit together without mortar. Hundreds of nearly perfect stone spheres, some weighing 15 tons. No inscriptions, no tools found. No one knows why they were made or how. Legendary for its sharpness, Damascus steel could slice through lesser blades, and never dull. Modern science still struggles to replicate its nano-level structure. An entire book written in an unknown language, complete with strange plants and astrological charts. Despite AI, military codebreakers and linguists, it remains unreadable. Some believe these temple carvings depict electrical bulbs, with snakes as filaments and lotus sockets. While debated, the symbolism still sparks curiosity and conspiracy. In Sanskrit texts, flying machines called vimanas are described in mechanical detail, engines, weapons, aerodynamics, myth or memory of a forgotten age. 3 stones weighing more than 800 tons each, stacked perfectly. Modern cranes can barely move them. The Romans claimed credit, but these stones predate Rome. Found on every continent, trepanned skulls show signs of ancient surgery, cut with stone tools and patients who survived. The knowledge and the precision still astound doctors today. They didn't have smartphones or lasers or satellites, but somehow they knew things we still can't explain. Are these the inventions of forgotten civilizations, or proof we've always been smarter than we thought? Subscribe for more ancient mysteries, because knowledge is power.
Here's your world in under 5 minutes. Today is June 20th, 2025. A fragile ceasefire has been declared in Gaza. After a week of intense Israeli airstrikes and rocket attacks from Hamas, over 200 casualties have been reported. Aid convoys are now entering the region, but tensions remain high. In Ukraine, fighting continues near the Kharkiv front as Russian forces push deeper into contested zones. NATO officials are monitoring the situation closely after reports that Russia has deployed advanced missile systems near the border. In the South China Sea, China has issued new naval warnings as it continues to surround and block disputed islands claimed by the Philippines. The United States responded by sailing to warships through the region in what it calls a freedom of navigation exercise. In Africa, the Sudan civil war continues to escalate. The city of El Fasher has seen some of the worst urban fighting since the conflict began. Thousands have fled on foot. Humanitarian agencies warn of famine and disease if aid isn't delivered soon. In France, people are bracing for mass protests as the government's sweeping pension reforms are set to begin next month. Unions are calling for a nationwide strike as workers push back against extended retirement ages. In the Arctic, satellite imagery reveals the fastest ice melt in over 30 years along Greenland's eastern shelf. Scientists say the accelerated melt raises new concerns about sea level rise. In the US, the Federal Reserve has decided to hold interest rates steady, signaling a potential pause in the inflation battle. global markets reacted with cautious optimism, but uncertainty remains in housing and tech sectors. At the Vatican, Pope Francis met with world religious leaders today to address growing conflicts in the Middle East. He urged unity and prayer across all faiths. That's your world in under 5 minutes. Stay sharp. Subscribe for more.
From ancient scrolls in China to medieval Europe's darkest myths, dragons have haunted human history for over 5,000 years. They weren't just monsters. They were gods, guardians, omens, and weapons of war. Vikings feared them. Kings painted them on banners. Some believed they protected heaven. Others swore they burned cities to ash. But why do nearly every civilization imagine the same beast? Winged, fire-breathing, terrifying. Coincidence or forgotten truth? The full story of dragons, across continents, cultures, and time, is waiting for you. Watch the full history now on our channel. Knowledge is power.
Donald Trump was born on June 14, 1946 in Queens, New York, into a family already soaked in wealth and power. His father, Fred Trump, was a millionaire real estate developer who had built a massive housing empire across New York City. From a young age, Donald was ambitious, competitive, and drawn to power, often clashing with authority figures and teachers. At 13, he was sent to the New York Military Academy for discipline, where he thrived in a strict environment and rose through the cadet ranks. After 2 years at Fordham University, he transferred to the Wharton School of Finance at the University of Pennsylvania, graduating in 1968 with a degree in economics. Donald joined his father's real estate business shortly after, helping expand their empire into Manhattan's lucrative market. In 1971, he took control of the company and rebranded it the Trump Organization, a name that would soon dominate headlines. Trump's first major success came in 1976, when he convinced banks to finance the transformation of the rundown Commodore Hotel into the Grand Hyatt. With bold vision and relentless self-promotion, he became a rising star in the world of Manhattan real estate. By the 1980s, he was plastered on magazines, his name becoming synonymous with luxury, ego, and excess. Trump Tower opened in 1983 on Fifth Avenue, a glass-clad symbol of ambition, complete with a marble waterfall and golden elevators. He expanded quickly. Casinos in Atlantic City, hotels, airline ventures, a football team, and even bottled water, all stamped with his name. But behind the gold-plated image, debt was piling up. By 1991, Trump's empire teetered on the edge of collapse with over $3 billion in debt and multiple business bankruptcies. He filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy on the Trump Taj Mahal Casino, negotiating with banks to avoid total ruin. Between 1991 and 2009, Trump businesses would file for bankruptcy protection 6 times. Yet Trump himself never declared personal bankruptcy. He walked away from most failures with his lifestyle intact. In the 1990s, Trump pivoted to branding, licensing his name to buildings, products, and even stakes, often with little involvement beyond the logo. His fame exploded again in 2004 with the debut of The Apprentice, a reality show where Trump played the role of decisive billionaire boss. "You're fired" became a pop culture catchphrase, and Trump's brand of confidence and control drew millions of viewers. He used his TV fame to rebuild his public image, often blurring the line between business success and entertainment illusion. The show ran for 14 seasons, earning Trump tens of millions in hosting fees and licensing deals. Off-screen, his personal life remained turbulent. 3 marriages, multiple affairs, and a constant stream of tabloid headlines. He married Ivana in 1977, divorced in 1992, then married Marla Maples in 1993 before divorcing again in 1999. In 2005, he married Melania Knauss, a Slovenian model who would eventually become First Lady. Trump's name was now a global brand, attached to towers in the US, Canada, Turkey, the Philippines, and beyond. But critics argued much of his success came from inheritance, risky loans, and inflated self-promotion. In 2011, Trump made waves by promoting the birther conspiracy theory, falsely claiming Barack Obama wasn't born in the United States. The claim was widely debunked, but it catapulted Trump back into the political spotlight and earned him attention from right-wing media. That same year, he flirted with a presidential run, but ultimately backed out. The world wasn't done watching The Apprentice just yet. Behind the scenes, Trump had long considered a political career, and his ambitions grew stronger as America's divisions deepened. In June 2015, he descended a golden escalator in Trump Tower and announced he was running for President of the United States. His speech was instantly controversial, calling Mexican immigrants rapists and demanding a border wall. Pundits dismissed him as a publicity stunt, but Trump quickly surged in the polls by breaking every political rule. He mocked rivals, attacked the media, and used social platforms like Twitter to bypass traditional channels and dominate headlines. Despite zero political experience, Trump won the Republican nomination in July 2016, defeating a crowded field of career politicians. His opponent in the general election was former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, a political heavyweight with decades of experience. The 2016 campaign was chaotic, divisive, and filled with scandals on both sides. Trump faced backlash for the Access Hollywood tape, where he was recorded bragging about sexually assaulting women. Many believed the controversy would end his campaign, but it didn't. On November 8, 2016, in a stunning political upset, Donald J. Trump was elected the 45th President of the United States. He lost the popular vote by nearly 3 million, but won the Electoral College, shocking the political world and redefining American politics. Donald Trump was sworn in as president on January 20, 2017, becoming the first U.S. leader with no prior military or government experience. His inauguration speech painted a bleak picture of American carnage, promising to restore power to the people. From the start, his presidency shattered norms, firing cabinet members on Twitter, clashing with intelligence agencies, and attacking the press as the enemy of the people. Within his first week in office, Trump signed an executive order banning travel from several Muslim-majority countries. Protests erupted at airports nationwide as travelers were detained, sparking lawsuits and global backlash. Despite criticism, his base rallied behind his tough stance on immigration and border security. Trump appointed Neil Gorsuch to the Supreme Court in 2017, beginning a conservative reshaping of the judicial branch. That same year, he signed a massive corporate tax cut into law, claiming it would stimulate growth and bring jobs back to America. Critics argued it primarily benefited the wealthy and ballooned the national deficit. In 2018, Trump withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal, citing national security, a move praised by allies in Israel but condemned by European leaders. He held a historic summit with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, becoming the first sitting U.S. president to meet with a North Korean dictator. While the photo ops were dramatic, no lasting denuclearization agreements followed. Domestically, Trump's presidency was defined by constant turnover. His administration saw record resignations and firings. He clashed with the FBI, eventually firing Director James Comey in 2017, a decision that triggered a special counsel investigation. Robert Mueller was appointed to investigate Russian interference in the 2016 election and possible coordination with the Trump campaign. The Mueller probe dragged on for nearly 2 years, producing dozens of indictments but no charges against Trump himself. The report stated Russia had interfered in the election to help Trump and that the president had attempted to obstruct justice, but stopped short of recommending prosecution. In December 2019, Trump was impeached by the House of Representatives for abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. The charges stemmed from a phone call in which Trump asked Ukraine's president to investigate Joe Biden's son while withholding military aid. It was the third impeachment in U.S. history, but the Senate, controlled by Republicans, acquitted him in early 2020. Trump claimed total vindication and used the trial to energize his supporters heading into the 2020 election. Then came COVID-19, a global pandemic that would kill millions and define the final year of Trump's term. He downplayed the virus early on, saying it would disappear like a miracle, and resisted wearing a mask in public. His handling of the pandemic was heavily criticized, with inconsistent messaging, politicization of health guidelines, and chaotic responses. Despite this, Operation Warp Speed, his administration's vaccine development program, helped deliver multiple COVID vaccines in record time. Trump contracted COVID-19 himself in October 2020 and was hospitalized at Walter Reed, returning to the White House days later in dramatic fashion. The 2020 election was held amid the pandemic, with record voter turnout and widespread use of mail-in ballots. Joe Biden won the election with over 81 million votes, the most in U.S. history, while Trump received over 74 million. Trump refused to concede, falsely claiming the election had been stolen through widespread fraud. He launched dozens of lawsuits across key states, but nearly all were dismissed for lack of evidence. On January 6, 2021, Congress gathered to certify Biden's victory as president-elect. That morning, Trump addressed a crowd of supporters near the White House, repeating false claims of fraud and urging them to fight like hell. Thousands marched to the Capitol, where rioters stormed the building, broke windows, attacked police, and disrupted the electoral count. 5 people died, and the Capitol was placed on lockdown in a shocking act of domestic political violence. Trump was impeached for a second time, this time for incitement of insurrection. He became the only U.S. president to be impeached twice, though the Senate again acquitted him. In the days that followed, Trump was banned from Twitter and several major social platforms for violating policies on inciting violence. He left office on January 20, 2021, refusing to attend Joe Biden's inauguration, breaking a 150-year tradition of peaceful transition. As he flew to Florida, his political future remained uncertain, but his influence over the Republican Party had never been stronger. Even out of office, Trump continued holding rallies, fundraising, and dominating conservative media. Polls showed he remained the most powerful figure in the GOP, a kingmaker for candidates and a potential frontrunner for 2024. He launched his own social media platform, Truth Social, aiming to bypass the tech giants that banned him. Trump's political war chest swelled with millions in donations from loyal supporters, convinced the election had been stolen. Investigations into the January 6th attack, election interference, and classified documents began piling up around him. But none of it stopped him from announcing in November 2022 that he was running for president again. By 2023, Trump was under multiple criminal investigations, but still leading in Republican primary polls. The stage was set for one of the most controversial comebacks in American political history. By early 2023, Donald Trump was no longer just a former president. He was the subject of multiple ongoing criminal investigations. Each case brought new legal threats, media firestorms, and political division across the country. One of the biggest cases involved his handling of classified documents after leaving the White House. In August 2022, the FBI raided Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida, recovering boxes of government documents, some marked top secret. The Department of Justice alleged that Trump had knowingly taken classified materials and refused to return them, even after being subpoenaed. He was charged in 2023 with 40 felony counts related to obstruction of justice, false statements, and willful retention of national defense information. The indictment revealed photos of boxes stacked in ballrooms, bathrooms, and storage closets, shocking the public. Trump pleaded not guilty, calling the case a witch hunt and claiming he had the right to declassify anything he wanted. The case was set to go to trial in 2024, but it became tangled in legal delays and pre-election controversy. Simultaneously, Trump faced legal trouble in Georgia over efforts to overturn the 2020 election. In Fulton County, District Attorney Fani Willis brought a sweeping indictment against Trump and 18 co-defendants using Georgia's racketeering laws. The charges stemmed from Trump's efforts to pressure officials, including a recorded phone call where he told Georgia's Secretary of State to find 11,780 votes. The indictment accused Trump of leading a criminal enterprise to subvert the election. Trump again pleaded not guilty, calling the case election interference. As if that wasn't enough, a New York grand jury indicted Trump in March 2023 on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. These charges related to hush money payments made to adult film actress Stormy Daniels during the 2016 campaign. Prosecutors argued the payments were illegally disguised to influence the election, making them a violation of campaign finance law. It was the first time in U.S. history a former president had been criminally indicted. The image of Trump in a Manhattan courtroom, fingerprinted, flanked by Secret Service, and pleading not guilty, became one of the most surreal moments in modern political history. Even with 3 separate criminal cases in motion, Trump's legal troubles weren't over. In a civil trial in New York, Trump was found liable for sexual abuse and defamation in a lawsuit filed by journalist E. Jean Carroll. A jury awarded Carroll $5 million in damages in May 2023 and another $83 million in a follow-up trial for continued defamatory statements. Trump denied all accusations, claiming the trials were rigged and politically motivated. Meanwhile, the New York Attorney General filed a civil lawsuit against Trump, his children, and the Trump Organization for overvaluing assets to secure favorable loans and insurance. The case alleged that Trump inflated the value of his properties by billions of dollars to banks and insurers, amounting to financial fraud. That trial unfolded in 2023 and 2024, with Trump repeatedly lashing out at judges, prosecutors, and court staff online and in person. Despite all the legal chaos, Trump's 2024 campaign gained traction. He held rallies across battleground states, framing the prosecutions as proof that the system was corrupt and afraid of him. Many of his supporters believed the charges were political, a deep state effort to stop him from returning to power. By the summer of 2023, Trump had emerged as the Republican frontrunner, steamrolling primary opponents and maintaining his grip on the party. Even with 91 total criminal charges across 4 major cases, his base remained fiercely loyal. He skipped the GOP primary debates, citing his lead in the polls, and focused on rallying voters directly. Trump's campaign became a juggernaut, part political movement, part courtroom drama, part media spectacle. His legal team juggled motions, appeals, and scheduling battles, while Trump gave speeches hours after leaving courtrooms. The question dominating headlines was no longer whether Trump would be the Republican nominee. It was whether he'd be a convicted felon by Election Day. The U.S. Constitution doesn't bar a convicted felon from running for president, and Trump used that loophole to rally support even harder. At times, it felt like Trump was campaigning against the justice system itself. Polling showed the country was deeply divided. Some saw a corrupt man avoiding justice. Others saw a patriot being persecuted. Social media became a battlefield of memes, outrage, conspiracy theories, and fundraising pleas. Trump raised tens of millions off his legal troubles, turning indictments into merchandise and mugshots into branding tools. His team released Never Surrender t-shirts and coffee mugs featuring his Fulton County booking photo, which instantly went viral. Despite being under indictment in 4 separate jurisdictions, Trump swept the early primaries. He crushed challengers like Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, clearing the path to his 3rd consecutive Republican nomination. The political world braced for a historic 2024 rematch, Donald Trump versus Joe Biden, Part 2. But this time, one candidate was running with a criminal trial calendar that overlapped with the general election. Every appearance became a legal political hybrid, rallies one day, courtrooms the next. The stakes had never been higher, not just for Trump, but for American democracy itself. Supporters believed he was the only one who could save the country. Opponents warned that another Trump presidency could mean the collapse of institutions and the rule of law. Foreign governments watched with confusion as America's former president, and possibly future one, stood trial like a criminal defendant. Historians compared the moment to Watergate, the civil rights era, and even the Civil War in terms of national division and democratic strain. Trump's message was simple: they're not coming after me, they're coming after you. He positioned himself as the ultimate outsider, a warrior against corruption, even as the court cases mounted. Whether he would return to the White House or face conviction remained uncertain. But one thing was clear: no American political figure had ever lived a life this chaotic, controversial, and relentless. As 2024 unfolded, Donald Trump stood at the center of the most polarizing election in modern U.S. history. He was not just a former president or political candidate. He had become a living symbol of division, disruption, and defiance. Despite criminal charges, civil judgments, and courtroom battles, Trump pressed forward with his campaign, energized by the chaos around him. He held massive rallies, appeared at conservative conventions, and flooded social media with promises of revenge, reform, and restoration. His slogan, "Make America Great Again," remained unchanged, but the meaning had evolved. To his base, Trump was a warrior against globalism, corruption, and the political elite. To his critics, he was a threat to democracy, a man who normalized lies, conspiracies, and authoritarian tactics. His legal troubles only deepened the divide. For some, they confirmed his criminality. For others, they proved his martyrdom. One of the most surreal realities was that Trump could legally win the presidency, even from a prison cell, if convicted before the election. He wasn't just breaking political norms anymore. He was reshaping what the rules even meant. Trump's influence extended far beyond his own campaigns. He remade the Republican Party in his image: populist, aggressive, media-savvy, and fiercely loyal to him personally. Dozens of candidates branded themselves as America First, echoing his policies and style. Even out of office, Trump remained a gravitational force, pulling the party's center of gravity toward him. He inspired a new generation of political influencers, podcast hosts, and firebrand politicians who thrived on controversy and culture wars. Mainstream media couldn't ignore him, even when they tried. Every tweet, truth post, and courtroom step became a headline, a talking point, and a debate. Cable news ratings spiked whenever Trump was on screen, whether being cheered or criticized. He was banned from Twitter, then reinstated, banned from YouTube, then allowed back. His digital presence was impossible to erase. Books were written, documentaries were produced. Countless hours of content dissected every moment of his presidency and every word of his indictments. Trump dominated not just politics but culture itself, a figure too big to ignore, too controversial to unify, and too relentless to disappear. But the question remained, what would history say about him? Some saw Trump as a necessary disruptor, someone who exposed the rot in the system and forced uncomfortable truths into the open. They praised his efforts to challenge China, renegotiate trade deals, and appoint conservative judges. Others saw a man who degraded institutions, spread dangerous lies, and shattered the concept of shared truth. They pointed to the Capitol riot, the family separations at the border, and his admiration for autocrats as signs of deep harm. In academic circles, Trump's legacy became a subject of intense debate. Was he a populist leader or an authoritarian threat? A political genius or a lucky manipulator? Biographers and historians struggled to capture a figure whose actions constantly defied precedent and expectation. Meanwhile, Trump himself remained defiant, declaring, "I'm being persecuted because I'm fighting for you." He claimed victory even in defeat, framed every scandal as a plot and every loss as rigged. His businesses, once sprawling and global, faced mounting legal penalties and reputational damage. Properties like Trump Tower and Mar-a-Lago remained symbols, both of power and controversy. Some licensing deals vanished, others expanded in foreign markets hungry for spectacle. The Trump brand survived not because of its reputation, but because of its intensity. Even as lawsuits loomed and prosecutors circled, Trump floated new media ventures, books, and campaign slogans. He refused to fade, refused to bow, and refused to change. His children took on larger roles, Don Jr., Eric, and Ivanka, each carving out their public paths, sometimes aligning, sometimes distancing. His supporters formed tight-knit online communities, some believing in conspiracy theories like QAnon or the idea that Trump was chosen by God. His critics organized political movements to defend democracy, push voting rights, and reject authoritarianism. Both sides saw Trump as a defining figure of the era, either its savior or its destroyer. In a way, he had already changed America forever. He blurred the line between politics and entertainment, truth and narrative, leadership and branding. He turned the presidency into a spectacle and exposed deep cracks in the nation's foundation. He challenged the courts, the press, the intelligence community, and the very idea of objective fact. Whether he returned to power or not, his impact would echo for decades. Some warned that Trump had opened a door to future strongmen, that his rise showed how fragile democracy could be. Others believed he showed how to fight back against a bloated, unaccountable establishment. His story is still being written, and like him or not, the world is still watching.
They were chained in silence. The Helots versus Sparta. Whispers became meetings. Meetings became fire. One Spartan fell in love with a slave. Another betrayed him to keep her freedom. And deep beneath the streets of Sparta, a rebellion was born. This isn't the Sparta you learned about. The mighty Spartans almost fell to their slaves. Watch the full story, only on our channel.
In the spring of 1453, the greatest city in the world prepared to die. Constantinople, once the heart of the Roman Empire, now stood as a shining relic, surrounded by towering walls and fading prayers. Inside its churches, the faithful begged for salvation. Outside, the most powerful army the East had ever seen gathered under black banners and crescent moons. Sultan Mehmed II, barely 21, had come to carve his name into history, with gunpowder, steel, and blood. For centuries, the city had stood like a beacon, its golden domes and stone ramparts a symbol of civilization itself. Now it faced its final siege. But behind those walls, not all hearts beat in unison. The Byzantine court was fractured, broken by fear and whispers of betrayal. Among them was Helena Palaiologina, the emperor's niece, a diplomat, a poet, and secretly a spy. Helena had begun corresponding with a mysterious figure from the Ottoman side, Iskandar al-Rumi, an elite commander raised in both Greek and Turkish lands. What started as messages of diplomacy turned into something dangerous. They wrote of peace, and then of dreams, and then of each other. She saw a soldier who wanted more than conquest. He saw a woman willing to risk everything for something greater than either empire. The walls of Constantinople were ancient, but the weapons that faced them were not. Mehmed brought monstrous cannons, built by a Hungarian engineer, capable of smashing through stone once thought invincible. Day and night, the thunder echoed, and each morning, the defenders climbed bloodied ramparts to repel the next wave. Among them stood Giovanni Giustiniani, a famed Genoese mercenary commander hired to lead the defense. His armor gleamed, his tactics were ruthless, and his loyalty was for sale. Beside him fought his second-in-command, Alessandro Vero, a cold-eyed strategist with ambitions of his own. He watched Helena closely, not for protection, but for power. He had once loved her. Now he watched her drift toward Iskandar. And that could not be allowed. The siege raged for weeks. Ottoman ships, once blocked by chains across the harbor, were hauled overland and launched behind enemy lines. An act so bold, it broke the morale of many inside. Yet still the city held. Arrows fell like rain. Flames rose from towers. The cry of Allahu Akbar clashed with the pealing of Orthodox bells. Each night, Helena and Iskandar met in secret, their words exchanged by hidden riders or whispered across the shattered outer walls. Their love grew in the shadows of war, forbidden and fleeting. And above them, Alessandro plotted. On May 28th, with rations gone and morale crumbling, Emperor Constantine prepared for the final assault. He walked the streets in disguise that night, blessing his soldiers and weeping with his people. Some say he knew he would die. Others believe he hoped for a miracle. That same night, Helena vanished. Some believed she fled. Others claimed betrayal. In truth, Alessandro had followed her. He had found the meeting place, a ruined chapel near the outer gate, and waited. When Iskandar arrived, Alessandro struck first. Steel met steel. Helena screamed. They fought in silence as the stars burned overhead. Alessandro's blade cut deep, not into Iskandar, but into Helena, shielding the man she now loved. Iskandar roared, disarmed him, and nearly killed him, but couldn't. He fled into the night, carrying Helena's bleeding body in his arms. At dawn, Mehmed launched his final assault. The walls collapsed under cannon fire and sheer numbers. Giustiniani was wounded and abandoned the field, his men fleeing behind him. Emperor Constantine charged into the breach with sword in hand and was never seen again. The city fell. Churches were looted. The great Hagia Sophia turned into a mosque. Blood ran through the streets where prayers had once echoed. Helena died that morning in a hidden room beneath the palace. Iskander never found her again. Some say he buried her secretly in the Garden of Emperors. Others believe he fled the city forever, broken and dishonored. Alessandro was captured by the Ottomans. Rather than kill him, Mehmed spared his life, impressed by his cunning. But Alessandro lived with a scar on his cheek and a wound in his soul. Sultan Mehmed II rode through the city that day in silence. He ordered his men to stop the destruction. He walked alone through the Hagia Sophia, now echoing with chants in a new tongue. And there, beneath its dome, he whispered a verse from the Quran about the rise and fall of empires. The fall of Constantinople ended the last true chapter of the Roman Empire. It reshaped the world, cutting Europe off from the East, sparking exploration and changing religion, politics, and power forever. But it was also a story of two hearts that met on opposite sides of a war and burned with a love the world was never meant to witness. Knowledge is power. Like if you learned something, subscribe to see new content and share to support the channel.
Dinosaurs once ruled the world for hundreds of millions of years. Towering, thundering, unstoppable. From jungle giants that grazed the treetops to sharp-eyed predators that hunted in packs. This isn't a cartoon. This is the real deal. Hyper-real visuals. Unbelievable creatures. A world you were never meant to see. But now you can. This is the only dinosaur film you'll ever need. Watch it now, only on our channel.
Rome. The name still echoes like a war drum across time. It began with blood. Romulus murdering his twin Remus. The first betrayal. The first throne. And from that moment forward, betrayal became tradition. Rome rose from dirt and ambition. It became an empire that devoured the world. But not through peace, through war, seduction, strategy, and shadow deals. The Roman legions didn't just conquer, they engineered dominance. Roads that still exist, bridges stronger than modern steel, and war machines capable of crushing civilizations. But behind the armor were lives no history book dares to explore. While generals bathed in glory, slaves built the empires, cleaned the wounds, and shared the beds. The Roman war machine ran on a code: discipline, honor, sacrifice. Yet its greatest victories came from merciless efficiency. Julius Caesar's conquest of Gaul led to over 1 million deaths and hundreds of thousands enslaved. When Vercingetorix, the great Gallic chieftain, surrendered, Caesar kept him in chains for 5 years before executing him in a Roman parade. That was mercy in Rome. Then came the Civil War, Caesar versus Pompey. Rome bled itself dry. The streets of Pharsalus flowed with Roman blood. Families turned on each other. Wives sent messages to assassins. Brothers fought in opposite legions. It was civil war in name only. It was slaughter for control. After Caesar's murder, the chaos didn't end. It simply shifted. Mark Antony, Cleopatra, Octavian. Love became a war tactic. Cleopatra seduced 2 Roman titans and nearly conquered Rome through silk and seduction. She bore Caesar a son. She made Antony abandon his duty. And when it all collapsed, they chose death over submission. The Battle of Actium ended it. Roman ships turned the sea red. Cleopatra's fleet burned and her empire with it. Octavian became Augustus, the first true emperor. He created peace by destroying everyone who opposed him. That's what Rome called the Pax Romana, peace through absolute power. The emperors that followed were gods in flesh, or demons in disguise. Tiberius executed anyone who whispered against him. He filled his palace with treasures and things that cannot be discussed on YouTube. Caligula turned the palace into a brothel, named his horse a priest, ordered soldiers to collect seashells as spoils of war. Nero played the lyre while Rome burned. But he also built golden palaces and used Christian slaves as torches to light his gardens. Still, they were worshipped, because in Rome, image was everything. They called it virtus, virtue, but real Roman virtue meant power, fear, and legacy. Every war was recorded, every kiss between enemies remembered, every betrayal carved in marble. Love and loyalty were commodities, bought, traded, and sometimes destroyed. The Vestal virgins were supposed to remain pure, but one, named Licinia, fell in love with a consul. When discovered, she was buried alive. He was exiled. Their affair nearly triggered a riot. There were gladiators who loved noble women, One, a Thracian fighter named Spartacus, became a legend. He didn't just fight, he led a revolt of 70,000 slaves. Rome trembled. It took Crassus, one of the richest men in history, to defeat him. When Spartacus fell, 6,000 of his followers were crucified along the Appian Way, a road lined with corpses for miles. A warning carved in flesh. Rome's power stretched from Britain to Syria. They fought Persians, Germanic tribes, Numidians, Parthians, Egyptians, and they learned to use each of their enemies' strengths. And women. Roman generals often took lovers from conquered lands, not just for pleasure, but for intel, alliances, and control. Women like Boudica, queen of the Iceni in Britain, who rose after her daughters were violated. She led a rebellion that burned Roman cities to the ground. Rome nearly lost Britain. Or Zenobia of Palmyra, a queen who conquered Egypt and ruled as if she were a Roman herself. She spoke Latin, studied philosophy, and led armies. She was eventually paraded through Rome in chains. But her legend outlived the emperor who captured her. Women in Rome weren't powerless. They just played a different game. Livia poisoned rivals to make her son emperor. Agrippina seduced her own uncle Claudius and manipulated her way to becoming empress. She raised Nero, who later had her killed, fearing she was too powerful. Every family in Rome was a battlefield. Even love was a gamble of life or death. Some slaves who were loved were freed and became power players. Some lovers were set up as spies, and some romances, like that of Emperor Hadrian and Antinous, became divine legends. When Antinous drowned, Hadrian built statues across the empire. Cities bore his name. He became a god not for who he was, but for who loved him. Rome elevated love into legacy and weaponized it just as easily. But power corrupts, and emperors fell like dominoes. Commodus was strangled in his bath by a wrestler hired by his mistress. Caracalla was murdered while peeing on the side of a road. Elagabalus was hacked to death and thrown in the Tiber for his flamboyant rule and refusal to play Roman politics. Rome collapsed not in a single battle, but through decadence, betrayal, division, and arrogance. Invasions came, Huns, Goths, Vandals, but the empire was already dead in spirit. A corpse wrapped in gold. And still, Rome echoes. Its laws, its architecture, its betrayals. Every empire since has tried to imitate it. None have succeeded, because Rome was never just a city. It was an idea. A living god, a cult of ambition and seduction and blood. And behind its throne stood the forgotten. The slaves, the lovers, the warriors, the assassins. This is their story, Rome's real story. And now it's yours. If you're still watching, you know this isn't your average history lesson. You've just walked through the blood-soaked halls of power, love, and betrayal. You've seen Rome without the marble polish. So if you want more empires, more forbidden stories, more truths too bold for the classroom, then subscribe to the channel right now. Hit that like button and comment your favorite part of Rome's twisted legacy.
They look like sci-fi, but these planets are 100% real. Let's start with one that rains molten glass, sideways. HD 189733b is deep blue like Earth. But don't be fooled. It's a hellstorm of 5,000 miles per hour winds and searing heat. Glass shards fly sideways through the atmosphere. Welcome to the most violent weather system ever found. Now meet 55 Cancri, a planet made of diamond. Its surface burns at nearly 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But beneath that, pure crystalline carbon. It could be worth quadrillions if you could survive touching it. Next, WASP 12b. It's so dark it absorbs over 99% of light. But worse, it's being eaten alive by its own star, torn apart atom by atom. It literally won't survive. Kepler 16b looks familiar because it orbits two suns just like Tatooine. Imagine standing there watching two sunsets, two shadows. Double the light, double the weird. Then there's Tres 2b, the darkest planet ever found. It reflects almost no light at all, floating in space like a chunk of coal, except it glows slightly red, like an evil ember. And finally, Gliese 581 CE. Earth-like in size, it might be habitable. But one side always faces the sun. A scorched wasteland, the other, frozen in eternal night. The only hope? A thin, possibly habitable line between them. Space is beautiful, but it's also insane. Follow for more. They called him Wojtek, a bear who wasn't just a mascot. He was a soldier. Adopted by Polish troops in World War II, He grew up in the barracks, drank beer from bottles, and would mimic the men, pretending to smoke cigarettes like one of the guys. But Wojtek wasn't just there for laughs. At the Battle of Monte Cassino, he carried live artillery shells to the front lines. Under fire, calm, fearless, just like the men beside him. So they made it official. Private Wojtek enlisted in the Polish Second Corps. When the war ended, he retired peacefully in a Scottish zoo. But the soldiers never forgot him. They visited often, bringing beer, sharing stories. Because to them, he wasn't just a bear. He was a brother, a comrade, a legend. Like, subscribe and follow Knowing Things is Power for more stories that make history come alive. Earth's core is hotter than the surface of the sun. But it's been burning for over 4.5 billion years. So why hasn't it cooled off? It all started with chaos. When Earth formed, massive space rocks collided and melted everything through pure violence. That initial heat never left, but gravity made things worse. The deeper you go, the more pressure, squeezing the core like a nuclear pressure cooker. And here's the wildest part. The core is radioactive. Elements like uranium and thorium are decaying, releasing constant heat from deep inside. All of that keeps Earth's core burning like a cosmic furnace. It's why volcanoes erupt, tectonic plates shift, and our planet stays alive. Earth is basically a giant baked potato with a nuclear heart, like if you enjoyed the video. Subscribe to see future videos just like this one.
The American Civil War wasn't just brother against brother. It was the birth of modern warfare and the death of over 600,000 people. It was the brutal fight that reshaped a nation forever. But behind the smoke and cannon fire are stories most have never heard. Stories of bravery, betrayal, and bloodshed. This isn't the Civil War from your textbooks. This is the war as it really was. The full documentary is uploading soon on the channel.
He changed history before he turned 30. Led armies across the world. Inspired legends for over 2,000 years. But who was the real man behind the name? Discover the rise. The ambition. The legacy. Alexander the Great. Full video coming soon to the channel. Subscribe so you don't miss it.
Carthage once ruled the Mediterranean. A city so powerful even Rome feared it. They were master traders and brilliant at sea. But power attracts enemies, and history doesn't always go your way. Ever heard of Hannibal and the elephants? Yeah, that was them. This is the true story of Carthage. From greatness to ashes. Full video now on the channel. Like and share to support the channel. Subscribe to see our future content.
Saturn is the second biggest planet in our solar system. It has rings made of ice, moons with oceans, and it's so light it could float in a giant bathtub. No, seriously, if you had a pool big enough. Saturn would just bob on the surface like a beach ball at a barbecue. It's made mostly of hydrogen and helium, basically space balloon material. Meanwhile, Earth would sink like a rock. So congratulations. You now know the most majestic planet in our solar system is also a floater. Planetary bubble bath, anyone? Now picture aliens doing cannonballs into it. Because I can't unsee it now. Hit that like button if you enjoyed this. Subscribe to see future videos. Sharing is caring.
The Andromeda Galaxy is heading straight for us. At over 2 million light-years away, it seems distant now. But it's moving closer at 250,000 miles per hour. In about 4 billion years, it will collide with the Milky Way. Don't worry, stars are so far apart most won't hit each other, but gravity will twist both galaxies into a new giant, Milkomeda. The night sky will be spectacular, if Earth still exists. 2 galaxies, 1 cosmic dance, and we're part of it. Like if you learned something. Subscribe to see future content. Share to support the channel.
Everybody out here yelling, "Occupy Mars!" Like, bruh, we can't even occupy Earth without burning it down. You want to live on a red rock that kills you if you breathe wrong? We'd need suits, domes, underground cities, and 24/7 oxygen machines. You sneeze too hard on Mars, that's a funeral, not a cold. And don't get me started on terraforming. If we can terraform Mars to make it like Earth, why not just terraform Earth back into Earth? We've got oceans, sunlight, animals, pizza delivery. Mars has dust, death, and depression. It's like saying, my apartment's on fire, so I'm moving into a cardboard box in space. Fix the house you're in before you start house hunting on hell planets. Occupy Earth first, like if you enjoyed it. Subscribe for more. Share to support the channel.
This really happened. NASA launches Gemini 3 into space. 2 astronauts on a serious mission to explore. No time for joking around or playing games. Everything is going according to plan, until John Young pulls a corned beef sandwich out of his suit pocket. Yes, my friends. A corned beef sandwich. In space of all places. Not authorized, not allowed. Not tested for bacteria or germs. Just meat and bread floating in zero gravity on board a space shuttle. Crumbs start floating and drifting around. NASA panics because that is what they do. Crumbs can get into the electronics. They could short out the ship. People could get sick. There is no help up there. He takes a big bite of the sandwich. Says it tastes fine, Houston. Mission Control loses their minds. No punishment today, just an interesting story to tell the world. Just a warning to not try it again. And the first sandwich in space? It was banned from space forever. Want more weird but true stuff like this? Hit follow for more fun from the cosmos and beyond.
Why almost everything in space is round. Planets, stars, even black holes, they're all round. That's because gravity pulls equally in all directions. Over time, this force smooths everything out. Jagged edges collapse until only a sphere remains. Small asteroids stay odd-shaped. But once something gets big enough, gravity takes control. It's called hydrostatic equilibrium. The bigger the object, the rounder it becomes. That's why you'll never see a cube-shaped planet. In space, round is the shape of balance. Like, subscribe, and follow for more cosmic truth.
This is Dave. Dave made a mistake 27 years ago. He met a crow. He called it a stupid pigeon in front of its whole flock. He thought the crow would forget. But crows don't forget. They recognize faces. They hold grudges for over 30 years. And they tell their friends and their kids. Now every time Dave leaves his house, the air raid begins. Generational beef, feathered revenge. This isn't harassment, it's a legacy. Don't be like Dave. Thought this was great? Smash that like button. Hit the subscribe button for future videos. Share to support our channel.
From ancient warriors on the icy steppes, to tsars crowned in golden palaces, from the rise of mighty empires, to revolutions that shook the world, from the terror of war, to the shadow of the Cold War. This is not just a story about Russia. It is the story of power, survival, and transformation across centuries. Spanning from ancient times to the modern day, the full cinematic journey is coming soon. Subscribe now so you do not miss the epic premiere.
The sun, our life giver, will one day become our destroyer. In about 5 billion years, it'll run out of fuel. And when it does, it won't go quietly. First, it swells into a red giant, big enough to engulf Mercury, Venus, and yes, even Earth. Mountains will melt. Oceans will vaporize. The Earth will be consumed. Not with a bang, but a cosmic burp. And in the end, only a ghost of our star remains. Hit follow if you love the brutal beauty of space.
You ever wonder why humans look so different, but are still 99.9% the same? Skin tones, facial features, languages that sound like music or war drums, but it all came from one species, one origin. We didn't start divided. We evolved that way. Because of sun, snow, isolation, and survival. Why do some languages click? Why do others flow like water? Why are your ancestors where they are? It's not random. It's ancient. It's science. It's war. It's migration. It's beautiful. Come see the real story of what made you, you. Watch the full documentary now on our channel. The greatest sieges in history weren't just battles. They were survival. Jerusalem burned. Constantinople crumbled. Stalingrad froze in blood. Cannons shattered walls. Starvation broke cities. But the defenders? They held. History was written under fire. The full video drops soon. Don't miss it. Awesome videos uploaded daily. Like and share to support the channel. Subscribe so you don't miss future content.
China's story is one of the oldest on Earth. From ancient dynasties to modern empires, its rise shaped the world. It is a land of invention, war, and revolution, of emperors, philosophers, and power struggles that echo into today. This history includes every major region and island it has ever influenced. The full, complex journey is being told like never before. Our cinematic documentary is uploading soon. Make sure to subscribe so you don't miss it.
What if you were born 100,000 years ago? No phones, no power, just your tribe and survival. Every day was life or death. But there was beauty too. Fire, family, the wild. Could you have made it? Watch the full documentary on the channel. Like, follow, share. History wasn't just written in blood, it was worn in style. From the misty hills of Japan, the samurai, steel, silk, and silence. Rome, where even armor was sculpted like a god's body. Gold flowed through the veins of Byzantium. Even war shimmered. Blades danced in Cairo under banners stitched with poetry, where royalty rode elephants and war smelled of jasmine and blood. To fight with the heart of a lion, you must look like one. Even dragons bowed to the robe. The Qing ruled with color, silk, and steel. The desert winds carried gold, silk, and death. Fire, fur, iron, and the sea's cold fury. The gods demanded beauty and blood. They fought in glory. They walked in grace. And time remembers those who dared to look like legends. Love history with style. Subscribe for more epic moments. One era at a time.
Some animals are so cute they shouldn't even be allowed on Earth. Let's meet the biggest threats to your heart. Quokkas. These Australian legends always look like they just heard good news. Red pandas. They're not pandas or foxes. They're just fluffy chaos in the trees. Axolotls. Baby-faced salamanders that never grow up. Basically aquatic plushies. Sea otters. They hold hands when they sleep. That's not fair. Fennec foxes. Tiny desert foxes with ears bigger than their body. Cartoon-level cute. Pikas. Real-life Pokemon. Found in the mountains. Cuteness level? Illegal. Slow loris. Giant eyes, slow moves, and somehow they're real. Hedgehogs. Tiny spiky bread loaves that snore. Need I say more? Baby goats. Screaming jelly beans that bounce for no reason. And flying squirrels. Actual chubby forest clouds with eyes. Nature went too hard on this one. Follow for more wild facts. Full videos on the channel.
Iran is more than a country. It's a fortress. Its mountains, deserts, and missiles make it hard to invade. And it controls a key oil route the world depends on. Many have tried to break it. Most have failed. Watch the full story on our channel. Subscribe for more real-world power plays.
Beneath our feet, a hidden world thrives. Trees, seemingly solitary, are anything but alone. A vast, intricate web connects them all. Not roots, but something far more surprising. Fungi, delicate threads weaving through the soil. A living network, a natural internet. Sharing vital resources, water and nutrients flow. Even sending warnings, a silent signal of danger. The wood wide web, the forest's secret conversation. Listen closely and you might just hear it.
Looking for something healthy, pretty, and cheap? Let's make rainbow fruit parfaits, broke chef style. You'll need some cheap vanilla yogurt. I got mine for $2. Then layer in whatever fruit you got. Fresh or canned, don't matter. We're making it colorful. I crumbled some graham crackers on top. Boom, sweet, crunchy, and gorgeous. Feeds the whole family, costs under $5, and looks fancy as a French dessert. Please, like if you found this snack idea awesome, subscribe and share to support the channel.
The deadliest sniper to ever live. He did not use a scope. He did not need one. In the frozen forests of Finland, he waited. His name was Simo Häyhä. To the Soviets, he was known as White Death. He blended into the snow so well, he seemed invisible. In just 100 days, he had over 500 confirmed kills. All with iron sights. He even took a bullet to the face and survived. Then he returned to the battlefield. No glory, no medals, just deadly precision. One man held back an entire army, and he did it in temperatures as low as 40 degrees below zero. This is what a real legend looks like. The deadliest sniper. The coldest war. Check out the channel for more awesome stuff like this.
Tensions in the Middle East just reached a boiling point. In a sudden operation, Israel reportedly targeted key military figures in Iran, as well as the country's nuclear scientists. The move comes amid growing fears over nuclear development in the region. Neither side has backed down. And behind the scenes, the world's most powerful nations are watching closely. Some fear this could ignite something far bigger than we've seen before. Is this a warning, or the beginning of something much worse? Share this with someone if you think it is important. Full video coming soon to our channel. Subscribe so you don't miss it.
The Earth is alive. And when things are just right, it explodes. Volcanoes have ended civilizations, created islands, and nearly ended the world. We're not safe from the next eruption. And the most dangerous one is right beneath our feet. The full documentary is uploading soon. Only on our channel.
How did the United States get all this land? It wasn't overnight, and it wasn't simple. From revolutions, to purchases, to wars few talk about today. Every border has a story. Every treaty left a mark. From the Mississippi River to the Pacific. From Alaska's frozen coast to the islands of Hawaii. This is the full cinematic story of how America became what it is today. Watch the full film, now playing on our channel. They weren't just scared of vampires. They dug up graves to fight them. In the 1700s, entire villages believed the dead were coming back to drink their blood, and they had rituals to stop it. If a body looked too fresh after burial, they assumed it was feeding at night, so they'd cut off the head, burn the heart, even stake the corpse right in the chest. This isn't horror fiction. This was everyday life for some people. The insane truth about vampires is way darker than the myths. Full documentary now on the channel.
Rome wasn't built on glory, it was built on blood. Slaves served emperors, lovers betrayed kings. Knives decided who ruled next. From forbidden romances to brutal rebellions, this isn't the Rome they taught you in school. This is the real story. Our full epic documentary drops soon, only on this channel. Subscribe so you don't miss the truth behind the empire.
Beneath our feet, the earth is restless. Volcanoes are its pressure valves, powerful, unpredictable, and ancient. They are born from the chaos deep within the mantle. Driven by tectonic forces, their fury reshapes the world. Volcanoes are not just mountains, they are wounds in Earth's crust where fire escapes. The Pacific Ring of Fire circles the ocean with seething energy. It holds over 70% of the planet's active volcanoes. This ring stretches across Japan, Indonesia, the Americas, and Oceania. It is a chain of destruction and creation. In 1815, Mount Tambora in Indonesia erupted with unimaginable force. It was the most powerful volcanic eruption in recorded history. Ash and gas were hurled into the atmosphere. Over 70,000 people died, and the world plunged into a year without summer. Crops failed, famine spread, and snow fell in June across parts of North America. The sun turned red through a smoky sky. In the year of our Lord 79, Mount Vesuvius buried Pompeii and Herculaneum under volcanic ash. Thousands of lives were erased in a single day. People were frozen in their final moments. Their bodies became casts of stone beneath layers of ash and sorrow. Iceland sits on the mid-Atlantic ridge where continents pull apart. Its volcanoes are raw forces of nature and symbols of national identity. In 2010, Eyjafjallajökull erupted and grounded flights across Europe. Tiny particles of ash drifted through jet engines and threatened disaster. Hawaii rose from the sea because of a volcanic hotspot. The islands were built layer by lava and time. As the Pacific Plate drifts northwest, the hotspot continues to create new islands. From Kauai to the Big Island, each landmass is a living fossil. Kilauea is one of Earth's most active volcanoes. Its lava flows have engulfed homes, highways, and forests. Some eruptions do not just destroy, they threaten civilization itself. Supervolcanoes are rare but cataclysmic. Some volcanoes do not just threaten a region, they threaten the entire planet. Yellowstone is one of Earth's most dangerous supervolcanoes. It sleeps beneath a national park visited by millions every year. Its caldera stretches across 45 miles. Beneath it lies a magma chamber large enough to fill the Grand Canyon multiple times. It last erupted over 640,000 years ago. Before that, it erupted 1.3 million years ago and 2.1 million years ago. That pattern suggests it could erupt roughly every 600,000 to 700,000 years. Some believe it is overdue. If Yellowstone erupts again, it will not look like a fiery explosion. It will begin with earthquakes, ground swelling, and venting gases. Then, without warning, the sky will darken. Ash would fall across North America, choking crops and shutting down power grids. The eruption could eject over 2,000 times more material than Mount St. Helens. It would cool the planet, disrupt weather patterns, and collapse global food supply chains. Cities across the Midwest could become uninhabitable. The world as we know it would be forever changed. It has not happened in human memory, but the evidence lies beneath our feet. Scientists monitor Yellowstone constantly, but if it erupts, we may only have days or hours to react. The question is not if, but when. Lake Toba in Indonesia erupted 74,000 years ago. It was so powerful that it almost wiped out humanity. Some scientists believe only a few thousand humans survived. The ash cloud darkened the planet and changed the climate for years. Toba left behind a vast caldera filled with water. The peaceful lake hides a violent past. Not all volcanoes roar on land. Deep beneath the oceans, volcanoes build new crust along the sea floor. Hydrothermal vents called black smokers release mineral-rich water. Strange life forms thrive there in complete darkness. These underwater volcanoes might be where life began. The heat and chemistry could have sparked biology in the deep. Around 1600 before Christ, the island of Santorini exploded. The Minoan civilization collapsed, and waves swept across the Mediterranean. Some say this eruption inspired the legend of Atlantis, a paradise lost to fire and water. In Central America, volcanoes tower over fertile farmland. The ash creates rich soil that feeds millions. But beauty hides danger. In 1985, Nevado del Ruiz erupted in Colombia. Melting glaciers triggered a lahar, a deadly river of mud and ash. Over 20,000 people died in the town of Armero. The warning signs were there. Few listened and many paid the price. Mount Fuji in Japan is a national symbol and a sleeping giant. Its last major eruption was in 1707. Ash blanketed the city of Edo, now called Tokyo. More than 3 centuries have passed, but the volcano remains active. In 1991, Mount Pinatubo in the Philippines exploded. The eruption dropped global temperatures by half a degree. Sulfur dioxide reached the stratosphere and reflected sunlight. It was one of the largest eruptions of the 20th century. Naples lives in the shadow of Vesuvius. Millions of people live within reach of its next eruption. Scientists use seismographs, gas sensors, and satellite data to monitor volcanoes. Yet, even with modern tools, prediction is not easy. Iceland may someday split apart along its volcanic rift. New land is rising as tectonic plates drift slowly. Not all eruptions explode. Hawaiian volcanoes often flow with slow rivers of lava. But some unleash pyroclastic surges. These clouds move faster than hurricanes and obliterate everything in their path. Pompeii was consumed by one of these surges. Entire families perished where they stood. Despite the risks, volcanoes give back. Their ash enriches soil, and their heat powers geothermal energy. In 2021, a new island emerged near Japan. Born from fire, it reshaped the sea overnight. Volcanoes are not unique to Earth. Jupiter's moon Io erupts constantly with molten rock. Mars hosts Olympus Mons, the tallest volcano in the solar system. It stands nearly 3 times the height of Mount Everest. On Venus, volcanoes may still be active beneath the planet's dense atmosphere. Across the cosmos, fire shapes planets. Volcanoes created our continents. They birthed the land beneath our cities. Without them, Earth would be a lifeless water world. They built the stage for evolution. The oxygen we breathe, the soil that feeds us, the islands we love, all owe their existence to volcanoes. Volcanoes are creators as much as destroyers. Their fury shapes the earth, and their silence hides deep power. They do not follow our rules or calendars. They answer to the pulse of the planet. So when you see a smoking crater or feel the earth tremble, remember this. You are standing on the edge of something ancient and alive. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this story of Earth's volcanic soul with someone who needs to remember how powerful our planet truly is. Alexander the Great was born in 356 BC in the ancient city of Pella, Macedonia. From the start, he was no ordinary child. He claimed to be descended from Achilles and believed he was the son of Zeus. His tutor was none other than Aristotle, who taught him philosophy, science, and the art of war. At the age of 20, his father, King Philip II, was assassinated. Alexander became king, and almost immediately he began uniting the Greek city-states through both diplomacy and brutal force. When the city of Thebes rebelled, Alexander destroyed it completely, leaving only temples and a few houses standing. In 334 BC, he launched his invasion of the Persian Empire. He crossed the Hellespont into Asia with around 40,000 soldiers and faced King Darius III of Persia at the Battle of Issus. Though vastly outnumbered, Alexander's tactics overwhelmed the Persian army. Next came the siege of Tyre. The city was built on an island and considered untouchable. Alexander built a causeway and conquered it after 7 months, a feat thought impossible. In Egypt, he was declared pharaoh and founded the city of Alexandria, which would become a center of learning for centuries. Then came the Battle of Gaugamela, where Alexander finally broke the back of the Persian Empire and claimed Babylon and Persepolis. But he wasn't done. He marched east into what is now Afghanistan and Pakistan, eventually reaching the Indus River. There he fought the famous Battle of the Hydaspes against King Porus and his war elephants. Though victorious, his army had had enough. They refused to go any farther. Alexander turned back. He crossed deserts, returned to Babylon, and began plans for expansion into Arabia. But in 323 BC, at just 32 years old, Alexander fell ill and died. Some say it was poison. Others say it was malaria or typhoid. We still don't know. In just 12 years, he had built the largest empire the world had ever seen. He never lost a battle, and more than 20 cities still bear his name. Alexander the Great did not live long, but he changed the world forever. Knowledge is power.
They called them savages. Beasts from the ice-choked north. But what sailed from Scandinavia wasn't chaos, it was precision. Row upon row of hardened warriors, faces carved by cold winds, eyes set on glory. When the longships breached foreign shores, history bent beneath their oars. From the fjords of Norway to the burning monasteries of Lindisfarne, the Viking Age was baptized in fire. But they were not just raiders, they were poets, builders, lovers, and kings. Each raid told a story. Each conquest fed a legacy that no blade could erase. It began in the late 8th century. A single strike on English soil marked a turning point. Lindisfarne, 793. The Northumbrian monks never saw it coming. The sea had always protected them until now. The Vikings arrived like a storm with axes instead of thunder. Gold, relics, manuscripts, and blood soaked the ground. Europe awoke, trembling. But they did not stop with England. From the shores of Francia, where they would one day lay siege to Paris, to the Emerald Hills of Ireland, the Norse carved their mark. They founded Dublin with blood-stained hands and iron ambition, ruling the city as both tyrants and traitors. They came not just to take, but to stay. In the east, Swedish Vikings, Varangians, traveled the rivers of Russia. Some became kings. Others pledged themselves to Byzantium, earning renown as the feared Varangian Guard. Cloaked in steel and silence, they guarded emperors, far from the snows of their homeland. Back in the west, one name echoed louder than all, Ragnar Lothbrok. Whether man or myth, his legend moved armies. It is said he sailed across the North Sea, led daring raids across Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, and laughed at death itself when captured by King Aella of Northumbria. They say snakes devoured him in a pit, but even that could not kill the legend. His sons would avenge him with fury unmatched. Hit that like button if you are enjoying the video, really helps to support the channel. The great heathen army descended upon England in 865, united not just by blood, but by wrath. Ivar the Boneless, a commander as ruthless as he was brilliant, carved through kingdoms, forging fear into loyalty. No one knew how he stood, yet all trembled when he moved. But with power came division. The sons of Ragnar fractured. Ivar would not live forever. And as Viking kingdoms rose, York in England, the Danelaw across Mercia, so too did betrayals. Brothers turned against brothers. Kings were crowned and dethroned with blades still warm. In Iceland, settlers carved farms from volcanic stone, chasing peace away from war. Yet even there, blood feuds burned hotter than lava. One man's honor could ignite years of vengeance. The sagas tell of love lost, oaths broken, and warriors choosing death over shame. To the south, the Vikings dared the Mediterranean. In 859, they raided the coasts of Spain, North Africa, and even reached Italy. But the sea was no ally here. Disease, heat, and unfamiliar shores weakened them. Still, they fought, for even in retreat, a Viking must die with pride. They ruled Normandy, not with axes, but alliances. The Frankish king granted land to Rollo, a Viking warlord, in exchange for peace. Rollo bent the knee, but never the will. His descendants would one day change Europe forever. One of them would be called William the Conqueror. But the Viking world, like all things, began to fade. Christianity seeped into their bones. Kings traded Odin's fury for the cross. The old gods were buried, not slain. Still, some resisted. Some clung to the ancient ways, fighting both crusaders and time itself. In 1066, one last roar shook the north. Harold Hardrada, a warrior king and former Varangian, sailed to claim the English crown. He died at Stamford Bridge, struck down before the Battle of Hastings would seal England's fate. With his fall, the Viking Age ended, not in surrender, but in a final glorious stand. Yet their spirit never died. Their ships still haunt history's shores. Their names echo in our bloodlines. Their tales wrapped in ice and fire are told again and again. Not as villains. Not as myths. But as men who dared to shape the world with nothing but iron and will. If you enjoyed the video, hit that like button. If you'd like to see more, subscribe to see our future videos. Share if you'd like to support the channel.
In the beginning, there were no borders, no passports, no races, no languages, just people, Homo sapiens. One species, one ancient family. Born not in a country, but in the cradle of East Africa, 200,000 years ago. They walked upright. They hunted. They loved. They feared the dark. They looked to the stars, even if they did not have words for them. But the earth is vast, and humans wander. They migrated north. They chased game. They chased seasons. They crossed deserts. They climbed mountains. They built boats and found new islands. Every place changed them. Not in spirit, but in body. In the bright sun of the equator, dark skin protected them, a shield against ultraviolet rays. In the cold grey skies of the north, paler skin evolved to soak in every drop of sunlight. Noses narrowed to warm the air, hair coiled to cool the scalp. Bones shifted. Eyes adapted. Generations passed, and nature sculpted us. But race is not ancient. It is not scientific. It is not written in stone. Race is a story told by empires, by colonizers, by people who wanted to divide, because biologically, humans are almost the same. More similar than wolves. More similar than apes. There is only one human race. We just wear different skin. But something else was changing too. Something powerful and invisible. Language. At first it was sound. A grunt. A cry. A warning. Then rhythm. Then meaning. Then explosion. Clicks. Tones. Songs. Words. Language bloomed. It spread. It multiplied. It became over 7,000 forms of saying, I am here. I am alive. How did that happen? As we spread out, we changed how we spoke. We gave names to rivers. We told stories about stars. We described pain. We made poetry. Small groups created dialects. Dialects became languages. Languages became cultures. Words became legacy. But like race, language is not fixed. It moves. It evolves. It dies. It is born again. English is a good example. It is Germanic. It is Latin. It is French. It is Norse. It is messy. And it is everywhere. Language built everything. Laws. Books. Memories. Songs. Myths. Promises. But if language is how we speak, and race is how we look, then humanity is how we feel. Joy. Pain. hope, grief. These do not need translation. From Ethiopia to Iceland, from Mongolia to Brazil, from deserts to ice, from temples to cities, we all cry the same. We laugh the same. We bury our dead the same. We are not strangers. We are reflections. So if you ask, why do we look so different? Why do we speak in so many ways? The answer is simple. We adapted. We survived. We changed. But we never stopped being one. We are the children of Earth, written in 7,000 languages, painted in every color, lived by 8 billion souls, still one. Hit like if you enjoyed this, sub to see more, share to support the channel. Elon Musk just did the impossible. He launched Tesla's robo-taxi in Austin, fully self-driving, no driver, just a monitor. A flat 420 fare, AI navigation, and the entire auto industry watching in disbelief. But this is just the latest twist in a story no one saw coming. From near bankruptcy to Mars rockets, PayPal, Twitter, and beyond. We're telling the whole truth, the rise, the risk, the reality. The full story of Elon Musk is coming. Subscribe now so you don't miss it.
They say heaven has streets of gold, but that's just the beginning. According to ancient texts, there's a city made of crystal, and gates carved from pearl, and a throne surrounded by fire, light, and creatures with wings full of eyes. Some say there are gardens beneath which rivers flow, palaces that shimmer like stars, a light that never fades, and music that doesn't just play, it lives. In the book of Revelation, heaven isn't just peaceful, it's overwhelming, glorious, terrifying, holy. And different cultures describe it differently, but one thing is always the same. It's beautiful beyond words. Would you want to see it? The full video drops soon. Like, share, and subscribe for more cinematic stories that explore the unknown.
Before man, before cities, before even the first bird's song, Earth belonged to giants, a world lush with towering ferns, volcanic mountains, and endless swamps teeming with life that time forgot. The skies roared with the wings of pterosaurs, vast and alien, gliding through air thicker and richer than ours today. Beneath them, dense jungles pulsed with ancient sounds, chirps, hisses, bellows, from creatures no human would ever see. Among the trees walked the mighty triceratops, armor-plated and regal, grazing like armored cattle on primeval shrubs. Across the plains, herds of Apatosaurus stretched like living towers, their necks rising above the canopy to feast on treetops no other creature could reach. But not all was peace in this lost world. Lurking in the shadows, velociraptors stalked their prey with chilling precision. Fast, cunning, coordinated. Every leaf rustle could mean death. Every breeze carried the scent of something ancient and hungry. And above them all, the undisputed king, Tyrannosaurus Rex, thundered through the land with jaws strong enough to crush bone and a gaze that froze everything in its path. Yet even he was not alone in the hunt. The oceans hid terrors of their own. Mosasaurus, the marine giant, waiting in prehistoric seas that shimmered with alien blues and bioluminescence. From desert cliffs to mist-choked valleys, Earth was a mosaic of untamed beauty and brutal survival. Giant insects buzzed through the air, wings like stained glass windows flashing under prehistoric sun. Enormous crocodilian ancestors lurked in the shallows, their eyes just above the waterline, motionless, until they weren't. The land itself was alive. Volcanoes rumbled like sleeping beasts, reshaping the world with every eruption. Ash blanketed entire forests, preserving the bones of those who once ruled. Every footprint left behind was a story, one of survival, of instinct, of evolution in its rawest form. This wasn't just a time of monsters, it was nature's boldest experiment, each creature perfectly engineered for its moment in time, battling extinction with every breath. Tiny Compsognathus darted between roots, scavengers with sharp eyes and sharper teeth, while high above, Quetzalcoatlus, with a wingspan wider than a fighter jet, soared between prehistoric thermals. Forests glowed with flora long extinct, cycads, ginkgos, horsetails taller than men. The air was thick with moisture, pollen, and the constant noise of life in motion. Massive Stegosaurus lumbered across hot plateaus, their spiked tails ready for war. Even the night brought fear, the calls of nocturnal predators echoing through the dark. Some dinosaurs were armored like tanks, like the Ankylosaurus, dragging its clubbed tail like a mace. Others were built for speed, like the Gallimimus, racing through fields at over 40 miles an hour. Climate shaped evolution. Droughts came. Floods followed. Entire species vanished as others adapted or died. Through it all, Earth spun on, writing its history in claw marks and fossil beds. Then came the Skyfire, a rock from space, a moment of extinction. Darkness swept the globe. Plants died. Temperatures plunged. The reign of dinosaurs was over, but their legacy would live on. In the bones beneath our feet, in the birds above our heads, and in the stories we tell of a world before time, a world of wonder, of terror, of breathtaking beauty, where giants ruled and Earth itself was alive. But even as extinction loomed, Earth was still full of wonders few could imagine. In lush coastal lagoons, herds of hadrosaurs gathered, their strange calls echoing like music across the marsh. These weren't mindless beasts. They traveled in groups, protected their young, and may have even mourned their dead. Each footprint left in mud told of intelligence and emotion. In the north, icy winds howled over polar forests, where feathered dinosaurs adapted to cold and long nights. They were survivors, proof that evolution had plans beyond teeth and scale. Back in the tropics, the rainforest teemed with creatures of every shape and color. Some used camouflage, some used display, some used brute force, and some used speed. Not all dinosaurs were titans. Some were no larger than chickens, yet every bit as fierce. Evolution was relentless. It tested every shape, every strategy. Spines, plates, crests, feathers, horns, each a response to Earth's changing moods. And as the continents drifted, isolated populations gave rise to entirely new species. Dinosaurs of the southern hemisphere evolved apart. Strange, alien, beautiful. There were the massive Argentinosaurus, so large their steps shook the ground like thunder. And the terrifying Giganotosaurus, rival to the T-Rex, prowling the ancient South American plains. The seas too continued to shift, vast inland oceans created by rising global temperatures. There, sea monsters ruled unchecked. No gills, no mercy. Above, the sky was alive with color. Bird-like raptors glided between branches, their feathers dazzling in hues we can only guess. And below, the earth whispered its secrets, bones turning to stone, forests buried beneath volcanic ash. Time encasing life like a museum in the dirt. The asteroid wasn't the end of dinosaurs. It was the end of their world, but the beginning of ours. Some evolved, some survived in the smallest corners, and some still soar above us every single day, yet their shadows linger. Every museum skeleton, every fossil pulled from ancient stone, is a monument to a time when Earth didn't belong to us. We think of ourselves as kings of the planet, but for millions of years, that crown belonged to something else. Creatures that ruled with claw and fang, creatures that shaped the land, creatures that remind us how fragile greatness can be. Their world is gone, but it left its mark. On our myths, on our bones, on our dreams, a glimpse into a forgotten age, where Earth was wild, untamed, and truly alive. But this story doesn't end here. If this world stirred something in you, if the roar of the T-Rex or the shadow of the Quetzalcoatlus gave you chills, then hit that like button and let us know this journey was worth it. Subscribe now to uncover the rest of Earth's hidden past, from deep ocean leviathans to ancient warriors, empires, and mysteries waiting in stone. So the next time you look up at a bird in the sky, remember, its ancestors once walked beside monsters. What we've shown you today isn't just science, it's a resurrection, because this channel is where the dead roar back to life. And you're just in time for the next chapter.
In the highest realm of heaven, above every angelic order, they burn with holy fire. The seraphim, God's burning angels. Mentioned only once by name in the Bible, Isaiah saw them. Each had 6 wings. With 2 they covered their faces, with 2 their feet, and with 2 they flew. Isaiah chapter 6. They don't guard, they don't deliver messages, they exist for one purpose, to worship. Endlessly they cry out, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord Almighty. The whole earth is full of his glory." Their beauty is terrifying. Their voices shake heaven's walls. When Isaiah saw them, he said, "Woe is me, I am undone." Are the seraphim still there? Beyond the veil of time, watching, worshipping, perhaps they've never stopped. Like if this opened your eyes. Subscribe for more truths hidden in plain sight. Comment on what mystery you want revealed next. Knowledge is power. Did you know? The seraphim are said to sing in a choir, their voices harmonizing in a celestial symphony.
At just 17 years old, Juliane Köpke boarded a flight with her mother on Christmas Eve, 1971. Somewhere over the Peruvian rainforest, the plane was struck by lightning and disintegrated mid-air. Juliane was thrown from the aircraft, still strapped to her seat. She plummeted over 10,000 feet, nearly 2 miles, into the dense jungle below. But she survived. Injured, barefoot and alone, she wandered the rainforest for 11 days. She followed streams, avoided predators, and treated her wounds with knowledge she had learned from her zoologist parents. Despite broken bones, insect bites, and no supplies, she kept moving. Eventually, she found a logging camp and was rescued. Juliane was the only survivor out of 92 passengers. She fell from the sky and walked out of the jungle alive. Like the video if you found this to be amazing. For more unbelievable true stories, hit subscribe and check out our full documentary series.
Before borders or bullets, this land thrived under the care of its First Nations. Over 500 tribes with more than 300 languages lived across the continent, from the towering pines of the Pacific Northwest to the sun-scorched mesas of the Southwest. Peace wasn't perfect, but it was theirs. It was a world of sacred rivers, sky dances, buffalo migrations, and unwritten laws held in honor, a civilization far older than the nation that would come to claim it. Then came ships, steel, and handshakes laced with betrayal. Treaties were offered with smiles and signed with lies, written in ink that faded when convenient. The colonists came preaching peace and brotherhood until they came with guns. What began with trade turned to bloodshed. The government carved up the land not with permission, but with force. And when paper wasn't enough, they used fire and fear to finish the job. In 1864, the Sand Creek Massacre shocked even hardened warriors. Cheyenne women and children were slaughtered as they waved white flags under a U.S. military promise of peace. It was called a victory by the newspapers. A cleansing. But to those who watched their families die, it was something else. The first death knell of 1,000 broken promises. The ghost dance came later, a desperate prayer, a sacred ritual meant to bring back the ancestors and return the land to balance. But Washington feared the rhythm of those drums. In 1890, at Wounded Knee, they answered with bullets instead of understanding. More than 250 Lakota were gunned down. The dead included women, children, and old men. Their bodies frozen in the snow were the final images of a century-long betrayal. And yet, even within confinement, love endured. Behind barbed wire and broken promises, a Sioux warrior fell in love with an Apache girl, a bond that defied tradition, distance, and the U.S. government's attempt to divide. Their love was rebellion. Their child, a silent protest against extinction. Then came the schools. Carlisle. Haskell. Calaco. Kill the Indian, save the man, they said. Generations of native children were stripped of their names, their languages, their hair, and their souls. What genocide could not finish, forced assimilation tried to erase. These schools were not places of learning. They were graveyards for identity. Still, the warrior spirit refused to die. In 1876, Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse led the Lakota and Cheyenne to victory at the Battle of Little Bighorn. General Custer fell, along with his arrogance. It was not just a battle. It was the last thunderclap of resistance in a storm that had raged for centuries. The government never forgave the tribes for winning that day. The history books rarely remember it. And what of the women? Buffalo Calf Road Woman, who knocked Custer from his horse. Lozen, who rode with her brother Victorio and could predict the enemy's movements in dreams. Pine Leaf, a warrior who refused to marry, leading men into battle and earning more than 20 warriors' feathers. These were not women behind men, they were the thunder before the storm. From sea to stolen sea, tribal lands vanished on paper. Signatures forced by starvation, deceit, and the barrel of a gun erased over 86 million acres. Maps were redrawn, rivers renamed, cultures pushed underground. But they were never gone. They are still here. Still dancing, still speaking their tongues. Still passing on songs, stories, and scars. They are not relics. They are not folklore. They are not history. They are the heartbeat of this land. Subscribe to our channel for more truth. More beauty. More history they tried to bury. This is only the beginning.
The American Civil War. A brutal conflict that shaped the soul of a nation. This is the story of how the United States of America tore itself apart, and what it took to stitch itself back together. It is a war still misunderstood, still debated, and still alive in the conscience of a country it nearly destroyed. This war was not inevitable, but it was years in the making. It was not simply North against South. It was economy against economy, future against past, and freedom against bondage. Slavery had become the spine of the Southern economy. It was embedded in every law, every institution. Millions of black men, women, and children were considered property. They had no rights. no voice, no protection. Meanwhile, the North was changing rapidly. Factories were rising. Immigrants were pouring in. Cities were growing. There were still racists in the North. But the North did not depend on slavery to survive. And more people were calling for its end. Laws tried to calm the storm. The Missouri Compromise admitted Missouri as a slave state and Maine as free. The Compromise of 1850 included the Fugitive Slave Act, angering many in the North. The Kansas-Nebraska Act opened new lands to slavery by popular vote. Bleeding Kansas erupted in violence. It became clear. Compromise was failing. In 1857, the Dred Scott decision declared that no black person could ever be a citizen. That decision struck like thunder. It confirmed to millions that the system was deeply corrupted. Then came John Brown, an abolitionist who believed slavery would only end through bloodshed. In 1859, he led a raid on a federal armory at Harper's Ferry. He wanted to spark a slave revolt. He failed and was executed. But in death, he became a symbol, a martyr to abolitionists, a terrorist to the South. The election of 1860 was the final fracture. Abraham Lincoln won the presidency without carrying a single Southern state. The South panicked. They believed Lincoln would abolish slavery outright. South Carolina was the first to leave the Union. 10 more states followed. In early 1861, they formed the Confederate States of America. They elected Jefferson Davis as their president, and they began seizing federal property within their borders. Then came Fort Sumter, a Union fort in the harbor of Charleston, South Carolina. Confederate forces surrounded it and demanded surrender. When the Union refused, they opened fire. The American Civil War had begun. Many believed the war would last weeks. Instead, it lasted 4 years. It became a grinding, bitter, and costly struggle. At the First Battle of Bull Run, Union troops panicked and fled. It was a wake-up call. The South would not be easily defeated. At Antietam, over 23,000 men were killed, wounded, or missing in a single day. It remains the bloodiest day in American history. The dead lay in rows, unburied, untouched. The scale of death was staggering. Gettysburg saw 3 days of fighting and over 50,000 casualties. It marked the high water mark of the Confederacy. After Gettysburg, the South would never again launch a major offensive in the North. In the West, Union forces captured New Orleans and took control of the Mississippi River. General Ulysses S. Grant laid siege to Vicksburg and starved the city into surrender. This cut the Confederacy in half. General William Tecumseh Sherman then began his march to the sea. He destroyed railroads, burned crops, and tore through Georgia. He practiced total war, aiming to break the South's ability and will to fight. Meanwhile, President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. It declared that all enslaved people in Confederate states were free. It did not immediately end slavery. But it changed the purpose of the war. Now the Union fought not only for survival, but for freedom. Black men rushed to enlist. Over 180,000 served in the Union Army. They fought with courage. They faced death not only from bullets, but from execution or re-enslavement if captured. Yet they fought. For their people. For dignity. For the future. The Confederacy hoped for help from Europe. They believed cotton would bring them allies. But after the Emancipation Proclamation, Britain and France stepped back. They would not support a war for slavery. The war continued to drag on. The South's resources dried up. Its men were exhausted. Grant pushed forward with relentless pressure. He understood that victory would come not just through strategy, but through attrition. In 1865, Union forces captured Richmond, the Confederate capital. Robert E. Lee tried to escape west, but his army was surrounded. On April 9, 1865, at Appomattox Courthouse, he surrendered to Grant. Just 5 days later, Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, shot in the back of the head at Ford's Theater. He did not live to see the peace he had fought for. The South lay in ruins. Cities were burned. Fields left fallow. Millions of people were dead, wounded, orphaned, or traumatized. Slavery was abolished by the 13th Amendment. But freedom did not bring equality. Racism remained deeply rooted. Reconstruction began, but it was slow, violent, and fiercely resisted. 1 in every 4 Southern white men of military age had died. Entire communities were wiped out. Tens of thousands of men returned home with missing limbs. Many were never whole again, in body or mind. And the country remained deeply divided. The American Civil War ended on paper, but its consequences are still unfolding. This war forced America to reckon with its original sin. It tore off the mask. It exposed every contradiction. And it demanded that the country choose what it truly believed in. The cost was staggering. But the future was bought with that price. Not all battles are fought with guns, and not all wounds are visible. This was the war that forged modern America, and the memory of it must never fade. Please like, share, and subscribe if you believe in telling the truth behind history. This is the American Civil War, and this is the story that must be remembered.
June 22nd, 1941, Hitler launches Operation Barbarossa, invading the Soviet Union. It would become the largest military operation in history. And today, June 22nd, 1944, President Roosevelt signs the GI Bill, giving veterans access to education and home loans. It would change America's middle class forever. And in 1990, Checkpoint Charlie, symbol of the Cold War, was dismantled. East and West Berlin finally becoming one. Every June 22nd carries echoes of war, science, and freedom. History didn't sleep, and neither do we. Follow for more historical facts daily. Knowing things is power.
They traveled light years, crossed galaxies, bent time itself to get here. And what did they find? A planet where people still argue if Earth is flat, where billionaires launch cars into space, and people eat laundry detergent for clout. They watched us duct tape knives to Roombas, start wars over imaginary internet points, and then use AI to draw buff cats. The aliens? They turned around. Didn't even slow down. Didn't even roll down the window. And honestly, I don't blame them. Like if you smiled. Sub if you want more. And share this to show aliens we do have potential.
History as we know it is incomplete. Across the globe, from deserts to oceans, whispers of a forgotten past linger. These whispers echo in the enigmatic structures and artifacts left behind by ancient civilizations. They speak of a time before recorded history, a time when advanced cultures may have flourished and vanished, leaving only tantalizing clues behind. These remnants challenge our understanding of the past. Were our ancestors more sophisticated than we give them credit for? Did they possess knowledge and technologies that have since been lost to time? The evidence suggests a profound possibility. We must be prepared to challenge conventional wisdom and embrace the possibility of the unknown. Join me as we embark on this extraordinary journey of discovery, exploring the mysteries that lie hidden in plain sight. Together we will delve into the heart of the unknown and confront the enigmas that have baffled scholars for centuries. In the heart of Anatolia, Turkey, lies a site that has sent shockwaves through the archaeological world, Göbekli Tepe. Dating back to 10,000 BC, this astonishing complex predates Stonehenge and the pyramids of Egypt by millennia. Its existence throws a wrench into our understanding of prehistory, challenging established timelines and forcing us to reconsider the capabilities of our hunter-gatherer ancestors. Massive T-shaped pillars, some weighing over 20 tons, are arranged in circular enclosures. Intricately carved reliefs of animals, both real and mythical, adorn the stones, their meaning lost to the mists of time. Who were these people capable of such feats of engineering and artistry? What drove them to create this monumental complex? These questions continue to baffle archaeologists and historians. Göbekli Tepe is not an isolated anomaly. Around the world, from the submerged ruins off the coast of Yonaguni-jima, Japan, to the enigmatic stone spheres of Costa Rica, evidence of ancient civilizations emerges. Could a global cataclysm have wiped out a highly advanced ancient civilization, leaving behind only scattered remnants and fragmented memories? The evidence, woven into myths and legends from every corner of the globe, suggests a compelling possibility. From the biblical story of Noah's Ark to the flood narratives of ancient Mesopotamia and the Americas, the recurring theme of a great deluge points to a shared ancestral memory of a catastrophic event. Geological evidence supports the possibility of a global flood around 12,000 years ago, coinciding with the end of the last ice age. Rising sea levels, triggered by rapidly melting glaciers, could have inundated coastal settlements and reshaped continents. This catastrophic event, if it indeed occurred, would have had a devastating impact on any civilization that existed at the time. Cities, technologies, and entire cultures could have been wiped from existence, leaving behind only scattered survivors and a handful of enigmatic ruins. The trauma of such a cataclysm would have been etched into the collective memory of humanity, passed down through generations in the form of myths and legends. The possibility of a global flood and its implications for our understanding of the past cannot be ignored. In 1929, a remarkable artifact surfaced in Istanbul, Turkey, the Piri Reis map. This nautical chart, drawn by the Ottoman Admiral Piri Reis in the 16th century, depicts not only the Americas and Africa with startling accuracy, but also the coastline of Antarctica, a continent supposedly undiscovered until 1820. Adding to the enigma, the Piri Reis map portrays Antarctica as it would have appeared free of ice, a scenario that geologists believe existed thousands of years ago. How could a map created in the 16th century depict a continent supposedly unknown to the world at that time? And how could it accurately portray Antarctica without its ice cover, a feature that has characterized the continent for millennia? These are the questions that have puzzled scholars and fueled speculation about the map's origins for decades. Some argue that Piri Reis compiled his map from older source materials, perhaps even maps dating back to antiquity. The map's secrets, if unlocked, could rewrite history as we know it. Section 5. The Enigma of Ancient Precision. From the perfectly aligned stones of Stonehenge to the intricate geometry of the Great Pyramid of Giza, ancient sites around the world display a level of precision that continues to baffle modern engineers. How did our ancestors, supposedly limited by primitive tools and technologies, achieve such feats of engineering? The answer may lie in a lost understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and perhaps even technologies unknown to modern science. Consider the Great Pyramid. Its construction involved placing over 2 million stone blocks, each weighing an average of 2.5 tons, with astonishing accuracy. The pyramid's alignment with the cardinal points is nearly perfect, deviating by a mere fraction of a degree. At Pumapunku, a complex located high in the Andes Mountains of Bolivia, massive stone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, are cut with laser-like precision and fit together with such accuracy that a razor blade cannot be inserted between them. These examples, and countless others scattered across the globe, challenge our understanding of ancient capabilities. Section 6. Forbidden Knowledge. The Resistance to Alternative Histories. The evidence for a lost chapter of human history, though compelling, is often met with resistance and even hostility from mainstream academia. Why is there such reluctance to consider alternative timelines and the possibility of advanced ancient civilizations? The answer may lie in the inherent conservatism of academia, a system that values established paradigms and often resists challenges to the status quo. Academics build their careers on established theories and interpretations of the past. To entertain alternative viewpoints, especially those that contradict the prevailing consensus, is to risk one's reputation and potentially derail years of research. This inherent bias towards preserving the status quo can stifle innovation and prevent new discoveries from coming to light. Section 7. The Shadow of Lost Civilizations. The possibility of lost civilizations, once relegated to the realm of science fiction, is gaining traction as more evidence emerges from the depths of time. Could the myths and legends that speak of vanished empires and forgotten gods be more than mere folklore? The story of Atlantis, a technologically advanced island nation that sank beneath the waves, has captivated imaginations for centuries. While often dismissed as a fictional allegory, some researchers believe that Atlantis, or a civilization like it, may have existed, perhaps wiped out by a natural disaster or a catastrophic event. The discovery of underwater structures off the coast of India, potentially dating back thousands of years, suggests that advanced civilizations may have existed in regions now submerged beneath the ocean. These discoveries challenge our understanding of the past and raise the possibility that human civilization is far older and more complex than we currently believe. Section 8. Unveiling the Secrets, a call to question. The evidence presented here is not intended to provide definitive answers, but rather to ignite a spark of curiosity, to encourage you to question the accepted narrative and to embark on your own journey of discovery. The quest to unveil the secrets of our past requires an open mind, a willingness to consider alternative viewpoints, and a healthy dose of skepticism towards any theory, no matter how entrenched it may seem. Do not accept everything you read or hear at face value. Challenge assumptions. Scrutinize evidence and seek out diverse perspectives. By embracing curiosity and critical thinking, we can begin to piece together the puzzle of our past and uncover the hidden truths that lie buried beneath layers of time and dogma. The journey to unveil the secrets of our past is not for the faint of heart. By uncovering the truth of our past, we gain a deeper understanding of ourselves, our place in the universe, and the infinite possibilities that lie ahead. Thank you for making it to the end of the video. If you liked what you saw, support us by hitting that like button and subscribe for more content. Section 9. The quest for truth continues. The search for a lost chapter of human history is an ongoing endeavour, a journey without a fixed destination. As we delve deeper into the mysteries of the past, we are likely to uncover more questions than answers. The evidence presented here is merely a glimpse into the vast and complex tapestry of human history. There are countless other enigmatic sites, artifacts, and mysteries waiting to be explored. The journey is far from over, but with each step we take, with each question we ask, we move closer to understanding the true story of humanity.
When you hear dinosaur, you probably picture something huge, scaly, and terrifying. But not all dinos were nightmare fuel. In fact, some were flat-out adorable. Let's meet the cutest dinosaurs that ever walked the earth. First up, Microraptor. Imagine a crow, but with 4 wings. This little flyer was only about 2.5 feet long, covered in feathers, and had a tail like a fancy ribbon. It could glide from tree to tree like a flying squirrel on prehistoric Red Bull. Next, Protoceratops. Think of it as a baby triceratops with none of the sharp horns. About the size of a big dog with a beak and a frilly head, it was peaceful, plant-loving, and adorably chunky. Believe it or not, even the king of dinos had a cute phase. Baby T-Rex may have had fluffy feathers, squeaky little growls, and was more awkward puppy than apex predator, until it grew 12-inch teeth. How about a tiny dino from the frozen forests of ancient Australia? Leia Elenosaura was only 3 feet long with big cartoonish eyes, perfect for low light. It likely snuggled in burrows during the polar winters. Psittacosaurus looked like a cross between a lizard, a parrot, and a pine cone. It had cheek pouches, tail bristles, and may have even changed colors as it aged. Science says cute, I say fashion icon. Maiasaura literally means good mother lizard. This dinosaur cared for her babies in a nest, brought them food, and protected them in giant herds. Basically the soccer mom of the Cretaceous. Quick fact. Many dinosaurs had feathers, colors, and personalities that were more bird-like than reptilian. The line between scary dino and weird prehistoric chicken is thinner than you think. Oviraptor was once thought to steal eggs, but now we know it was probably guarding its own. With a little crest, a beak, and likely a coat of fuzz, it was more overprotective bird parent than villain. Pachycephalosaurus had a bowling ball for a skull. While it may have looked goofy, scientists think it headbutted rivals like a prehistoric frat bro. Cuteness factor high, intelligence debatable. So there you have it. Not all dinosaurs were giant roaring nightmares. Some were pocket-sized, fluffy, or just hilariously weird. Which one's your favorite prehistoric cutie? Let us know in the comments. Like, subscribe, and remember, science doesn't have to be scary, it can be adorably epic because knowledge is power.
The fabric of space-time. How the universe holds itself together. Space-time is not empty. It's a 4-dimensional web that connects everything, everywhere, through both space and time. Every second you move through it. Even standing still, you're traveling through time. But add motion, or gravity, and space-time starts to bend. The more mass you have, the deeper the curve. This bending is what we experience as gravity, not a force pulling you, but the shape of the universe telling matter how to move. Einstein figured this out in 1915, and the world has never been the same. The Earth orbits the Sun, not because it's pulled by an invisible force, but because it's following the curved path carved out by the Sun in space-time. Light itself bends around massive objects. We photographed it. This bending is called gravitational lensing, and it proves space-time is more than theory. It's real. Imagine a trampoline with a bowling ball in the center. Roll a marble around the edge. That's how the moon orbits Earth, not by pulling, but by falling along a curve. Now imagine stretching that trampoline into 4 dimensions. That's space-time and black holes. They are the deepest dents in the cosmic fabric. So deep, not even light can escape. Because even light travels on space-time, and space-time ends at the singularity. But space-time isn't rigid. It ripples. Colliding black holes send out waves, gravitational waves. And in 2015, we finally detected them. 100 years after Einstein predicted them. We heard the sound of space-time shaking. The universe spoke, and we listened. Time itself moves slower near massive objects. It's not just science fiction. It's been proven by satellites. Your GPS wouldn't work if we didn't account for it. Time is relative. This means astronauts age slower than people on Earth. It's a tiny difference, but it's real. So what even is space-time made of? That's the mystery. It behaves like a fabric, but we don't yet know what threads it's woven from. Some physicists think it's quantum in nature. That at the smallest level, space-time is pixelated, like a video game. Others believe it could be made of strings, as in string theory. Or even more bizarre, that space-time is an emergent illusion, born from deeper math we haven't yet grasped. But one thing is certain. Space-time is the stage for everything. Galaxies, light, planets, time, gravity, all dancing on this invisible grid. Without it, there is no place or when. We exist because it exists, and we're part of its geometry. Your weight is just your interaction with curved space-time. You are literally shaping the universe with your mass. Even your body warps space-time, just a little. But collectively, all matter molds it. That's why galaxies form where they do. Dark matter may not be visible, but it curves space-time, and that curve pulls galaxies into shape. Space-time tells galaxies how to form. In turn, galaxies shape space-time. It's a feedback loop across billions of light years. What lies beyond our universe's space-time? We don't know. There may be other universes, each with their own fabric, and different rules entirely. But here, in ours, the fabric stretches. It expands. Since the Big Bang, space-time has been growing. Not into something, but making more of itself. And that expansion is accelerating, driven by something we call dark energy. We don't know what it is, but it's pushing galaxies apart faster and faster. Space-time is not static. It's alive with motion. And one day, that motion may tear everything apart, or bring it back together. But for now, we float, held together by the quiet strength of the universe's design. The next time you look up at the night sky, remember, you're not just seeing stars. You're seeing the shape of time. Subscribe to explore more of the infinite. The universe is just getting started.
In the vast and frozen forests of the Eurasian steppe, ancient Slavic tribes first began to form loose communities. Their lives were shaped by the rhythm of the seasons and the threat of raiders from the east. By the 9th century, these fragmented tribes were united by the Varangians, Norse warriors who sailed down the rivers and founded the state of Kievan Rus. At its center was Kiev, a trading hub that connected the Baltic with the Byzantine world. Orthodox Christianity was adopted in 988, forever shaping Russia's culture, art, and spiritual identity. The golden domes of new churches glittered over the Dnieper River as a new Russian soul was born. Princes built cities and palaces, but rivalries among them fractured unity. Kievan Rus splintered into competing states, each vying for dominance and protection. Then came the Mongols in the 13th century, sweeping across the steppe with terrifying force. The cities of Rus were burned, and survivors forced to pay tribute to the Golden Horde. For 2 centuries, Russian princes bowed to Mongol Khans. They collected taxes for their overlords and lived in fear of raids and punishment. Yet in the shadow of oppression, Moscow began to rise. Its leaders used cunning and loyalty to the Khans to gain influence over rival cities. By the late 1400s, Ivan III declared Moscow free from Mongol rule. He called himself Tsar and claimed divine right to rule all Russians. Ivan IV, known as Ivan the Terrible, expanded Russian lands with fire and steel. He crushed opposition with his secret police, the Oprichniki, and turned his wrath even on his own nobles. His rule ended in bloodshed and madness. Russia fell into the time of troubles, a chaotic period of famine, foreign invasion, and dynastic crisis. Polish troops occupied the Kremlin and pretenders rose to claim the throne. The land groaned under war, starvation, and despair. In 1613, the Romanov dynasty was chosen to restore order. A boy named Mikhail Romanov was crowned Tsar, marking the birth of a new era. The Romanovs brought stability, but at a cost. Serfdom became law, tying millions of peasants to the land and to noble masters. Peter the Great changed everything in the late 1600s. Towering and relentless, he dragged Russia into the modern age. He built a navy from scratch, defeated Sweden, and seized access to the Baltic Sea. His new capital, St. Petersburg, stood as a window to the west. Nobles were forced to dress like Europeans and speak foreign languages, but Peter ruled with cruelty as well as vision, punishing dissent with violence. His reforms laid the foundation for a powerful empire, yet much of the population remained impoverished and voiceless. Catherine the Great continued Peter's work a century later. She embraced Enlightenment ideals while expanding Russia through war and diplomacy. She corresponded with philosophers and dreamed of reform, but when a peasant revolt threatened her throne, she cracked down with brutal force. The empire stretched from Poland to Alaska, a vast domain of ice, forests, and diverse peoples. Beneath its grandeur simmered unrest. In 1812, Napoleon invaded with the might of Europe behind him. The Russians retreated, torching cities and waiting for winter to strike. Moscow burned rather than fall. Napoleon's army starved and froze on the long march home. Tsar Alexander I emerged as a hero of Europe, but back home, demands for reform were met with silence. In 1825, the Decembrist officers tried to overthrow the autocracy. They were hanged or exiled, and the Tsarist grip tightened. Throughout the 19th century, Russia industrialized in fits and starts. Factories rose, but most Russians remained peasants, bound to backbreaking labor. Alexander II freed the serfs in 1861, but gave them little land or support. Hopes for justice curdled into frustration. Terrorists assassinated Alexander II in 1881, and the empire slipped back into repression. The secret police grew stronger, and dissent was driven underground. Marxist ideas spread among students and workers. Underground printing presses distributed revolutionary leaflets by candlelight. By 1905, pressure exploded into revolution. Workers marched peacefully in St. Petersburg, but were gunned down in what became known as Bloody Sunday. Strikes, mutinies, and riots followed. Tsar Nicholas II made concessions, but refused to yield real power. World War I brought disaster. Millions died, food ran short, and soldiers deserted. In 1917, the monarchy collapsed. The Bolsheviks, led by Lenin, seized power with promises of peace, land, and bread. They pulled Russia out of the war, then plunged it into civil war. The Reds and Whites tore the country apart. Famine, executions, and chaos reigned. By 1922, the Bolsheviks had won, and the Soviet Union was born. Lenin dreamed of a workers' utopia, but his death brought Joseph Stalin to power, and with him, an age of terror. Stalin collectivized farms and crushed resistance with famine and exile. Millions died in forced labor camps or mass executions. Cities rose with smokestacks and concrete, symbols of industrial might, but they were built on the bones of the broken. The 1930s were ruled by fear. Neighbors vanished overnight, and confession meant survival. Ordinary citizens lived under constant suspicion. A careless word or wrong connection could mean imprisonment or death. Paranoia crept into every home. Children informed on parents, and trust became a dangerous luxury. Despite this darkness, Soviet culture flourished in unexpected places. Artists, filmmakers, and composers walked a razor's edge between brilliance and censorship. The Red Army expanded under Stalin's iron hand. Tanks rolled across borders as the world edged toward disaster. Stalin's 5-year plans demanded impossible output. Industrial cities mushroomed across the landscape, but workers lived in crowded barracks with little food. Science became a battlefield. Engineers and scientists were both praised and purged, their fates often tied to the success of secret projects. Millions of citizens memorized slogans and songs praising the state. Patriotism was mandatory, and fear was ever present. Education was reformed to glorify socialism. Children were taught to love the state more than their families. Religion was branded as superstition. Churches were razed or repurposed, and priests were imprisoned by the thousands. The NKVD executed poets and peasants alike. Loyalty was rewarded with survival, not safety. Those who survived did so with silence. To speak was to risk everything. Then came the storm of World War II. Hitler's armies invaded in 1941, reaching the gates of Moscow. The Soviets held the line at Stalingrad in a battle of unimaginable brutality. Slowly, they pushed the Germans back. From the ruins of war, the Soviet Union emerged a superpower, but the price was 27 million dead. Entire cities had to be rebuilt from rubble. Survivors lived with memories too painful to name. The Cold War began. The Iron Curtain fell across Europe, and the arms race began in earnest. Spies moved in shadows, bomb shelters were built. Fear became the air everyone breathed. In 1957, Sputnik launched into space. 4 years later, Yuri Gagarin became the first man to orbit the Earth. The Soviet Union soared in science but struggled at home. Shortages and censorship ruled daily life. Leaders came and went. Khrushchev thawed the terror, Brezhnev restored order, and stagnation set in. Under Brezhnev, life was predictable but suffocating. Factories churned, parades marched, and dissenters disappeared quietly. Television showed a world of achievement, but behind the scenes, corruption and decay crept in. In the 1980s, Mikhail Gorbachev introduced glasnost and perestroika. He sought to save the system by opening it up. Instead, it began to unravel. Republics demanded independence, and the economy collapsed. Protests grew from whispers to marches. The people saw a future beyond Soviet control. In 1991, the red flag was lowered over the Kremlin. The Soviet Union ceased to exist. The 1990s brought chaos, violence, and new wealth for the few. Oligarchs seized industries while pensions vanished. In 1999, Vladimir Putin rose to power. A former KGB agent, he promised strength and stability. He waged war in Chechnya, rebuilt the military, and took control of the media. Dissent was punished and loyalty rewarded. In 2014, Russia annexed Crimea. Sanctions followed, but Putin's popularity soared. The nation turned inward and back to tradition. Orthodoxy, nationalism, and history became central once more. Russia today faces a divided world. It is isolated by conflict but driven by ambition. Its past is a tapestry of triumph and tragedy. Its future, still unwritten, holds the weight of 1,000 years. From forest tribes to nuclear power, Russia's story is one of endurance. No matter the storm, it survives. Yet even now, beneath the strongman image, cracks widen. Demographic decline, brain drain, and economic pressures test the system. Voices of opposition speak through encrypted channels. Artists, writers, and youth resist in subtle ways. Russian culture remains rich, poetic, and haunted by history. From Tolstoy to Tchaikovsky, its spirit endures in creation. The Arctic melts while the army marches. Climate, geopolitics, and technology all collide at Russia's doorstep. New alliances form and old ones fray. China watches closely as Russia asserts its influence. Beyond the headlines, millions live ordinary lives shaped by extraordinary forces. Their stories, quiet or bold, carry the legacy of centuries. In a world more connected than ever, Russia remains distinct. Its soul forged by hardship, its pride untouched by time. The tale of Russia is not finished. It marches forward, unpredictable and unforgettable. Hit the like button if you enjoyed it. Subscribe to see more. Share to support the channel. Once upon a time in old Europe, people started dying mysteriously and in large numbers. And the explanation, according to many, was not disease or bad sanitation. It was vampires. Yes, vampires. Dead people rising from the grave, sneaking into homes, and draining the life from their neighbors. This wasn't just folklore whispered around campfires. Entire villages believed it. So did nobles, priests, and even doctors. The symptoms they saw: pale skin, weight loss, coughing up blood. Today we call that tuberculosis. Back then it was textbook vampire behavior. So what did they do about it? They grabbed shovels, marched to the graveyards, and started digging people up. Once they opened a coffin, the body was judged on appearance. If it wasn't decomposing fast enough, that meant it was undead. Sometimes the stomach was bloated or there was blood at the mouth. Instead of realizing that these were normal signs of decomposition, they assumed the corpse had been feeding. So they acted. They removed hearts, cut off heads, drove stakes through chests, shoved garlic in mouths, and occasionally they poured boiling wine over the body for good measure. Because clearly vampires hate hot drinks. In some cases they ground up the heart into ashes and made the family drink it. Because if grandma's dying, the logical solution is to make her sip vampire dust. Medical science was still on vacation. One of the most famous cases happened in 1725 in Serbia. A man named Petar Blagojevich died, and soon after, 9 others followed. Locals said Petar had returned from the dead and attacked them. When they opened his grave, they claimed he looked too fresh and had blood on his lips. So they staked him and burned the body. The story spread across Europe, causing full-on vampire hysteria. Even the church stepped in, not because of the grave digging, but because vampires didn't fit the religious narrative. The church believed the dead should stay dead or wait peacefully for resurrection. Rising from the grave to bite your cousin didn't fit the theology. Eventually, science caught up. Doctors realized that tuberculosis, decomposition, and poor hygiene were to blame, not the undead. But by then, the vampire myth had taken hold. In 1897, Bram Stoker published Dracula and changed everything. Now vampires had class. They wore capes, lived in castles, and made being undead look kind of cool. Fast forward to today. Vampires star in movies, TV shows, novels, video games, and Halloween costumes. They sparkle, smolder, and occasionally sell car insurance. But the truth behind their origin, it's a panic that came from fear, misunderstanding, and a complete lack of germ theory. So are vampires real? No. But the panic was. The superstition was. People truly believe this stuff. And that belief shaped part of our history. If you enjoyed this, hit like. Subscribe to see future videos. And share to support the channel. Because knowing things is power. They didn't ride for glory. They rode for survival. In the dust and blood of the American frontier, heroes were forged and legends were buried. She wasn't just a saloon girl. She took down 3 outlaws before sunrise. And him? He never missed until the day it mattered most. This isn't a movie. This is what really happened. Gunfights, betrayals, forbidden love. The Wild West was wilder than Hollywood ever dared to show. Tap the channel, watch the full movie, and meet the legends they tried to erase.
Before humans, before cities, before history itself, the Earth belonged to monsters, and we call them dinosaurs. For 180 million years, these magnificent creatures ruled the planet. From towering behemoths to feathered hunters, dinosaurs have captured our imaginations for centuries. Join us now as we journey back in time to an era when giants shook the ground and the skies were filled with the cries of prehistoric predators. Of all the dinosaurs, none inspire more awe and terror than the Tyrannosaurus rex. This colossal predator, measuring up to 40 feet long and weighing as much as an African elephant, was the apex predator of its time. Its skull, a masterpiece of evolution designed for delivering a killing blow, housed jaws that could generate up to 12,000 pounds of bite force, enough to crush bone and pulverize prey. But the Tyrannosaurus rex wasn't just brute strength. Its large olfactory bulbs suggest a highly developed sense of smell, allowing it to track prey over vast distances. And its forward-facing eyes provided excellent depth perception, crucial for a hunter targeting large and dangerous dinosaurs. Forget what you've seen in the movies. The real velociraptor was far from the hulking monster often portrayed. This agile predator, standing just 3 feet tall and weighing around 100 pounds, was more akin to a feathered bird of prey. But don't let its size fool you. The velociraptor was a swift and deadly hunter, equipped with an arsenal of lethal weapons. Its most famous weapon, the sickle-shaped claw on its second toe, could grow up to 3 inches long and was used to disembowel prey with surgical precision. And its intelligence, evidenced by its relatively large brain size, made it a master strategist, capable of coordinating attacks with other velociraptors to bring down larger prey. Imagine a dinosaur even larger than a Tyrannosaurus rex. Now picture it stalking the swamps and rivers of North Africa, its crocodile-like jaws snapping at fish and other aquatic prey. This was the Spinosaurus, the largest known carnivorous dinosaur to ever walk the earth. Reaching lengths of over 50 feet, this semi-aquatic predator possessed a unique sail-like structure on its back, likely used for display or thermoregulation. Its long, slender snout and conical teeth were perfectly adapted for snatching fish from the water, while its powerful forelimbs, tipped with sharp claws, allowed it to grapple with larger prey. The Spinosaurus was a testament to the incredible diversity of the dinosaur kingdom. Chapter 4. Stegosaurus, Plated Protector. With its iconic plates and spiked tail, the Stegosaurus is one of the most recognizable dinosaurs. This gentle giant, measuring up to 30 feet long and weighing over 7 tons, roamed the late Jurassic period, grazing on ferns and other low-lying vegetation. Its most striking feature, the double row of plates running down its back, has been the subject of much debate among paleontologists. Some believe they were used for thermoregulation, while others suggest they served as a display to attract mates or intimidate rivals. And then there's its spiked tail, a formidable weapon capable of delivering bone-shattering blows to any predator foolish enough to attack. Chapter 5. Ankylosaurus, the living tank. Few dinosaurs were as well protected as the Ankylosaurus. This armored behemoth, measuring up to 30 feet long and weighing up to 6 tons, was the ultimate prehistoric tank. Its entire body was encased in bony plates, some fused together to form an impenetrable shield. While its head was adorned with bony knobs and spikes, even its eyelids were armored. But the Ankylosaurus's most formidable weapon was its clubbed tail. This massive bony club, formed from fused vertebrae and covered in thick armor, could deliver devastating blows. Capable of breaking bones and crushing the skulls of attackers, the Ankylosaurus was a walking fortress, virtually impervious to attack. Chapter 6. Therizinosaurus, the enigmatic giant. The Therizinosaurus is perhaps one of the most bizarre and misunderstood dinosaurs ever discovered. This enigmatic creature, standing up to 33 feet tall and weighing over 5 tons, possessed a unique set of adaptations that have puzzled paleontologists for decades. Its most striking feature was its enormous claws, some measuring over 3 feet in length, the longest known claws of any known animal. These claws, more akin to scythes than claws, were likely used for stripping leaves from trees, gathering nesting materials, or even defense. Its long neck and small head suggest it was a herbivore, but its exact diet and lifestyle remain a mystery. The Therizinosaurus is a reminder that the world of dinosaurs was full of surprises. Outro, a legacy in stone. Monsters once walked this earth, and their bones still whisper to the future. From the mighty Tyrannosaurus Rex to the enigmatic Therizinosaurus, dinosaurs continue to captivate our imaginations, reminding us of the incredible diversity of life that once thrived on our planet. Dinosaurs ruled, but now we remember. Thanks for making it to the end. Hit that thumbs up if you enjoyed the video, and subscribe if you're interested in seeing more. Knowledge is power.
From the earliest days of philosophical thought, humans have sought to understand the universe. We have yearned for a simple, elegant explanation for the incredible complexity we observe. This desire for unification, for a single thread connecting all of existence, drives our scientific endeavors. It's what compels us to search for patterns in the chaos. Throughout history, we've made incredible strides. Newton gave us a framework to understand the motion of planets. Maxwell unified electricity and magnetism. These were triumphs of the human spirit, demonstrating the power of our curiosity and intellect. Yet, the ultimate goal, a single theory explaining all the forces of the universe, remains elusive. This is the grand challenge, the holy grail of physics, to find the theory of everything. The theory of everything, a term often cloaked in mystique, represents the ultimate quest in physics. It's the search for a single, coherent framework that can describe all the fundamental forces of nature. Imagine an equation, perhaps no longer than a single line, that could explain everything from the smallest subatomic particle to the largest superclusters of galaxies. This is the power and the promise of a theory of everything. Such a theory would be more than just an intellectual achievement. It would revolutionize our understanding of the cosmos and our place within it. It could unlock profound technological advancements, potentially allowing us to manipulate the very fabric of space-time. Most importantly, it would bring us closer to answering the biggest questions of all. Why is there something rather than nothing? What is the nature of reality? These are the questions that drive us, that keep us gazing at the stars, wondering what secrets the universe holds. Albert Einstein, arguably the most famous physicist of all time, dedicated much of his later life to the pursuit of a unified theory. He yearned to extend his masterpiece, the general theory of relativity, to encompass all the forces of nature, including the mysterious world of quantum mechanics. He believed in an underlying elegance, a cosmic order waiting to be revealed. Despite his brilliance and tireless efforts, Einstein's dream remained unfulfilled. He was ultimately unable to reconcile his elegant theory of gravity with the probabilistic nature of the quantum world. The mathematics simply wouldn't cooperate. His quest highlighted the immense difficulty of the task, the sheer complexity of the universe we inhabit. Yet Einstein's struggle continues to inspire physicists today, reminding us that even the most brilliant minds grapple with the universe's deepest secrets. Section 4. The Clash of Titans, Relativity versus Quantum Mechanics. The 20th century witnessed two revolutionary pillars of modern physics: Einstein's theory of general relativity and quantum mechanics. Relativity beautifully describes the universe on the largest scales, explaining the behavior of stars, galaxies, and the very fabric of space-time. Quantum mechanics, on the other hand, governs the realm of the very small, the bizarre world of atoms and subatomic particles. Herein lies the central conflict. These two incredibly successful theories, each describing a different aspect of the universe, seem fundamentally incompatible. Relativity is deterministic and smooth, while quantum mechanics is probabilistic and inherently uncertain. This clash of titans, this fundamental incompatibility, lies at the heart of the search for a theory of everything. It's a profound puzzle, a challenge that has captivated physicists for generations. Section 5. String theory, music from tiny strings. Out of the intellectual ferment of this clash, a new contender emerged: string theory. It's a radical idea, proposing that the fundamental building blocks of the universe are not point-like particles, but tiny vibrating strings. Like the strings of a cello producing different musical notes, these strings vibrate at different frequencies, giving rise to the various particles and forces we observe. The elegance of string theory is undeniable. It offers a potential framework to unify all the forces of nature, including gravity, into a single, coherent description. However, string theory is not without its critics. One major criticism is its lack of experimental verification. The strings, if they exist, are far too small to be observed with current technology. This has led some to question whether string theory is even science, or if it's merely a beautiful mathematical construct. Section 6. Beyond strings, other contenders. While string theory has captured the imagination of many physicists, it's not the only game in town. Other promising approaches, such as loop quantum gravity, offer alternative paths toward a theory of everything. Loop quantum gravity, for example, takes a different approach to quantizing gravity, suggesting that space-time itself is granular at the Planck scale. The existence of multiple competing theories highlights the fact that the search for a theory of everything is still very much a work in progress. Each approach has its own strengths and weaknesses, and it's still too early to say which, if any, will ultimately prevail. This diversity of thought is a testament to the vibrancy of the field, the relentless pursuit of knowledge that continues to drive us forward. Section 7. The universe in a nutshell, understanding our place. The quest for a theory of everything is about more than just finding an equation. It's about unraveling the deepest mysteries of the universe and understanding our place within it. If we were to find this ultimate theory, it would be a profound testament to the power of human curiosity, our ability to decipher the universe's secrets. Imagine holding the universe in a nutshell, comprehending its vastness and complexity within a single, elegant framework. This is the dream of a theory of everything, a dream that continues to inspire and motivate generations of physicists. Whether or not we ultimately succeed in this grand endeavor, the journey itself is a testament to the human spirit, our insatiable desire to explore the unknown and unravel the secrets of the cosmos. Like if you learned something, subscribe for more, and thank you all for stopping by.
Before dawn, she is already awake. Silk wraps, sword shadows, Honor is not just for men. Her father trains the warriors. She trains herself. Tea is not just a ritual. It is discipline in motion. A whisper from the courtyard. A stranger arrives. Her heart knows the man, her duty does not. Eyes speak, but no one listens. By nightfall, the cherry blossoms fall like ash. She walks alone, but never weak. Tomorrow, she will rise again. Full story uploading soon on the channel. A day in the life of a samurai's daughter. Subscribe so you don't miss it.
The great debate, faith versus science. Science, through observation and experimentation, strives to unravel the universe's intricate mechanisms. Religion, rooted in faith and ancient texts, offers explanations for our existence, purpose, and moral compass. But what happens when these two powerful forces of human understanding clash? Chapter 1. The Age of the Earth. A timeless debate. Our planet, a swirling sphere of molten rock and delicate ecosystems, is billions of years old, 4.5 billion to be precise. Yet a literal interpretation of the Bible's book of Genesis suggests a significantly younger Earth, approximately 6,000 years old. This discrepancy has fueled a fierce debate, with proponents of young Earth creationism pointing to what they consider flaws in scientific dating methods. They argue that a global flood, as described in the Bible, could have drastically altered the Earth's geological features. However, the scientific community maintains that the evidence for an ancient Earth is overwhelming. They point to the consistency of multiple dating methods and the discovery of fossils dating back millions of years. Some find harmony in metaphorical interpretations of Genesis, viewing the creation story as a poetic representation of God's power.
Check 1, check 2, check.
Chapter 2. Evolution versus creation, the origins of life. The theory of evolution posits that life on Earth arose from a single common ancestor and diversified over billions of years through natural selection. This scientific explanation stands in contrast to the creation account in the book of Genesis, which describes God creating each species individually. Proponents of creationism often point to perceived gaps in the fossil record or the complexity of biological systems as evidence against evolution. Some argue for intelligent design, the idea that certain features of living organisms are too complex to have arisen through natural processes. Scientists maintain that evolution is the only scientifically valid explanation for the diversity of life on Earth. They point to overwhelming evidence from fossils, genetics, and comparative anatomy. This debate extends beyond science, often spilling into education, law, and public policy. It raises profound questions about our place in the universe and how we interpret evidence. Chapter 3. The Global Flood Fact or Myth. The story of a great flood is a powerful narrative found across various cultures and religions. The Bible's book of Genesis recounts the story of Noah's Ark, a vessel built to survive a catastrophic flood sent by God. Geologists, however, find little evidence to support a global flood of this magnitude. The Earth's geological record shows evidence of localized floods throughout history. The scientific community points to several inconsistencies between the biblical account and geological evidence. For instance, a global flood of the magnitude described in Genesis would have required an impossible amount of water. Additionally, the geological record shows a continuous layering of sediment over millions of years. Some proponents of a global flood point to geological formations like the Grand Canyon as evidence. However, geologists explain the Grand Canyon's formation through the gradual process of erosion by the Colorado River over millions of years. Chapter 4. Adam and Eve versus Human Evolution, Decoding Our Origins. The book of Genesis introduces us to Adam and Eve, the first man and woman, fashioned by God. However, the scientific understanding of human origins paints a different picture, one of gradual evolution over millions of years. Paleoanthropologists have traced the lineage of Homo sapiens back to earlier hominid species. Genetic studies reveal remarkable similarities between the DNA of humans and other primates, particularly chimpanzees. The concept of a single ancestral couple, Adam and Eve, is difficult to reconcile with the genetic evidence. Some argue for a harmonization, proposing that Adam and Eve were symbolic figures representing the first humans to possess a soul. Chapter 5. Miracles versus Natural Laws, the Limits of Understanding. Science operates under the premise of natural laws, consistent observable principles that govern the universe. Miracles, by definition, seem to defy these laws. Events like the parting of the Red Sea or Jesus walking on water challenge our understanding of the natural world. This tension lies at the heart of the debate between science and religion. Science seeks to explain the universe through natural processes, relying on empirical evidence. Religion, often rooted in faith, accepts the possibility of events that transcend natural laws. Some argue that miracles are simply events beyond our current scientific understanding. Others maintain that miracles are not meant to be explained scientifically. They argue that miracles belong to the realm of faith, serving as testaments to the power of God. The debate over miracles often hinges on the interpretation of evidence. The intersection of science and faith is a complex and often contentious terrain. It's a landscape where seemingly opposing forces collide, sparking debate. Some see these two realms as inherently incompatible. Others see the potential for harmony, a beautiful tapestry woven from the threads of scientific inquiry and spiritual belief. Some see conflict, others see harmony, science explaining the how, faith explaining the why. What do you think? Can science and faith coexist? Comment below, like if you enjoyed the video, and subscribe to see more.
Throughout history, war has taken many forms. But perhaps no kind of battle tests the human spirit more than a siege. Trapped within walls, cut off from food, hope, and reinforcements. A siege is not just a battle of weapons, it is a battle of patience, fear, and survival. These are the greatest sieges in history. The Siege of Troy, the Greeks versus the Trojans. It began with the abduction of Helen, and it lasted 10 years. The Greeks laid siege to Troy in a campaign filled with duels, deception, and death. Legends say it ended with the famous Trojan horse, a gift left at the city gates, hiding Greek soldiers within. When night fell, Troy was betrayed from the inside and burned to the ground. The Siege of Babylon, the Persians versus the Babylonians. Cyrus the Great of Persia faced one of the most fortified cities in the world. Babylon's walls were tall, wide, and guarded by the Euphrates River. But Cyrus diverted the river and marched his army through the dry bed at night. The city fell without a fight. It was one of the most brilliant siege tactics in ancient history. The Siege of Syracuse, the Greeks and Carthage combined versus the Roman Republic. During the Second Punic War, the Roman Republic attacked the Greek city of Syracuse. But the defenders had a secret weapon, Archimedes. The great inventor created catapults, mirrors, and defensive machines to hold off the Romans for nearly 2 years. Eventually, the city fell, and Archimedes was killed by a Roman soldier, despite orders to keep him alive. The Siege of Masada, Zealots versus the Roman Empire. In the deserts of Judea, a group of Jewish rebels held out against the Roman Empire atop a desert plateau. The Romans built a massive ramp over months to breach the fortress. But when they arrived, they found silence. Nearly 1,000 defenders had taken their own lives rather than be captured. It remains one of the most haunting sieges in history. The Siege of Constantinople, the Byzantine Empire versus Persians. The capital of the Byzantine Empire was tested more than once. In 717 it held firm against Arab forces. But in 1453 it faced the full force of the Ottoman Empire. Sultan Mehmed II brought cannons, including the massive bombard that shattered the Theodosian walls. After 53 days, Constantinople fell. The city became Istanbul, and the medieval era came to an end. The siege of Tenochtitlan, the Aztecs versus the Spanish conquistadors. In the heart of modern-day Mexico, Hernán Cortés led Spanish forces against the Aztec capital. With the help of native allies and aided by disease, the Spanish laid siege to the island city. The canals turned red. Famine and smallpox ravaged the defenders. After 93 days, the Aztec Empire collapsed. The Siege of Vienna, Austrians versus the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire reached the gates of Europe's core. Vienna was surrounded. But a massive relief force led by Polish King Jan Sobieski launched the largest cavalry charge in history. The siege was broken. It marked the high water mark of Ottoman expansion into Europe. The Siege of Leningrad, Nazi Germany versus the Russians. Nazi Germany surrounded the Soviet city of Leningrad for nearly 900 days. In the freezing cold, over 1 million civilians died from starvation, shelling, and disease. Yet the city never surrendered. It was one of the longest and most tragic sieges in modern warfare. The Siege of Stalingrad, Nazi Germany versus Russians. Stalingrad wasn't a siege by walls, but by sheer destruction. Germany's Sixth Army pushed deep into the Soviet Union. But Soviet forces refused to break. Urban warfare took over, room by room, floor by floor. Eventually, Germany's army was surrounded and forced to surrender. It was the turning point of World War II. The Siege of Dien Bien Phu, Vietnamese versus the French. In the jungles of Vietnam, French forces set up a base at Dien Bien Phu. They believed they were safe, but the Viet Minh surrounded them in the hills and brought in heavy artillery. After 57 days, the French surrendered. It marked the end of French colonial rule in Indochina and the rise of the Vietnam War. The Siege of Sarajevo, Bosnia Civil War. In the Bosnian War, the capital city of Sarajevo was trapped for almost 4 years. Snipers targeted civilians. Artillery rained down on homes, schools, and hospitals. More than 10,000 people died, many of them children. It was the longest siege of a capital city in modern warfare. Sieges are not always won by force. Sometimes they are won by will. By the refusal to surrender. By hope that holds out even when the walls begin to crumble. From ancient stone cities to modern skylines, sieges have shaped the course of human history. Hit that like button if you enjoyed this. Subscribe to see future content. Sharing is caring.
Matter. Time itself. You are traveling through that beginning. A storm of creation. Galaxies stretching into existence. Like rivers of fire and gravity. You drift slowly through space. The first stars are being born. Massive, ancient, burning blue and bright. Before fading into darkness again. One of them will one day collapse. And leave behind iron, gold, carbon. The elements that would become you. Now, you are floating closer. You pass through our galaxy. The Milky Way. Home to over 100 billion stars. And countless worlds. You glide past one. A small blue marble. Earth. It spins gently. Wrapped in a blanket of clouds. You can see storms swirl. Continents rest. Oceans breathe. That is where you came from. That is where someone once whispered your name. You pass the moon. Its silence is complete. No air. No wind. Only stillness. And yet, every footprint remains. Every mark left by human hands. Frozen in time. You pass Mars? The Red Desert. Empty now. But long ago. Water once flowed here. A river. A sea. Maybe life. Now, Jupiter. The king of planets. A storm larger than Earth. Raging for 400 years. You can hear it. Low. Like distant thunder. Echoing through nothing. You pass Europa. Jupiter's moon. Its surface cracked with ice. But underneath, an ocean? And where there is water, there might be life. You continue. Saturn's rings spread before you. Wider than you can imagine. Each piece of rock and ice. Caught in a silent orbit. A frozen symphony? You pass Uranus. Blue? Tilted. Rolling through space. No one knows why it spins that way. It simply does. Neptune greets you with winds that scream. But you only feel peace. The color of its clouds. The shadows of its storms. They soothe you. Far beyond now. Pluto drifts. Still cold. Still lonely. But still part of something bigger. You exit the solar system. A journey only 5 spacecraft have ever made. And now, you. Out here. There is no up. No down. Only space. And silence. You enter the Oort cloud. A shell of icy bodies. Left over from the birth of the sun. Each one untouched. Unseen for billions of years. Now, you are light years from home. You pass Alpha Centauri. Our closest neighbor. It's a triple star system. Three suns? Dancing. You drift into a nebula. The birthplace of stars. Clouds of gas. Pink. Violet. Green. They swirl slowly. Glowing with potential. You watch a star form. It collapses inward. Ignites. And lives. You drift past a white dwarf. Once a star like our sun. Now, cooled into a diamond. It still pulses. A silent beacon in the dark. And then? The black hole. It does not pull you in. But it curves the light. It bends the stars. Time slows near it. A second becomes a year. A year becomes a blink. You glide past. And time resumes. You are still drifting. But now, you feel lighter. Like your body. Is no longer separate from the stars. You are part of the same story. The same stardust. The atoms in your bones. The calcium in your teeth. The iron in your blood. They were all born in stars. Exploded. Scattered. Reformed. And one day, they will return. You drift beyond the galaxy now. You pass galaxies colliding. You pass stars being devoured. You pass the echoes of supernovas. You pass places where light has never reached Earth. But it reaches you now. You are not dreaming. You are remembering. This is where you came from. This is what you are. The universe expands. And you expand with it? Not with noise. But with stillness. You begin to slow. The stars are softer now. Fewer. Gentler. Like falling snow. You breathe in. And out. And let your body drift. You are no longer watching the universe. You are the universe? You are the breath of the stars. The whisper of gravity. The soft hum of forever. Sleep now. The cosmos will carry you. You are home. Among the stars.
Constraints of time and space. Venturing beyond the Western scientific paradigm, we encountered ancient traditions that have long recognized the interconnected nature of consciousness. From the yogis of India to the shamans of the Amazon, these cultures speak of a universal life force, a field of pure awareness that permeates all things, connecting us to each other and to something far greater than ourselves. We listen to the whispers of those who have brushed against the veil of death and returned, sharing stories of profound peace, out-of-body experiences and encounters with deceased loved ones. While science grapples with explanations, these near-death experiences served as poignant reminders of the mysteries that lie beyond our current understanding of life, death, and the nature of consciousness. Finally, we turned our gaze to the quantum realm, that strange and counterintuitive world where particles dance between states of being and non-being, where the observer and the observed are inextricably linked, and where the very fabric of reality seems to shimmer with infinite possibilities. Could it be that consciousness, like the quantum world itself, operates according to a different set of rules than those governing the macroscopic world? The quantum mind theory, while still in its infancy, offered a tantalizing glimpse into a reality where our minds are not isolated entities, but rather integral parts of a vast interconnected web of being. It challenged us to embrace the possibility that consciousness is not merely a product of the brain, but a fundamental aspect of the universe, perhaps even the very ground of being from which all of reality arises. As we stand at the precipice of this vast unknown, humbled by the immensity of what we don't know, one thing is certain. The journey to understand consciousness is ultimately a journey inward. It is a journey of self-discovery, an exploration of the inner landscape of our own minds, a quest to unravel the mystery of who we are and why we are here. Whether we find answers in the laboratories of neuroscientists, the ancient wisdom of spiritual traditions, or the mind-bending equations of quantum physicists, the true revelation lies in the experience itself. It lies in those moments of awe and wonder when we gaze upon a star-filled sky, the stirrings of compassion that arise when we witness suffering, the creative spark that ignites when we engage in art, music, or the pursuit of knowledge. The mystery of consciousness may never be fully solved, but in embracing the questions, in cultivating a sense of curiosity and wonder about the nature of our own being, we open ourselves to a deeper experience of life. We begin to see the world around us with fresh eyes, appreciating the interconnectedness of all things, the preciousness of this moment, and the infinite potential that lies dormant within each and every one of us. So, let us continue to explore, to question, to marvel at the extraordinary gift of consciousness that we have been given. For in the end, it is not the answers we find, but the journey itself, the journey inward that illuminates the path to our own humanity and reveals the true wonder of being alive in this vast, mysterious universe. Thanks for making it to the end. If you enjoyed our video and learned something, subscribe to see future videos.
How Iran became a fortress. In the heart of the Middle East lies one of the most strategically placed nations on Earth. Iran sits beside the Strait of Hormuz. It's a narrow waterway where 20% of the world's oil passes daily. One missile, one blockade, one drone strike. And global oil prices could erupt overnight. But this isn't a new story. For centuries, foreign powers have tried to conquer this land and failed. From Alexander the Great to the Mongols, Iran has always been a prize worth bleeding for. And over time, the Iranian people learned a harsh truth. Survival requires strength. Today, Iran has one of the most fortified military networks in the region. Its mountains hide underground bases. Its skies are laced with anti-air systems. And beneath the surface, Iran has built a web of tunnels, bunkers, and weapons stockpiles. The West often paints Iran as isolated. But isolated doesn't mean weak. In fact, that isolation has shaped a siege mentality and a mastery of asymmetrical warfare. Iran doesn't need to win a conventional war. It only needs to raise the cost high enough to deter one. The Revolutionary Guard commands land, sea, air, and even cyber operations. They've mastered fast-tack naval tactics, using small boats to swarm massive U.S. carriers. Their missile program is vast. Hundreds of ballistic missiles are ready to launch at a moment's notice. Some can reach Israel. Others can strike deep into Saudi Arabia or American bases in the Gulf. Iran's drones have become infamous, cheap, deadly, and nearly impossible to intercept in swarms. Just ask Ukraine. Some of the drones used by Russia were designed in Iran. But it's not just machines. Iran has another weapon: alliances. The axis of resistance, including Hezbollah militias in Iraq and the Houthis in Yemen, all trace support back to Tehran. These groups don't wear Iranian flags, but they serve Iranian interests. It's warfare by proxy, and it works. Every time the West considers a strike, they have to factor in attacks from a dozen fronts. Iran knows it can't outgun NATO, but it can outbleed them. Even a limited conflict could close the Strait of Hormuz, instantly paralyzing the global economy. The last time tensions escalated, oil jumped from $60 to over $80 in days. Imagine what a real war would do? The world's supply chains, already strained, would snap. Gas prices would skyrocket. Inflation would surge. Entire nations would feel the shockwaves, and Iran knows this. It's their shield, their deterrent, their fortress. But how did Iran become so hardened? It began in 1953, when a U.S. and British-backed coup overthrew Iran's elected prime minister. That wound never healed. It planted the seed of distrust that still shapes Iranian policy. In 1979, the Iranian Revolution erupted, overthrowing the Shah and ending Western control. Soon after, America became the Great Satan, and Iran became the West's most defiant rival. The Iran-Iraq War tested the new regime, a brutal 8-year conflict that killed nearly 1 million people. Iran was outgunned. Saddam Hussein had Western support, but Iran didn't break. It adapted. It built networks. It learned to fight with less and make every loss cost more. That war forged the mindset of today's Iran: paranoid, prepared, and proud. Then came sanctions, isolation, assassinations of scientists, cyber attacks, more proxy wars. Every attack, every pressure made Iran dig deeper literally and politically. By the 2000s, Iran had fully embraced the logic of resistance. They couldn't match U.S. air power, but they didn't need to. Instead, they turned to guerrilla warfare, cyber sabotage, and regional influence. And every time their enemies changed tactics, Iran evolved again. Their Quds force became legendary, training militias, exporting ideology, and destabilizing rivals. Nuclear ambitions made headlines, but Iran's real strength lies in its resilience. You can strike a bunker, but can you stop an idea? The Iranian system is complex. Part democracy, part theocracy, part military-industrial shadow state. Its people are diverse, proud, and politically aware. And most of all, they remember. Every missile fired at them, every embargo, every betrayal. And yet, they're still here. Invading Iran today would require tens of thousands of troops, months of preparation, and untold casualties. And for what? No one wins a war with Iran. Not anymore. Even a limited strike could trigger global chaos and fuel the very extremism it aimed to stop. So instead, the world watches cautiously, nervously, as Iran plays the long game, investing in weapons, building alliances, digging deeper into the mountains. Their message is simple: come if you dare. Iran has become more than a country. It's a fortress, a warning, a reminder that some nations bend, and others learn how not to break. The universe doesn't owe you meaning. We search the stars for answers, hoping they whisper back. But the universe is silent. There is no grand purpose waiting for you. Just space, time, and the chaos in between. You weren't born for a reason. You were born, and that's enough. Meaning isn't something you find out there. It's something you create inside yourself. Galaxies spin without knowing we exist. But we exist anyway. You care, and that is your power. The stars exploded so you could ask why you're here. And maybe that question is the whole point. You are the question. You are the answer. The cosmos doesn't care about your dreams. But you should always care about what you want in this short life. Some people fear a purposeless universe. Some will look to find freedom in it. You're free to choose what matters. You're free to define your path. You don't need permissions from the stars. You only need to act. Act with love. Act with courage. Build something. Break what holds you back. Fall, rise, fall again. Rise anyway. You don't get meaning handed to you. You build it moment by moment. And that's more powerful than fate. We live like sparks. Brief, bright, brilliant. Some people run from that truth. Others dance in it. Make music. Write stories. Laugh loudly. Love deeply. Even if the universe forgets you, you won't forget yourself, and that's enough. The void doesn't care, but you do. And your care shapes the world. You are not nothing. You are everything you choose to be. Your pain isn't pointless. It proves you feel. Your joy isn't meaningless. It proves you lived. So live. Really live. Breathe in the silence. Scream into the void. Shine in the dark. Burn like a star. You don't need a divine script. You are the author. You are the page. You are the pen. Write what matters to you. Forget the cosmic applause. Make your own music. When you feel small, remember, even atoms hold galaxies. When you feel lost, draw your own map. When someone tells you you don't matter, smile, because they're wrong. You matter because you choose to, and nothing can take that away. Like, share, and subscribe for more Into the Infinite episodes.
The sun rises over Rome. Not gently, not kindly. It blazes like a god's eye over blood-soaked sands and towering stone. In the shadow of palaces and temples, the city's heartbeat isn't found in poetry or politics. It's in the sound of chains clinking in the dark, as another gladiator wakes to survive another day. He's not born of nobility. He has no last name. He is one of thousands, slaves, criminals, and prisoners of war, forced into the arena for Rome's cruel entertainment. In the eyes of the empire, he is nothing more than flesh meant to fall. The day begins with brutality. Before food. Before rest. The Lannister barks orders as wooden swords crash into ribs, into jaws, into guts. Training isn't just pain. It's a science. Gladiators are drilled in dozens of combat styles. The secutor, built like a tank behind a rounded helmet and shield. The retiarius, fast and vicious, armed with a net and trident. Each role demands perfection. One misstep in the arena, and you're dead before the crowd can even gasp. Sweat soaks the sand. Men fall from exhaustion, not weakness. Because weakness doesn't survive in the ludus. Food is rationed for muscle. Oatmeal, barley, beans. A gladiator's diet is heavy, meant to build a layer of fat that slows bleeding when the blade strikes. Every inch of them is built for violence. But even in this hell, he finds her. A Thracian warrior. Not just a novelty to parade around. She's trained, deadly, scarred, and defiant. Gladiatrix. She fights like a storm in flesh. They met in the pit, neither yielding, both bleeding, until the doctor called it off. Since then, it's been something unspoken. Respect. Tension. And beneath it, something neither of them dares name. Love. But love here is dangerous. Even fatal. They're not allowed to choose who they live for, only who they kill. At night, the barracks are a graveyard of dreams. Some men speak of freedom, of winning the crowd's favor, of earning the rudies, the wooden sword that means liberation. But it's a lie whispered to keep hope alive. Less than 10% of gladiators ever tasted freedom. Most died before their third year in the arena. When the scroll is read the next morning, his name is called. His heart doesn't race. It slows. Because hers is called too. Paired. Together. Not as allies, but as enemies. The crowd will adore this. Love turned to blood, the ultimate show. The Colosseum isn't a place. It's a monster. Seated with over 50,000 people, it hungers for spectacle. Beneath its floors lie trapdoors, cages, and corpses. Animals are released. Fires are lit. Fates are sealed. He enters the arena, heart-pounding, face masked, sword heavy. She stands opposite him, radiant and brutal. Their eyes meet. There's no fear. Only understanding. One of them must fall. The crowd chants. The Emperor gestures. And the battle begins. They don't hold back. Every strike is real. Every dodge a decision between life and death. But behind the blows is something else. A rhythm, a code. They are telling a story the crowd doesn't understand. Lovers pretending to hate. Warriors refusing to die. He takes a knee, 2 fingers raised in the air. Missio, it was called, yielding to his opponent, asking for her mercy. She slashes, close enough to draw blood, not death. The audience roars. They believe it. Believe she has won. But instead of finishing it, she turns and throws her sword into the sand. The silence is deafening. Then chaos erupts. Guards swarm the arena. Disobedience is punishable by death. But in that moment, he rises beside her. Two gladiators no longer playing their part. They fight. Not each other, the guards. Blades clash. Shields shatter. Blood paints the sand. It's madness. But for a few moments they are free, not slaves, not actors in someone else's story. They are warriors, choosing love over obedience. Choosing death on their feet over a life on their knees. It doesn't end in freedom. It never does. The Empire is a machine. And machines don't break for passion. But in the end, they stood together. Defied fate. And for that, their names are whispered in corners of history. They didn't just survive the arena. They rewrote its rules. If this story moved you, like the video to keep its fire alive. Subscribe for more cinematic tales of forgotten legends and forbidden love. And share this with someone who believes even in darkness, we still choose who we fight for. Every morning, a man and his dog walked side by side to the train station. The dog would watch him board, then return at sunset to greet him once more. This ritual was never broken, not by rain, not by snow, not even by time. One day, the man never came back. There was no goodbye. He had died suddenly at work, never making it home, but the dog still waited. The next day, and the day after that, morning and night, seasons changed. The world moved on, but he never did. For 10 years, he returned to the same spot. They buried him beneath the very place he waited, and there he rests, still facing the tracks, still waiting for the man who meant everything. They called him Hachiko. He was loyalty made flesh. If you felt something, hit that like button, subscribe to see more powerful stories, and share this to keep his memory alive. Be the person your dog thinks you are.
They don't teach this in school. They won't mention her in pirate movies. But the greatest pirate to ever live wasn't a man. Her name was Qing Shi. And she ruled the South China Sea with more power than most kings. Born in 1775 in Canton, she started life in a brothel. By the age of 32, she controlled the most feared pirate fleet in history. Her rise began when she married Zheng Yi, a feared pirate captain commanding the Red Flag fleet. They ruled together for 6 years, conquering rival clans and expanding their influence. But when he died during a storm in 1807, chaos threatened to consume the empire they built. That's when Qing Shi took command. She didn't inherit the fleet, she secured it. By forging alliances, bribing key lieutenants and marrying Zheng Yi's adopted son, she ensured full control. This wasn't luck. It was power politics, pirate style. She restructured the entire pirate confederation. 6 fleets, red, black, white, blue, yellow, and green, all answered to her. Each had its own admiral, but she commanded them all. She introduced one of the most brutal and effective pirate codes ever written. It enforced order where chaos once ruled. Under her, piracy became an organized business, efficient, ruthless, and terrifying. Her fleet grew to over 800 warships and 80,000 pirates. They attacked imperial convoys, seized merchant vessels, and collected protection money from entire coastal villages. She demanded tribute from major ports. If they refused, she destroyed their ships, burned their docks, and left no survivors. She defeated the Chinese Navy in open water, not once but several times. One legendary clash at the Pearl River Delta saw her fleet smash through a blockade of imperial warships, stealing their cannons and setting fire to their sails. The Qing government begged help from Portugal and Britain. Gunboats arrived. They failed. Qing Shi's tactics were unmatched. She used shallow draft ships to escape into coves where larger vessels couldn't follow. She faked retreats, then ambushed pursuing enemies. And she was a master of timing, striking during storms when defenders were weak. Her pirates once raided a salt monopoly warehouse, seizing the entire seasonal supply, then reselling it back to the government at a profit. She didn't just rob. She controlled markets. No one was safe. Fishermen, merchants, nobles, even tax collectors were forced to pay her tribute. She also expanded inland, controlling smuggling routes and punishing towns that resisted. Entire villages relocated to avoid her wrath. But her most surprising move wasn't violence. It was diplomacy. By 1810, the Qing dynasty was desperate. They offered her a full pardon, but she negotiated better. She walked into the Governor-General's palace with her top lieutenants unarmed. She demanded amnesty for her fleet, retention of their wealth, and official military jobs for her officers. She got it all. No execution. No prison. No betrayal. Just total victory. She retired with her fortune, opened a gambling house, and became a respected businesswoman. She raised a family. She lived until the age of 69, something nearly unheard of for pirates. She died peacefully. And history buried her under silence. But the facts remain. She commanded the largest pirate fleet ever recorded. She beat empires, outmaneuvered navies, and walked away untouched. Her name was Qing Shi. If you learned something new, hit like. Subscribe for more untold history. And share this to help bring her story to the world.
The city was called Stalingrad, and in 1942 it became the bloodiest battleground in human history. Temperatures dropped below freezing. Ammunition ran low. Bodies froze in place, rifles still in hand, but neither side would surrender. Germany had launched Operation Barbarossa the year before, tearing through the Soviet Union with blitzkrieg force. Now Hitler wanted to break Soviet morale by taking Stalin's namesake city. What he didn't expect was the Soviet will to survive. The city turned into a maze of rubble and fire. Every block, every stairwell became its own war. Soviet snipers hid in shadows. German tanks rolled over corpses. Civilians starved while artillery rained from the skies. Fighting moved underground. Sewers, basements, tunnels. Soldiers were told, there is no land beyond the Volga. Then winter arrived. German supply lines froze. Rations vanished. The Soviet counterattack, Operation Uranus, surrounded the Sixth Army. The encirclement was total. Over 250,000 Axis troops trapped inside a city of ice and death. Hitler demanded they hold the city. Paulus, the German commander, obeyed. But no food came, no escape, only frostbite and despair. By February 1943, the surrender began. Over 90,000 German soldiers marched into Soviet captivity. Fewer than 6,000 would ever return home. Stalingrad wasn't just a turning point. It was a symbol of Soviet resilience, of German overreach, of how far men will go when told to fight for everything. Nearly 2 million were killed, wounded, or captured in this single battle. And yet, in that frozen hell, the human spirit endured. Stalingrad was reduced to ashes, but from it, history shifted. A reminder, victory isn't always glory. Sometimes, it's survival. Thank you for watching the video to the end. If you enjoyed it, hit that like button. If you would like to see future videos, hit that subscribe button. Thank you so much for stopping by. In the year 1726, two noblemen stood face to face at dawn, pistols in hand. They weren't fighting over politics or power. They were dueling over a dessert. A pie so luxurious, so rare and so personal that one man was willing to die for it. This is the story of a fatal recipe. A tale of stolen pride, almonds and blood on the cobblestones. The man who started it all was Lord Algernon Blackstone, a lover of French cuisine and rumoured to be obsessed with perfecting a single dish. An almond tart with a honey glaze scented with citrus and rose. He served it at a private dinner for a royal envoy. And the pie was the star of the night. But among the guests was Sir Geoffrey Hale, a rival noble known for his own culinary ambitions. Days later, the exact same pie appeared at a banquet thrown by Sir Geoffrey. Same crust, same fragrance, same garnished almonds, arranged in a perfect spiral. Lord Algernon was enraged. He accused Geoffrey publicly of stealing the recipe. Tempers flared, insults flew, and the only proper course of action for gentlemen of the time was a duel. At sunrise, they met in Hyde Park. Witnesses say Algernon fired first and missed. Geoffrey's shot struck true. Algernon fell. Geoffrey lived, and the pie lived on with him. Now, centuries later, we can bring it back. Let's make the almond pie that sparked a noble feud. Start with one pie crust, either puff pastry or buttery short crust. In a bowl, combine 1 cup of almond flour, half a cup of sugar and half a cup of softened butter. Blend until creamy. Add 2 eggs, the zest of 1 lemon and a teaspoon of rose water. If you want a deeper flavor, add a pinch of clove or cinnamon. Mix it all until smooth and fragrant. Pour the filling into your pie crust and spread it evenly. Bake at 350 degrees Fahrenheit or 175 Celsius for about 30 to 35 minutes until golden on top. Let it cool, and if you're feeling fancy dust, with a little powdered sugar. Take a bite and you'll taste why this dish was worth fighting for. It's soft but rich, floral and nutty with a light citrus lift. You get the sense that this was more than dessert. It was status, it was skill. It was pride on a plate. The pie didn't just end a life, it created a legacy. And now you've brought that taste of history back to life. If you enjoyed this story and want to taste more of the past, hit that like button,